Hi guys, what's up? What's up? Good morning. Good afternoon, good noon, whatever, baby. I don't even know. What's up, everybody? Happy Wednesday. It is Wednesday. I knew that. What's up, everybody? Hello, hello, hello. All right, so I have my coffee. This time it's not powdery. Improvements from yesterday. I got almost all of the stuff done that I wanted to get done. It's crazy. I totally didn't give David half of the things to do that I had to do, though. Totally did not do that. God bless David. God bless him. So, all right, the plan for today is that we are going to research some of the MDI teams, first of all, because so I'm in a little bit of a tough, I have a little bit of a tough schedule coming up because tomorrow I'm going to do the bike packing stream. In case you didn't know that, tomorrow David and I are going to cycle to a close by lake. We're going to be cycling all day. And then we're going to get to the lake, and then we're going to sleep there, and then we're going to cycle back the next day. So it's a little bit of a short holiday-ish, but at the same time, we're combining it with like a test stream to see if the bikepacking thing works. Because obviously I'm going to be streaming it, so that means it's not like a real holiday, like I'm still like streaming and everything, right? So... But I was thinking it would be a really cool time to test the bike packing to see if it works. Because when I say bike packing, it means basically that you're just like I'm just going with my bike, sleeping somewhere, and then continuing afterwards. The problem with bike packing is the fact that you don't have a lot of, you can't take a lot of stuff with you, right? Because obviously you're on a bike, so you can't bring loads and loads of stuff. And for IRL streaming, you usually need a lot of stuff. So we're 2 people tomorrow instead of just 1. So we have 2 people that can carry stuff, which should make things a little bit easier. But yeah, we'll see if it works. It's going to be a little bit of a trial stream. I'm looking forward to it, though. I think it's going to be a lot of fun. And it's also supposed to be like super nice weather tomorrow and on Friday. That's super, super cool. Like I'm excited that we have really good weather because, yeah, it's going to be amazing, I think. It's going to be really warm. So, yeah, anyway, so we're cycling to that lake and then we're staying there. Gonna have dinner tomorrow night. So I'm also going to show you the hotel that I'm staying at, or like the bed and breakfast. I messaged them today and asked if it's okay if I'm live streaming it. So that's really cool. So I'm going to stream the car ride a little bit. Then I'm going to stream the whole cycling adventure, obviously. I'm going to stream the time that I spent at the lake. And then I'm going to show you the bed and breakfast. And then I will turn off stream, spend some time with David, because there's like a spa and like a sauna and stuff. So obviously I'm not going to be streaming that one. And then I'm going to go for dinner. Then I'm going to go sleep. And then I turn on the stream again next day, immediately after breakfast. And then I will cycle back to where we left the car. And then I will drive home. And then I'm going to be casting the MDI. That's why we're going to be researching the MDI teams today. Because I won't have time to do much prep work or whatever the next 2 days, right? I'm also completely missing the rehearsal, which I completely forgot. Usually when we have the MDI... there is one rehearsal, and it's at the start of the group stage. So we don't do a rehearsal every week, not for every single weekend. We do one rehearsal at the start, like before the very first weekend, which is tomorrow, which is tomorrow. But I forgot about this. So we had already kind of like planned and booked everything. So I was like, hey, Adrian, so I might have forgotten about this rehearsal thing. Can we do something about that? So now I'm going to miss the rehearsal tomorrow, unfortunately. But They were very accommodating. I do love the Blizzard esports team. They're amazing. You can hate Blizzard all you want when it comes to like World of Warcraft and like game related stuff, but the esports team, like the MDI team, they're absolutely amazing. I love them so much. They're such nice people, and they care so much about their product, about the MDI and TGP. They're really cool, and they care a lot about the talent, about the casters, and honestly, the things that we can get away with as casters is crazy, yeah? Sometimes I show up half an hour late, an hour late. Sometimes I show up 20 seconds before the broadcast starts. You know, it's like, oh, whatever. Somehow we'll make it work. Hey, Pico, what's up? Yeah, they're very, very nice. They have to put up a lot with a lot of our shit with the casters. Keep them guessing when will Kara arrive? Exactly. Always gonna keep them guessing. But yeah, so I'm really glad that they gave me the okay to not be there on Thursday. And hopefully we can still set up everything on Friday. Should be fine though. But yeah, so that's why we're gonna do some research for the MDI today. We're gonna look at the teams that are competing this weekend. And looking at the time trial times and stuff. There's not much to prepare really, because we, didn't really, like, they're not streaming their practice and stuff. So I'm already doing my best to prepare by doing these coaching sessions and stuff with the players, right? So that's as much as I can do, I guess. And then later, Krona is going to join me to do some M Bootcamp, as we did the last few days. So very similar to what we did with Lamike and with Mires and Tattles. There's not many dungeons left we have to do, so we can focus a lot more on like general talk about Moonkin stuff as well, since obviously Krona is a Moonkin player. So he can tell me what the fuck I'm doing wrong. So probably everything. And yeah, that's exciting. I do have to leave as soon as Krona has to leave. I think Krona has to leave at 6 for his raid or something. So that's when I also have to leave, because I still have to set up a bunch of stuff for tomorrow. Since tomorrow's stream is going to start really early at 9 a.m. I'm also going to be on front page tomorrow, on Twitch front page, from 9 a.m. till 5 p.m. So I'm going to be online super early. Which means that I don't have a lot of time to get ready in the morning, which means I have to wake up at like, I don't know, 5. I'll figure it out. Hey, Salaholic, what's up? So they're vibing with the diva attitude? 100% toting in, yeah. The biggest diva is for sure Dratnos. It's so funny, like we always have the same thing where, like whenever we do rehearsal and when, like, because we meet before the MDI starts, obviously, right? And we do like mic checks and whatnot. And for the NA players, it's actually the NA casters is really early. Well, I wouldn't say it's really early, but let me do the calculation. So we meet at 5 or 5:30 p.m., which is -9. So it's like 8 a.m., 8:30 a.m. for Pacific time, right? Which I wouldn't necessarily call that really early. Like it's early, but not really early. So anyway. For Dratnos, it's really early. So what he does is like he comes on, he goes onto his PC, he joins vMix, which is like the broadcast kind of like software we use to share our camera and our microphone. And usually the way we do microphone checks to see if our sound is synced with our camera, we will wait until everyone is around, then production or like the people that figure out the sound, they will come in and they were like, hey, let's do a sound check. And then we all join, and then whoever is responsible for the sound check that day will be like, okay, Naguura, count to 10. It's like, oh, or read this sentence or do this or whatever. And Dratnos doesn't care about that. Dratnos joins, like he turns on his PC, he joins the voice chat, and he goes, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Okay, bye. And then he leaves again. It goes back to bed. This is what production has to put up with. With the MDI casters. Oh. The legend himself. But yeah. I understand him completely. Oh wait, we have a vault. Ooh, before we do research on the MDI teams, I have to open my vault. And manage. Ooh, I'm gonna get a house of cards today. Guys, it's happening. I just know it. Where am I? Oh. It's in my blood. House of Cards is in my vault. Actually, what other trinket do I want? A mythic trinket. Man, I guess I should have really taken Ruby. I guess it was a mistake to trust the Sims under Ruby. I guess Ruby would have been better than any of the trinkets that I have. Ruby is seemed pretty bad though. I need to write down to fix the heart rate thingy before I forget. Ooh, the reservation also went through. Okay, whatever, I guess. When did the reservation is at 8. 8 p.m. Yeah. I'm still not tired of the song. This is a good song. I could listen to this all day. Well, maybe not all day, but... Alright, we're doing it! It's not House of Cards! What is this? Ooh. That's a pretty good ring. It's Hero, though. Fuck. Myth Offhand. Eh. What does a +1 luck mean? What does that do? If you're an elf, you flip more when you jump. Really, that's it? Okay, so I'm no scientist, but I think it will help your palm trees grow. Then I'll take it. Okay. Well, shit, guys. I guess we take a socket. What do I do with this shit? Speed's pretty sick, though. I mean, it's a nice ring, but it's such a lot of haste. I mean, my ring has a verse. Yeah. Nah, whatever. I'll take the socket. When do I replace the Cersei's the stupid ring? When do I replace that stupid ring? What would I need? 2 mythic rings? Man, who the fuck? Sorry, I just had 2 coffees, guys, yeah? Who the fuck decided that it was a good idea to let us keep the stupid fucking ring from the previous patch, Who decided it was a good idea to not nerf it when the next patch comes out? Who of you complained to Blizzard about it last time? Because I remember last time we had the stupid fucking ring from Siren Isle or whatever the previous fucking island was called. And then the next patch, it was useless and people were like, oh, I farmed this ring and now I replaced it already. I feel so bad about that. Why would you feel bad about that? Why would you feel bad about wearing new things instead of old fucking things from the previous fucking patch? And then Blizzard was like, I hear you guys. You know what? We're going to keep the ring. This time around, we're going to make it so it doesn't feel useless to farm. So you're actually going to keep it for the next patch. Why? This is dumb, and they should never do this again. And if I hear any one of you complain about that, I'm going to find you and fight you in the parking lot. Okay? It's a stupid idea. Stupid. So, rent over. Man, that coffee is real good today. So.
I have an extended supply of goods for Outlanders.
Alright, this is a socket. We take this.
My thanks for your opinion.
I could craft items, I guess, but I'm too lazy. Ah, the struggle. The struggle of being a lazy person. We should talk about this more, guys. Why is it so looked down upon of being lazy? I feel like lazy is a condition. We shouldn't be judged for being lazy. It happens.
There is much to be done.
So, let me upgrade some of this shitty loot. 3-7. Okay, this I guess. Ooh, 669. Nice. Can't believe I'm still having this Giga Step trinket. We can't carry a P gear into next season. Is there an argument with the dinars? Imagine destroying your own argument looking at that stupid fucking ring. Right? Thanks. Yes. Alright. How many spark things do I have, actually? Just one? Just one, I guess. Is there a trinket I can craft? Okay, so before we play a game, let's quickly take a look at the MDI setup. Since MDI is this weekend, event insight. Oh, what is this? Event insight. MDI, the war within season 1. The top group compositions. Vengeance, Resto, Frosty, Rogue, Enhanced Shaman. Maps played. Map bans. Siege. Okay. It's kind of cute. I like it. All right, guys. So before we go into more details about the group stage, first of all, it's MDI this weekend, but it's TGP. They renamed it because TGP is going to be the standard form of MDI now moving forward. We don't have the speedrunning thing anymore, at least not as a standard thing. I guess they might still make it like events or whatever, but the normal MDI, like the thing that happens all the time, that's going to be TGP now. And there's quite a few format changes. So let me explain that to you a little bit and go through it so you understand what's going on. So this MDI or TGP or whatever you want to call it, we had 24 teams that qualified, and those 24 teams were divided through time trials. And those 24 teams were divided into 3 groups. And then there's also going to be a tournament played on China. And so there's going to be 2 teams for each group, plus 2 teams from China that are going to qualify for the global finals. And the global finals are on May 30th. So first weekend is this weekend. First group is this weekend. Then Group B next weekend, Group C the weekend after. And then I don't know when China is playing. Maybe the weekend right before the final? Or maybe it's like, I don't know. It's possible that maybe Tettles and Dreadnoughts are casting it again. But anyway. So this is like the format of the groups. Then so there's so the way that each weekend is going to be working is that each, like the 8 teams that are in Group A are going to be divided into subgroups. So 4 teams of those 8 teams are going to play on Friday, and the other 4 teams are going to play on Saturday. And each individual day is like a small tournament, like a small group stage. So the top 2 teams from Friday are going to make it to Sunday, and the top 2 teams from Saturday are going to make it to Sunday. And then on Sunday, they play the 4 best teams play against each other, and then the top 2 teams from Sunday will make it to global finals. So it's basically each day is like an individual smaller tournament, I guess you could say. They're not connected. So which is different than what we used to have, right? Previously, when TGP happened, all 3 days were like connected to one another because you like moved your points forward and your score. But we changed it now. So whatever happens on Friday is irrelevant for Saturday, and whatever happens on Friday and Saturday is irrelevant for Sunday, at least for the teams that are making it. Of course, if you get eliminated on Friday, then it is relevant for you for Sunday because you're not going to be playing on Sunday. But yeah, you know what I mean. So then dungeons for each day will be revealed 1 week in advance of the group. So they actually know the dungeons, which is also a change that we didn't have before. Let me show you the whole monitor. Yeah, because in the past, the dungeons were kind of like secret, and they didn't know which dungeons they're going to get. Now, because of the change of format, they're actually just telling them what dungeons are going to be played. So, you know, like there might be dungeons that you don't have to practice at all, right? Like if you say, because if your subgroup plays on Saturday, then all you have to know all you have to practice is the Saturday group, the Saturday dungeons and the Sunday dungeons. You don't need to practice a dungeon that is only on Friday, right? Then there's a new spec rule. This is very interesting. This is a completely new rule, and Blizzard finally gave in at all of the complaints of people constantly talking about players playing the same group all the time at the same comp. So let me explain. During MDI groups, and this is not for the global final actually. This is only for the group stage. So for group A, B, and C. Because they're testing it out, right? They don't want to commit for it on the final. But yeah, so for the groups, the top 3 most played specs by a team at the end of the competition day will be restricted for that team for the final day of that weekend. So Wait, what's confusing, Midnight? You pronounce China like Trump? I have no idea how Trump pronounces China. But anyway, so since all of the days are separate, if on Friday you play, like on Friday there's 4 teams that play, right? And as said here, the top 3 most played specs for each team will be banned for that team on Sunday, right? So if a team plays Moonkin in every dungeon on Friday, then they're not allowed to play Moonkin on Sunday. I don't know what happens if they have 5. That's actually an interesting one. I need to ask people about this, but I don't know what happens. Let's say you have 5 specs that you play in every single dungeon. Which 3 specs are going to be banned for Sunday then? Can you choose? Or does Blizzard choose for you? Or how does it work? Oh, there's a tie order. Where's that listed? Does it say somewhere in the rules? I don't think it's here. If there's a tie in the most played spec for a team at the end of the day, the restriction spec will be decided by the following order: tank, healer, DPS. Oh, teams pick. Interesting. So if a team plays 5 specs for every dungeon on Friday, then they won't be able to play the tank on Sunday, the healer, and one of the DPS that they can choose. That's interesting. I guess it makes sense. I guess it's interesting because what that means is that we are very likely just going to see a tank and healer switch, right? I assume it's just going to mean that on Friday people are going to play a different tank and a different healer. And then one DPS as well that switches, I guess. Technically what you could do is have, like, you can do an in-between thing, right? Because whenever we talked about this rule before, we always talked about like the off-meta comp versus the main meta comp. But people could do like an in-between kind of thing, right? People could say, I'm gonna ban 2 off specs and 1 main spec, right? People could say, hey, we're running the meta DPS comp where we play like the 3 meta picks, but our tank and healer is off spec. So that means on Sunday you can play meta tank and meta healer and 2 meta DPS, and then you replace 1 meta DPS with an off meta one. So you can do like an in-between thing. I don't know if you can. I was thinking this too. I was thinking that you play another tank, another I was thinking that you replace the Vengeance Demon Hunter, and then you play Rasta Druid instead of Disc, and then you replace the Moonkin. But if you do that, you're missing all the AoE interrupts. Then you don't have Solar Beam or Silent Sigil. And that changes your strat quite a lot. So people could still do it, but that would be kind of a big change to your routes, I would say. Because I don't think you can do the same strategy with Silent Sigil plus Solar Beam versus without. Like that's kind of a big difference. So I'm not sure if that's what they're gonna do, but I mean maybe. There's no way to ditch Vengeance Demon Hunter? Oh, I think they will ditch Vengeance Demon Hunter. I think they will. They don't have to. They don't have to. They can play Vengeance Demon Hunter both on all days if they want. It's only the top 3 specs that are being banned. So you don't have to ditch Vengeance Demon Hunter. You can literally just play another tank in one dungeon, and that's it. Isn't tank a guaranteed spec? No, it's not, since it's only 3 out of 5, right? So if another 3 specs are played more than your Vengeance Demon Hunter, then those will be the ones banned, right? So you just need one single dungeon where you don't play Vengeance Demon Hunter, and then you can play it on Friday and Sunday on all the other dungeons. If you want to play it as much as possible. Yeah, we'll see. This will be very interesting, I think. It's like a really cool... So I'm a little bit worried about the rule because I'm in general a little bit worried about the 3-group thing. Like, I personally think that the biggest problem that we're going to have, very likely, is that it's going to be very one-sided for all group stages, for all days. Because the way the new format works is that each individual day, well, not each individual day, but Friday and Saturday are going to be one-sided by default because you have only one good team for Friday and another good team for Saturday. Now, obviously, there's a chance that a mid-tier team can beat like a good team, but the likelihood of that happening is pretty low usually, right? So in my opinion, what's going to happen is that Friday is going to be pretty, like, not close. Like, I think Friday is going to be not close. Saturday is also not going to be close. There's going to be 2 clear winners, in my opinion. And then Saturday could be a bit closer. But because of the new spec rule, I think that the 2 top teams for each group are going to have the best comp available to them on Sunday, while the 2 mid-tier teams that are making it to Sunday might not have. And then the Sunday is also going to be one-sided again towards those 2 teams. It's still going to be somewhat interesting who's going to be first and who's going to be second, right? There still might be like a little bit of first versus second kind of thing. But the thing with TGP is that the seeding really doesn't matter on the group stage. Like, it doesn't matter if you get first or second on Sunday for your group. In fact, it never matters if you get first or second, except in the global final when it's about a lot of prize money, of course. But the prize money in the group stage is usually like not that high. So first or second is not that big of a difference. And there's no seeding. There's no advantage for coming in first or coming in second into the final, right? So I have a feeling that it might be a little bit one-sided. And when I say one-sided, I mean like just not very close for each day. But we'll see. The main issue is that we have 3 groups, right? Group A, Group B, and Group C, which means that we have 24 teams that qualify. And I think that the experience and like skill level of a group goes down quite drastically in something like a TGP, because TGP and MDI are not super famous tournaments where everyone wants to compete, right? They are very like niche tournaments that there are good teams competing, but a lot of like good players, they don't want to compete in TGP or MDI because the prize pool is too low for the amount of time that you have to invest, right? And experience matters so much that you're gonna have a hard time competing with the experienced teams if you're just coming in as a new team. So there's a pretty big skill gap between like the highest seeded teams and the lowest seeded teams, especially if you have such a big pool of teams that qualify that we have right now with 24. the lower the pool of teams that qualify, the closer the teams are going to be to one another. But obviously, if you do 24, then it's going to be a little bit tough for like the lower seeded teams to play against these like high seeds. But we'll see. Maybe I'm going to be proven wrong. Maybe this new spec rule is going to help a little. At least maybe it's going to make it more interesting to see like what the teams are playing and stuff. Maybe that'll help a little bit when it comes to the excitement of it. Because if everyone plays the same comp and it's one-sided, then that could be really boring. But if people are playing different compositions and different strategies, maybe that is going to add enough excitement to it. So the fact that it's one-sided isn't going to be, you know, like that impactful, if you know what I mean. Like maybe there might be a Friday or a Saturday that seems to be pretty one-sided towards like a team or two. But if, you know, people are still like focusing on what's come to play and what's back to play, and you have to keep track on that, maybe that's enough excitement to like add to it. I guess, maybe. We'll see. But yeah, that's about the rules or the rule changes. Crazy woman. There was one more thing I wanted to know, but I forgot. If the bottom team full send meta comp, could they at least make the top tier team sweat if they're playing off meta, or is the gap just too large? I very highly doubt that. Okay, because let me show you how the groups are set up. Okay. So in the first weekend, give me a sec. So the first weekend, it's gonna be Wunderbar. Let me see. This is not. Oh, here. So the first weekend is Wunderbar. 07. How do you pronounce this? Somebody tell me already how to pronounce this. Then we have Drive Pack and Prepare to Kite. And then we have Firmavant, Velocity. Wait, that's one page too far. Wait, there's a team that renamed, I guess. Which team is the Strohs? Oh, key lime pie. Okay. Thank you, Pico. Okay, so we have Wunderbar 07. Kom de va or something? Kom tuva. Kom tuva. Kom tuva. I don't know. Anyway, the French people. Then we have Drive Puck, Prepare to Kite, Velocity, and Key Lime, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. No, I'm missing one group. Which one? Firmavant. Okay. But yeah, so on Friday, so the first day of the tournament, it's gonna be Wunderbar. So basically Echo playing against Drive Pack, Prepare to Kite, and the Strohs. So it's gonna be the number 1 seed versus the number 12 seed, number 13 seed, and number 24. So, like, just to like, give you an idea of how that's going to look like. So, I think, like, the 24th seed, by default, in my opinion, like, obviously they could have, like, practiced a shit ton or whatever, but in my opinion, like, a 24th seed is not going to have a chance to make it to top 2, right? I think that's going to be very hard for them. Like, that's just going to be very difficult. Like, they did a 20 and an 18 in comparison to 21 and 20 in the time trials, right? So, yeah, they're 2 key levels behind on, like, a priori and 2 key levels behind on DFC. So, the chances of the 24th seed making it to Sunday is incredibly low, right? So, who is going to make top 2? It's either going to be Wunderbar plus Prepare to Kite or Drive Puck, right? Then you have to ask, okay, what are the chances that Prepare to Kite or Drive Puck are gonna knock out Wunderbar? The chance, like, they would both have to beat Wunderbar, right? Not just one. Because if one team beats Wunderbar, that doesn't matter. Because even if Wunderbar is second, they're still making it to Sunday, right? So even if, let's say, both Drive Puck and Prepare to Kite, they play the meta comp, and Wunderbar plays off meta. Even then, let's say one of the teams beats them, they still make it, right? So both of the teams would have to beat them, which is obviously, as you guys are saying, that's incredibly unlikely. So even if they play off meta comp, it's going to be unlikely that 2 mid-tier teams are going to beat them. Just to compare the time trials here, both Drive Puck and Prepare to Kite have a 20 and a 19 timed versus 21 and 20. So even in the time trials, Wunderbar was a key level ahead in both dungeons. So I guess the one thing that you want to focus on Friday is who is going to make it outside of Wunderbar, right? I don't think we have to pretend that anyone can make it, right? Like, in theory, obviously, it's possible that anyone can make it because we've never played these dungeons in TGP before. We never had the spec rule before. Like, you could make a bunch of arguments towards, like, this kind of, like, surprise or, like, the underdog thing. You know, you could make a bunch of arguments and say, like, oh, you know what? Like, anyone can make it. Like, maybe Wunderbar gets knocked out the first day because they're playing too risky and playing, like, off-meta comps in every dungeon and blah, blah, blah. But if we're being realistic and honest, I think the chances of that happening is incredibly low. So, in my mind, Wunderbar is going to make it to Sunday, right? Almost guaranteed, like 99%. That's how I'm thinking about it, right? So what I am focusing on when it comes to excitement is who's going to make the second spot. Because that's going to be mainly between Drive Puck and Prepare to Kite. And those teams there seem to be very close, right? Because they both had a 20 and a 19 for the time trials. And if you look at the timer was also pretty close between them. Only 7 seconds difference, right? So that's going to be the exciting thing to look out for on Friday. And since it is so close, I'm kind of assuming that both of these teams are going to play meta comp because it's really important for them to make it to Sunday, right? But if they both play the meta comp, then they're not going to have it available on Sunday, and then their chances of making it to global finals is really low. So what are they going to do? Are they going to kind of like try and make it to top 2 without playing meta comp? Or are they just going to play meta comp and just like hope for the best on Sunday? Like, what is their approach going to be? One more note about the new rule is, I guess a lot of people are not necessarily aware of this, but your spec is only locked in for the dungeon that gives you score at the end of the day. So basically what that means is if one team plays the meta comp to push up the key, as long as they switch specs on the final key, like the highest key, then those are the specs that are going to be locked, right? So if I play Moonkin in Priory, starting at like 12, I don't know, and then I don't actually know what key level they're starting. Do they know that? Did they announce the key level? I'm not actually sure, but let's say it's a 12 Priory, right? And they play Moonkin, and they play up the key all the way up until 19. And then they do the 20, but they switch out the Moonkin on the 20 for another spec. Well, that means that the spec that they played on the 20 is going to be locked in as like a spec that they played. The Moonkin is not. Now, obviously, if that's what you're thinking, then like you also have to time the key, right? Because if you do a 19 Priory with a Moonkin, thinking, oh, we're going to do the 20 with something else, but then you don't time the key, because obviously it's going to be the highest key. And a 20 Priory is not easy, right? So if you end up having the plan of switching a spec on the highest key, then you also actually have to time it for it to be locked, because otherwise the Moonkin is going to be locked. But that doesn't make much difference. Probably just the speed they built the key. I also don't think that teams are going to be switching comps very much like this, like the way I'm explaining it. I think this will only happen between a team like Drivepack and Prepare to Kite. Because imagine this scenario, right? Like both Drivepack and Prepare to Kite, they're close to each other, right? And they only, like their chance to beat Wunderbar is very low, right? So they need to make it second spot on Friday to make it to Sunday, right? So they're basically competing against each other, these two teams. Only one of them is going to make it to Sunday, right? So if you're in their shoes, you have to think, okay, we might have to play our best comp, potentially the meta comp, to make it to Sunday, right? But as I said earlier, if they do that and their specs are locked out, then the chance of them making it to global finals on Sunday is very low. Because the top teams are going to have the meta comp and they don't, right? So what could potentially happen is that they start out playing maybe an off-meta comp, or the other way around. Maybe they start with a meta comp to see how things are working out. And if for whatever reason, let's say Drivepack plays full meta comp at the start of Friday, right? And then they see, oh, we're actually really far ahead. Because Prepare to Kite, I don't know, like full on tilted and depletes every key, right? And the last seeded team is also not doing anything, right? Well, then they can switch their comp to do the highest key to make sure they have the good comp available for Sunday, right? So I do think that switching comps mid-key is more of a strategic thing that they would do for Sunday. If they think, or they could also do the other way around. Let's say they start with a non-meta comp, but then they see, oh my god, we are struggling so much, we need to somehow get score, otherwise we're going to be eliminated. Let's switch to the meta comp, right? Like that could also happen. Let's say Drivepack starts out with playing like 3 off-meta specs or whatever, but then they see Prepare to Kite, it's like timing keys left and right, and obviously Wunderbar is like driving off into sunset together, like all the way somewhere else. And then they're like, oh, fuck, like we need to switch to meta because we need to get higher keys done, right? So I do think that it's possible that people are going to switch between more for strategic reasons within the day rather than anything else. Beautiful. All right. Why I don't buy bread. All right. Maybe you should watch that one. Man, my recommendations are so funny. It's WoW videos gardening videos, food and recipes and stuff. And what else is here? That's Not Real Love by Mel Robbins. Fucking Mel Robbins. Because I watched one of her podcasts, now all of them are gonna get recommended to me. Because of that stupid protein coffee. God damn it. Mr. Hark, thank you so much for 2 months. Thank you. Wow, gardening as well, perchance. So far, no wow gardening. The one video that I see, I always get German gardening videos recommended to me. Kapuzinerkresse im Topf anbauen. In case anyone wants to know that. Anyway, so. All right, so let's look at the teams for a sec. So we have Wunderbar, which of course, I guess is Echo. It's not really Echo though, because it's Gingy, Clicks now. Whippy and Kush are basically the players now. I guess Gingy obviously plays Mage. Now it's Vengeance. Kush is gonna play... What's Kush gonna play? And what's Clicks gonna play? Okay, so Kush plays DK, and Clicks is the Moonkin, I guess. Or does Gingy play Moonkin and Clicks plays... No, Clicks is Moonkin, right? Okay. Alright, so we have Wunderbar, which of course are the favorites for this group. Then we have the 2 favorites for the second seeds for Division A. What's the terminology again for the different... It's division. We call them divisions, right? We need a better word for this, like the subgroups. Divisions. But like Division A and Division B, or just like division? Is there... I'm not sure I like this. Division 1, 2. Okay. Division 1. I guess we call it Division 1 then. Anyway, so... we have Drive Puck and we have Prepare to Kite. So Drive Puck is... Wait, is that... That's not Perfecto, right? Worst player. Okay, I'm not sure I know these people. Did they compete before? I'm not sure I know who they are. Let's see if we have some info on these groups. Okay, Dratnos actually has some team info here, so... Okay, he doesn't have info on Drive Puck, though. Let's see if Makes has some info on Drive Puck. No. Oh, no. Okay, so it makes us Drive Puck is EU. Some of them at least rate Mythic on varying levels of success. As far as I know, they're from different guilds. Partially, at least. Okay, so I guess we really don't have a lot of info on this team. So the way it works in TGB and MDI usually is that we send questions to the teams that they can answer, that they actually have to answer before the tournament to give us information about them. So we have something to talk about if we don't actually know them, right? But a lot of the teams are very late with their answers, and some of them give like shitty answers or no answers at all. So sometimes when a tournament starts, we don't know who the fuck's playing, which I always hate when teams are not filling out these things, because we're trying so hard to like make the viewers quote unquote like them. Because if you don't have any information on a team, how are you supposed to like support them and like them and like root for them if you don't know like what's going on, right? So sometimes getting a little bit of like more insight into the team, about the players and whatnot, how they got together, how they know each other, why they're competing, like stuff like that is, I feel like, very valuable for the viewers to know, to get a little bit of a connection to the teams. Otherwise it's just a name and they can't differentiate between them, right? I do think that teams that are really new and unknown, like, I feel like you need to be able to know something about the team to be able to also get more excited to watch. Because if you see two teams and neither of them have any info, then in your mind, they might even be like the same, or like you can't even differentiate between them, especially if they're really close teams, right? Drive Pack has 3.4k IO on retail. Okay. So they are like a team that plays together on retail. And 3 of them are in the same guild. Okay. Well, that's something to know. I hope they're filling out the form soon so we can get some info, though. Some more. I hope they do it until Friday so we can read those. But anyway, so Drive Pack, I guess we don't have much info on, but they're technically the second seed coming into Division 1 on Friday. Then the third seed, or like the second favorite with Drive Pack to maybe make it to Sunday, is Prepare to Kite. Fumes, Boba, Gilly, Manalol. I don't think I know them either. Let's see if Make said something. Their tank is apparently a known pusher, like key pusher. But that's all we really know about them. So we don't have much info on them either. I don't know. So I guess we don't really know. And then we have Key Lime Pie, which is the last seed. Don't really know anyone. Okay, so I guess for Division 1 on Friday, the most information we have is about Echo, like Wunderbar, right? And all the other teams are a little bit like, I don't know. I guess I have to figure that out on Friday. There's not much I can really do, I guess. I mean, I could look at their characters a bit more. I'll just wait for Friday when they fill out the form. I wish they would fill out this form earlier so we could do our research earlier. Like, I feel like this always sucks for me as a caster, because on Friday I show up for like the rehearsal or like the setup, right? But then there's so much to do then. If you also have to like do all of the research on a team just then like you have such a short amount of time to actually prepare what you want to talk about. I wish we had this stuff earlier so we can actually look this up earlier. But I think the deadline to fill out these forms was supposed to be Wednesday. And the teams just didn't do it. So I guess there's not much we can do if the teams are just not filling out the forms. So what are you supposed to do? It is what it is. But anyway, let's look at Division 2. So Division 2 is the French team. Comme de Veux. Something like that. So it's the French team that is the favorite. Then we have Velocity, Firmawant, and 07. So okay, so we have this second day could potentially be a bit closer, or it could also be more one-sided. Because here on this day, on Division 2, we have 07 and like these two teams are very close to each other, but they're also like the highest seeded teams. So it's technically possible that both of these teams are going to make it pretty easily to top 2. Because the other two teams that are in there are Velocity and Firmawant, and Velocity is 18th seed, and Firmawant is 19th. I don't know, but it's also possible to make it like, I don't know. I do think that this group could technically be a little bit like more interesting, but we'll see. We'll see. Let's look at the groups. So we have the teams. We have 07, so they are the. Oh, there's a key level difference between them. Oh, that's interesting. So usually when I see two seats like right next to each other, to me in my mind, they would be like close in skill level. But because one team did a higher key, oh wait, now I get it. No, never mind. No, just kidding. I was looking at the wrong team. Yeah, so they both have a 21 and Team have a 19 and 18. So that to me means that this gap is a little bit bigger than what it seems from just the seeding, right? Like 07 seems to be like they have one whole key level higher in Priory, which is a big deal. Like that is actually a pretty big deal. So I would say that 07 definitely are the favorites to win that division. And then let's see, let's compare Velocity. Velocity is 2018, 2118. Yeah, see, that's the same key level difference when you think about it. Like when you really think about it, and you don't really look at the timer, because what does the timer really say, right? Like technically, from a key level perspective, the difference between Velocity and the French team is the same as the difference between the French team and 07. So even though the seeding is much different from a key level point of view, because Comme de Va still has 18 Priory, and the same for Velocity, they also have 18. And Firmawant also has 18. So this group might actually be really close. Yeah. Because I personally don't think for TGP the timer is really that relevant. In my opinion, like when it comes to like comparing a team to another. So I do think that Velocity, Firmawant, and Comme de Va are actually a lot closer than what it seems because of the like bigger key level difference. Yeah. All right, well, that's good to know. Good to know. So then we have 07. So these are the, I don't want to say clear favorites, but they have the highest key levels done. Oh, so it's the Dr. J team. Okay. So it's Shelle, Dr. J, Drogo, Royben, and I don't know who this is. Nico's Fast, who's that? And this is also interesting, like Drogo is playing with them. Drogo is an innate player, right? So obviously Shelle and Royben and Dr. J, they've played together before. Like these are very experienced like veterans that have been around forever. And then Drogo is an innate player that has been playing in innate teams a lot. And I don't know who this is. Oh, and apparently they played Resto Shaman in DFC. Okay, so that's interesting. So in Dark Clef they played Resto Shaman for some reason. Oh, Casual Addict. I know Casual Addict. Okay. So it's Casual Addict. Okay, is he an A or a U? He's a U, right? Sorry, I'm new. Don't worry about it. You can always ask questions. I'm more than happy to explain everything. Is key level relevant, or do all teams just speedrun a certain key level? Fastest time wins. Yeah, let me explain a little bit. Hey, I'm very grand. Thank you so much for the sub. I appreciate it a lot. So the way TGP works, or this tournament in particular, is that you get a key. Like Blizzard tells you, okay, today you need to do Priory, Dark Flame Cleft, and Motherlode. And you have 5 hours to do these dungeons. They give you the keys at a certain key level, let's say at 12. Let's say they give you a 12 Motherlode, 12 Priory, and 12 Dark Flame. And then you start at 12, and you play up the key. And then at the end of the day, your highest key that you have completed in time counts directly into your score. It just adds up. So if you did a 20 Priory, then you have 20 points. If you did a 19 Dark Flame Cleft, then you have 20 plus 19, so 39 points. And so on, right? And then at the end of the day, you just look at each team's score and you see who has more points. The top 2 teams move forward. So time is irrelevant, except when there's a tiebreaker with points, right? So if the first team has 60 points and the second and the third team have 59 points, then at that point we don't know, okay, who makes it to Sunday, because the second and the third team are equal on points. If that is the case, then the tiebreakers start kicking in. And the way the tiebreakers work is that the very first tiebreaker is the highest key done. So to explain, if both of the teams have 59 points, but one team has done a 21 key, doesn't matter which dungeon, but the other team's highest key level done is only at 20, then the one team that did a 21 automatically wins the tiebreaker. Okay? So highest key is always gonna be more important than the timer of the dungeon, like the speed of the dungeon. If both of the teams have the highest key level that is the same, so if they both have a 21 done, and then they both have a 20 and so on, then it will go to time tiebreaker. So then the time will matter. The way the time gets calculated is it just all gets added up. So you take the timer from their Dark Flame Cleft, you add it to the time of your Priory, and you add the time of the Motherlode, no matter the key level. You just add them all up. And then you add up all of the timers for the other team, and whichever has less is going to be moving forward. That's how it works. So, okay, let's look at this. Okay, 07, wait, this is the Shallow team. Then the French team. Oh, it's Teralis. Wait, I know Teralis somehow. Why do you know Teralis? Wait, this tells me something. I do know this player. I think. Hey, Crazy Chase, what's up? I definitely know this player somehow. I don't know why. I really don't know why. Let me look up this player. Shit. Okay, there's too many people called Teralis. I don't know who the hell. Oh, the French person probably. Teralis. Moonkin. Archimond? Impact. Probably. It's probably this guy, right? Why do I know this guy? Did I just see him in like highest key runs? No. I don't know why I know this guy. Well, it doesn't matter. So I guess, let's see. So they played in some capacity before. Teralis and Fasi are names that I remember. Ah, okay. So Makes remembers the name Teralis and Fasi as well. So they must have played in a team before. That's, I guess, what I remember. They must have played in like TGP or MDI before somehow. Because I do definitely remember this name. Fasti, I don't think I remember that name, but I do remember Teralis for sure. So maybe it was like an MDI, TGP, they competed somehow. They used to rate an Impact, which used to be... Oh, they stopped rating after Vault. Ah, okay. So they used to be an Impact, but then they disbanded. Interesting. Yeah, maybe some more info on these, but on this team, but potentially participated before. Played in a guild called Impact. Okay, so I have some info on these people at least. Okay, and then we have Velocity and Firmawant, which are both not as far behind the other teams as it may seem. Wait, is that Telegon? No. Wait. Now my names are all like jumbled up in my head. What's the liquid analyst called? Isn't his name Telegon? No, no, that seems wrong. What's his name? Oh my god, I met him in real life. He's a really nice guy. It's some form of this name. Or is it Telegon? Telegon. What's his name? Oh, it is the analyst of Liquid, right? Okay, is it actually him though? I guess it's... I don't know if it's actually him. Oh, yeah. Dretno said it. Liquid Analyst Telegon Guild Team. Oh, cool. Okay, so it is Telegon. And I did remember, so it was, I did remember his name. Okay, so Telegon is actually like a Liquid Analyst. That's very interesting. That's really cool. So this is a guild team. Like I guess Telegon's guild is competing here. And it's very cool that they have like an analyst of our Race First team. That's very cool to know. Okay, so Velocity has Telegon. And I guess that's the guild name. Velocity is their guild name, I guess. And then we have Firmawant. Firmawant definitely competed before. I do remember this name. Datsun. So I remember Datsun. I don't think I remember the other names, but Datsun I remember for sure. I don't know if they changed their guild, their players a lot. Or if I just don't remember the name. They played in season 1, okay. Wait, the 21st seed is not competing this weekend though, right? Who is not playing from the top 24? Yeah, there's definitely some teams that I guess are not competing, but maybe not this weekend? Okay, whatever, but that's going to be the next few weekends, so I don't really care about that. Okay, I think we're good with info. Well, I mean, there's obviously a lot more info we can have, but as much as we can get without them, like, giving us, filling out the forms. So, let's play some video games. Hey, Krona. That 24 is crazy. How do you think it's going to be to commentate on 8 teams? Yeah, top 24 is a bit crazy. I was saying the same thing. I think it's going to be a little bit one-sided most of the time for each weekend. Thanks for 7 months, Wolf with Snow. Thank you so much. Welcome back. The thing is, we don't actually have to commentate on 8 teams because of the new format, right? Like, there's only going to be 4 teams at each day. Because they subdivide the groups for each weekend. So it's only going to be 4 teams on Friday, 4 teams Saturday, and 4 teams Sunday. Which makes it much easier to commentate overall. But then at the same time, there's obviously some downsides of dividing the teams like that. It could potentially make each day more one-sided than it would be, but now that I looked at the teams a little bit, it doesn't even seem that bad, honestly. Like, I thought it would be worse. Because if you look at the teams, so the first day, so Friday, it's going to be Echo, who are obviously going to win, but that doesn't matter, right? So there's one slot that is locked in, basically. So Echo is going to win the first day, like Friday. So they're going to make it to Sunday. And then it's still going to be interesting to see who makes second spot, though. Because it's those two teams that are playing as well on Friday. So the 12th seed and the 13th seed. And looking at their times, like they both have 20 and 19 done. And they only have like very little time difference as well. So I guess it's still going to be interesting to see who the second team is that makes it and how they're going to play with like the spec bands and whatnot. So I guess it's still going to be somewhat interesting to see on Friday. Even if, of course, you're going to have Wunderbar just like smoking everyone, I guess. But whatever. And then on the second day, like on Saturday, I think it's also going to be somewhat of a similar situation. Actually, I think the second day is going to be more interesting than the first, because I think in the second day, actually all 4 teams could potentially qualify for Sunday, I think. Because from the seeding, it looks like they are pretty far apart, but it's just because of a timing thing. Because you get seeded based on your time if you have the same key level done, which in my opinion is not very relevant to see the skill difference between teams, right? I mean, not as relevant as the key level, at least. So if you look at this like 7th seed here, they're the second spot team coming into Saturday, and they have a 21 DFC done and an 18 Priory. And the 2 low seeded teams, they have 20 and 18. So yes, they're 1 key level behind, but you know, like that could technically be something that you can overcome in a tournament, especially if they play Metacomp and the top team does not. And then the first seed team has 21-19. So they're 2 key levels above the 2 lower seeded teams and 1 key level above the second seeded. So I think this is going to be a lot closer than... So yeah, I don't know. It might be interesting to watch. And then I guess on Sunday, we're going to have Wunderbar making it to Globals pretty easily, I guess. And then whoever the second team is also going to be somewhat interesting to see. Like who else is going to make it into like the Globals, right? I don't know, like obviously like the Dr. J Shella team is favorite, but I don't think they're going to be as favorite, at least not from the time trials, what we can see here, right? Maybe the experience that they have for the tournament practice is going to be more obvious once the tournament starts, but you never know with the Dr. J team, yeah? We've had so many different variations of Dr. J teams. You never know with them. They might do really well, they might just not, who knows? Oh, they were called randomized the last time. Oh, that's good to know. Wait, let me check that out actually. Randomized, which season was that? We're in first season. Oh. Let me find that. Why is it not? Where is it? Where did I have the data for the first season? I don't see it anywhere. Am I blind? Thank you. Oh, Fassi? And Terralis. Okay, there we go. I mean, I guess this link doesn't really help me. You went to time trials. Wait, this is dumb. Oh, here. No, or? God. Where is this info? I don't see it. I don't understand. MDI Season 1. Oh, teams. There we go. Oh my god, I finally found it. Let's go. Who the fuck are all these people? What the fuck? Why is there so many teams? I don't see them anywhere. Why they... Oh, they were in TGP. Oh my god. Why is it like this? Oh, the Great Bush here. There we go. Oh my god, I did it. Oh, that was hard. Whew. That was very hard. Okay, very good to know. So what happened to them? So I guess they made it to groups and then got Group A. That wasn't Group A? Oh, wait. It might have been Group A. Shit, it was Group A. Okay. Oh, they got last. Ugh. Oh, no. Well, shit. Oh, I guess they were against no speaking shiny unicorns. Well, that's a little bit tough, I guess. Well, that's very unfortunate. Ich würde den Text wahrscheinlich verstehen, wenn ich aufpassen würde, was sie singt. All right. Well, that's good to know. So the French are randomized. Can I just call them randomized? That would be ideal. Oh yeah. Now I'm ready to game. But first I have to pee. I need some score before Krona joins. We need score. Certainly somebody's gonna invite me to high key, right? All right, 1 second, guys. Be right back. All right. Let's do this. It means as you wish. Yeah, I assumed that's what it means. I just didn't know how to pronounce it. That is what Terrell replied to Fassi when he asked for name ideas. Oh, that makes a lot more sense. Thank you so much for the explanation. Yeah, I still don't know how to pronounce it, but don't worry, I will Google this. Google pronunciation. Come to... Translate to...
Hai acquistato di nuovo articoli di troppo.
Let's just listen to some advertisement
Puoi
first.
guadagnare soldi extra vendendo ciò che non ti serve più. Di nuovo altri occhiali da sole, borse, cappelli o giacche. Fai delle foto, caricale e vendi senza costi. I tuoi articoli
Sorry, I can't skip
nuovi,
it.
Di nuovo. Non lo metti? Mettilo in
Hey Herald, my VOD was horrible. I got a coin. Okay.
Fais comme tu veux.
What? Come to the.
Comme tu veux.
Seriously though? It sounds like there's something physically wrong with the person pronouncing it.
Fais comme tu veux.
Tuve. Sounds like it sounds like you're you know what it sounds like? When you're you know when you're like saying what another person said but in like a funny way. It was like, oh, he said it this way, you know? That's what this sounds like. What the hell, man? Come to.
Fais comme tu veux.
What an offense in ill translators this voice. Yeah. It's really bad. There's a TikTok lady that's pronouncing it. I'm gonna listen to her. Ah, fuck, I have to log in. I'm not doing that. Okay, whatever. I'm just gonna ask the French person, Dretnos, on Friday how to pronounce it. Dretnos gonna tell us exactly how to pronounce it. So. So, let's see if anyone is inviting us. I guess it's a question, first of all. Do you think we can actually do a 17? Trade note. What? To trade my cinder of another 17? What does that mean? I'm so confused. Hey, Wobby! I'm glad you're coming in here and immediately have good vibes. Pink Pony Club is the best club. He's looking for someone to run back-to-back 17s, basically. Yeah, I don't get it though, because if we time the 17, then he gets another 17, right? I mean, he'll get an 18, but he can just, you know, like then there will be another key, right? I'm confused. Maybe I'm thinking too far. I've been here, just not a yapper until someone speaks to me. Same, honestly, same. Well, when I'm not streaming. Obviously, when I'm streaming, I'm a big yapper. It would be strange if I wasn't yapping when I'm streaming. We could do that one day, just do a no yapping stream. Just say absolutely nothing. What if I don't say a single thing, but I'm just gonna put on text to speech like this. Wait. Apparently my fingerprint is not the same anymore, so I can't access my phone. Give me a moment. What does real-time chat keep closing? Dude, this app is actually fucked up. I had to uninstall the app for it to work again, and now it doesn't work again. Oh, it works now. No, it keeps closing itself. Fuck, I need this app to work tomorrow. Real-time chat, you better fucking work. Please. Please, I beg you. Fuck. It's not working. Speaking of grating cheese, I had pasta before I started streaming for my lunch, and you know I'm currently on like a diet for like I just want to hit certain macros basically because no I'm doing a thing. Anyway, it's not that important. So anyway, I'm like kind of like counting like certain macros, right? So I want to have like a certain amount of protein, a certain amount of fat, a certain amount of carbs, you know, and I was like kind of looking at today what I'm eating and stuff, and I was like planning what I will take with me for lunch because I'm here in my office, right, and I have to bring lunch with me. So I was like looking, it's like, oh, what can I eat? Blah, 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 blah. And then I was like, oh, I'm gonna eat pasta. And then I put it in like my macro thingy, my daily calculator thing, and I was lacking like a bunch of fat and a little bit of protein. So I was like, what could I put in my pasta that has a lot of fat and a little bit of protein? And the answer is, of course, Parmesan cheese. But the problem was that I needed so much Parmesan cheese to like hit that fat that I was missing that it was almost more cheese than pasta. And it was fucking delicious. I had pasta earlier with more cheese than pasta, and it was great. I'd never had so much Parmesan in pasta before. It was so good. It was you could call it Parmesan cheese with pasta on the side. It was amazing. Pasta and cheese 1-to-1, something like that, yeah. Do you have a Priory 16? No, I don't. Perfect. Said had, yeah, I mean, I guess you can paste your form? Maybe? I don't know. I mean, I guess so. Yeah, sure. Guys, so there's somebody doing a thesis on how WoW players connect and build identity through group play and chat, especially in Plus. And they need you to fill out a survey if you have a minute. You don't have to put your email or personal info. So if you want to fill out the form, then go ahead. It's the same with mashed potatoes. Potatoes and butter, 1-to-1, insanely delicious. Okay, I was the same thing. Like, I sometimes had like good mashed potatoes and then bad mashed potatoes, and I was like, what's the difference? And I was under the firm opinion that the only reason why some mashed potato is much better than the other is butter, because it makes sense, right? Butter is delicious, and it's you know, like it makes sense. But then I made mashed potatoes once in my Thermomix, and I forgot to add butter. Because, you know, the way a Thermomix works, I don't know if you know what that is, but it's like a KitchenAid kind of thing with a display, and it basically follows a recipe, and it tells you what to do. Like, there's steps, you know, like first it says, you know, like add 50 grams of onions. Then you put it in, then you press next. And then it says mix for 10 seconds. So he's like next, and then it mixes for 10 seconds. And then you press next. And then it says add 10 grams of, I don't know, sugar. I don't know, you know? Like it just keeps telling you what to do. And the way it does mashed potatoes is that first you put in all of the potatoes and the milk and I think some salt, and then it cooks it and like kind of like stirs for, I don't know, 20 minutes or so. And then at the end, it tells you to add in the butter at the very, very end of it, plus like some other stuff. And I had forgotten that step existed. So once the mashed potato step was done, like the 20-minute step, I just like took out the mash. Like I forgot that there's like more steps, right? So I took out the mash, did not know, or I forgot that I didn't add the butter. And it was so good. It was delicious. I don't know if it was just the potatoes that were so good. I don't know, there was something, and I was like, at some point after I was eating half of it, I remembered that I forgot to add the butter completely. And I was like, what the fuck? That was the most delicious mashed potato ever. Uh-oh, we don't have lust. Oh, just kidding. I guess we just kick a person. That'll work. If you put mashed potato through a sieve with a little nutmeg, it goes hard. I do think mash goes really hard if you like really make it like very thin, like fine, you know? If you really like take out all of the bits. Now don't get me wrong, because I also like mashed potato with bits in it, but that's like a different style of mash, you know? But sometimes when you have like just like really like creamy mash, it's very delicious. Yeah, I guess the potato is just really important, makes a huge difference, yeah. I guess so. It's a mock, yeah. It's a mock. Hey Avery, what's up? How are you doing? Best thing you can do with butter, a piece of toast, thumb thick slice of butter, and on top Nutella. I absolutely love bread's butter and Nutella. I'm a big fan. Honestly, but that's a disservice to butter. If you want to enjoy butter in its pure form, yeah, if you actually have like really high quality butter, which exists by the way, I think there's some people who think that butter is just like butter. But you can have really good butter and bad butter, yeah? Just like you can have good milk and bad milk, right? Like, it's kind of a thing. So if you get really high quality butter, what you have to do, like it's so good, is you need to get really good fresh bread, dark usually, like sourdough bread or whatever bread you have that is like, that has like flavor. Like it needs to be bread that is not white bread. It needs to have like, it needs to be flavorful and like, you know, something nice. And then you put the butter on it, and then you eat it just like that. You can put a little bit of salt, herb salt or something, but also just like that's delicious. Very good. Sometimes simple stuff is so good. I do think sometimes people forget how good simple stuff can be, because a lot of the stuff that they like have and buy is just like the shitty quality stuff. So you have to add it to other things to give it taste. And then all of a sudden you forget that sometimes simple stuff is just good by itself. You know what I mean? Also, sometimes we're just like, our brains are overwhelmed by the amount of processed stuff that we are giving it. So our taste buds are numb. I guess that's also true. Since last tomato? No, don't put tomato. No, no. No. No, I wouldn't do that. No, that ruins everything. No, no, no. That ruins the whole thing. It actually does. Have you ever made butter yourself? No. Well, on accident. I once made butter on accident when I was trying to get whipped cream. Wait, where are we going? Oh, Priory, right? No. I forgot. Oh shit, I shot my left again. It is Priory. It's so easy and it tastes better than the one from the store. I mean, I guess I'm kind of privileged that we have really good butter available to us here from the store. So I never really had to make butter myself. I mean, we also have shitty butter from the store, but I don't always buy good one. The problem with good quality products is also that they're expensive, yeah? I guess that's like a big problem. Especially nowadays. Food is so fucking expensive nowadays. It's crazy. If you wanna buy high quality stuff, most of it is just kind of expensive. Not everything. I do think sometimes the high quality stuff can also not like be the same price as the not so high quality stuff, but usually it's a little bit more expensive than the super cheap stuff. Hey Ecstasy, thank you so much for 37 months. Galerin, thank you very much. Welcome back, welcome back. Alright, so what are we doing here? We're skipping this pack again. So, we're again pulling this group. I thought this group was cursed. But I guess not. I don't know. Maybe it's not cursed after all. Maybe you just pull it. Or was it this group that was cursed? No, wait. This is the normal group. This is just a footman group. It was this one that is banned. Oh, this is the banned group. Yeah. Pull 2 looks crazy. Let me see. I mean, yeah, if you pull all of that, that is a little bit crazy. I wonder if we just chained it a little. I mean, why don't... We could just make the first pull bigger, no? Or are we saving less for the second pull? Three priests, 2 conjurers, 2 sharpshooters. And the charge lady. Where are all the knights in this? Is there only one knight you play? I feel like there's always like double AoE to start. Oh, because this group is sometimes pulled, I guess.
The expedition
Who do I even give 30% CDR?
the mysteries of
Yep.
But of late,
I'd say
the
Naguura.
VODs have become
Good choice.
hostile. The gods sought to kill you.
Hey John, what's up?
Captain Dale Pry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
Oh shit, this guy has
Draw
stealth
them
detection.
away and defeat them.
That Shadow Melt did not work. We're using cooldowns for Mythic Zero, guys. The damage meters are going to be mine on this pull. Okay, apparently True Shot has big value for CDR. Maybe we just give it to the hunter instead then. Man, today's playlist is a lot of German songs. Jesus. By the way, if you're around ready, Krona, we can maybe just go after this key already, if you're down. So I'm just pugging anyway. Sure? Nice. Alright. Alright, let's do this.
5, 4, 3.
Oh, just kidding. I didn't even tap the damage meters and made things 0. We go corner. Wait, so we're not doing that pull of his route after all? In his route, he didn't go corner, right? Wait, and we're pulling the middle too. That was not his route.
Captain Dale Cry is protecting something.
I'm pretty sure that's not what he posted.
Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics.
Wow.
Draw them away and defeat them.
I'm being shot. Oh, this is a pot shot, okay.
AoE.
Owie. Oh, this guy's fully defending. Full on defense channel. Aye.
AoE.
I simply wish you had lasted a little
Well, that was a lot of damage. Why did his pull not die? What happened to our Iron Holy damage?
AoE.
I feel like our Unholy DK is supposed to do more damage than his pull, no? There must have been something that happened. Did he die? Also, we definitely didn't do this pull, right? We pulled this, no? Probably no procs. Okay, I don't know how Unholy works. Can your damage be that different from procs?
The links get the zoomies and misbehave. Take one for a run before it maims someone.
Really? That's fucked up. It's on down the line. Blood Beast, what is that? Oh, there, Blood Beast. Smoke's going DK? All right, let's have Krona join then if you're around. I mean, if you're around now, because that was a kind of a fast dungeon, I guess. Bro spam festering strike, lol? Dude, I don't know. I don't know how DK works. I can't tell you. I can't tell you what happened. Hey, Bowser. Thank you so much. I really appreciate that. Welcome in. Hope you had a nice stream. Pugging? Nice. How's your pugging experience? Learning a tank still? I hope 10 plus bootcamp has been fun. It has been fun. Definitely learned so much. It's crazy. It's crazy how valuable this is. Man, I should do this every season. Like, every season, I should just go AFK for like 3 weeks, and then I come back, and then I just invite a bunch of people that explain everything to me. This is ideal. Wait. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah. It's such a fast way to learn the Naguura hustle. Yep. I love it. Okay, Krona is joining after the queue. Well, let's walk a little for this key. We're only doing a 15 now. So I might as well just, like, take a walk.
4, 3, 2, 1.
The expedition built the priory as a place to contemplate the mysteries.
Maybe I don't get aggro then for once if I'm busy setting up my walking pads.
Late, the devotees have become secretive.
Oh, we didn't pull the middle pack this time.
The gods sought to kill you. Thereby is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
AoE.
Oh, I saw that that shot. Almost taking me out there. Not today. Sharpshooter, not today. That's a little bit all over the place. Yeah, sorry. I guess that was the Starfall incident where we pulled and I had Starfall up, so everything ran to me, and then he had a hard time getting aggro.
AoE.
Dun, 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 dun. Hey Vagin, what's up? How you doing?
Get the zoomies and misbehave.
Good morning, Desiree. Yeah, what's up?
Maim someone.
Girls. Can't believe Course jinxed my key. Okay, how many minutes do you think we're gonna be in this next key now? Do you think we're gonna be able to weapon a third pull? Back to first pull. Wait, we didn't reset. Let's get back to the butter topic.
Get the zoomies and misbehave.
Yeah.
Take one for a run before it maim someone.
The walking pad I have is from To Do. Just like an Amazon thing. It's like kind of a cheap one. Has been working so far though. As long as you don't plug it into a extension cord with your PC or other stuff. This is very important. If you buy a cheap walking pad, or I guess any walking pad, make sure you do not plug it into like an extension thing. Because it fucks up the other devices that you're plugging in there for some reason. Well, for pretty good reason, I guess.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
I actually can't believe it was that. It was David that figured that out, right? Yeah, I remember David telling me to just plug it into another thing, and then it just all of a sudden fixed all of the issues.
The expedition built the priory as a place
David's so
to
smart.
contemplate the mysteries of Beledar.
Have you seen David in my starting student screen, by the way? Isn't it the cutest? In the updated new starting student screen?
Guards sought to kill you. Captain Dale Cry is protecting something. Each of his lieutenants bolsters his tactics. Draw them away and defeat them.
AoE.
Walking is a little bit distracting, but not like mentally. I think it's mainly the mouse movement is a little bit worse. If you get used to it, you can do really well though. It's mainly, you know, when you do like a really big pull and you need to dot everything like with Moonfire. That's where sometimes
AoE.
it's kind of noticeable. That you're a bit slower or not as precise when you're targeting everything. Oh, what? But you don't really have to think about walking, right? If you really think about it, when you do, like when you walk in real life, when you're walking anywhere, then it's not that you have to actively think about walking. It's not that you can't like talk on the phone anymore or like do other things, right? Oh, this guy was fully channeling defend. And greater heal too. Oh, dude, I said that and I almost fell off that fucking thing. Okay, to be fair, I'm not walking in the middle, I just realized. I set up the walking back like a little bit in a hurry earlier, and I'm not actually walking in the middle, I'm walking all the way to the left. Okay, let me fix that real quick. Otherwise I'm actually gonna fall off. Okay. What's this? Okay. Oh, we're pulling this now. Okay. Oh. And I also made a very unfortunate and great mistake. So today, like I have one pair of like brown leggings. I have a bunch of black leggings and one pair of brown ones. And I usually don't wear the brown ones. But I had all of the other ones in a wash, so I'm wearing the brown ones today. And the last time I wore these leggings was at a certain time that I remembered earlier because my knees started itching. I was like, why the fuck are my knees itching? And then I realized the last time I wore these was when I was helping my brother on his construction site, when we were like putting up like we were basically putting like some sort of insulation onto the floor. It's this kind of like material that has like these, I don't know how to describe it, but it's some sort of like floor insulation that is like what is it called? Yeah, fiberglass, yes. It's fiberglass, yeah. So it's this fiberglass insulation that we put on the floor. And I was like kneeling on that fiberglass with these leggings on. So obviously there must have been some fiberglass that was left in these leggings that didn't get washed out or whatever. And now my knees are getting torn up by this fiberglass that is in my leggings. And I don't have any other pants or anything that I can put on, so this is just gonna be my life today. Hey Calandra, what's up? Can he spell reflect the Cinder Blast? Maybe I could have let it go through. Huh. Shit, he spell reflected, someone else interrupted.
To ambush me without my loot. Ours is the true path for the Arathi.
Wait, which one's the boss? They'll cry, right? Okay. Guys, did you know that the boss shares health with his at? Did you know that you're supposed to AoE here? It's crazy, right? You're not supposed to single target. You're supposed to two target cleave. I know. What do you mean does she not read? Read what? What am I supposed to read? Wow. That's what I'm saying, yeah, I agree. Empire doesn't lie and doesn't read. You know it. I don't lie and I do not know how to read. 2 facts about me.
Finish them off, Lieutenant. My spear ain't true.
Blight Rose. Guys, if you don't believe me, I don't care. Go continue to do your single target rotation. I'm gonna top the meters with my AoE rotation, okay?
My spear ain't true. Put an end to these heathens. Ember's wrath. My spear ain't true.
Hey, don't look at the meters, okay? Shh. Shh. Don't look at it. There, it's bugged. It's bugged. My streamer bonus damage is not working today.
Are these still strikes, lackeys?
Because there's another streamer in a group. If you have 2 streamers in a group, then the bonus streamer damage is turned off. It's unfortunate. Why do I still have like 2 things overlapping? Oh, because I didn't move them far enough apart. Yeah. I don't know now. Oh. Oh. Interesting.
Her usefulness to the Empire has passed. Soon, the true faithful will arise, and the Arathi
Playing with that Holiday Cave is fun, yeah. It's always a little bit unfortunate. No, I didn't watch Arcane Season 2. I don't think I'm gonna watch it anytime soon either, though. I did visit Riot's campus so when I was in LA. And they have nice new like arcane arts there. Because I was already there before. And now they have new arcane stuff there. They also gave me a bunch of really cool goodies as well. Just cute as fuck. The Riot campus is crazy, by the way. Like, it's the craziest thing. It's insane. Did you know that Riot has... Okay. If you work at Riot, they're like their campus First of all, they have like a coffee shop in there that's almost like it is like a Starbucks. Like you can get all of this like insane crazy coffees, and you can get pastries and whatnot, and it's all for free for people on the campus. So for employees and also for people that are visiting and stuff, yeah. And then they have like some sort of like what is it called in English? Like a mensa? It's basically a restaurant with like a buffet. What is that called? Oh shit. What are we doing with the thing? Yeah. A cafeteria, yeah. They have a cafeteria that serves breakfast, lunch, and dinner every day. And they have everything there. Like, it's crazy. You can eat whatever you want for any of these. And it's all for free. So if you work it right, you can have breakfast, lunch, and dinner there every day for free. And it's like the biggest variety ever. You can have all vegetables for your salad. You can have you can order certain stuff. Like, it's crazy. It's actually just absolutely insane. And then they even have like a separate restaurant, like an a la carte restaurant, where you can sit down and like order from like a menu and stuff properly. So, which is also for free. It's insane. Like, it's crazy how much money these people must be saving if, like, everyone that works at Riot, right? If you, like, just eat your food there every day. Yeah, the philosophy behind it is that they want people to be at the campus longer, right? In their free time, too. Which makes sense. I understand why they're doing it, but I don't think that's like something that is like a bad thing, you know? Like, obviously that needs, like, I think it's a good, in my opinion at least, like even though they have like an ulterior motive, right? But it's not a secret. Like, obviously there needs to be some benefit for the company to do such a thing, right? And the benefit is that if people stay there longer, then they might talk about work and be more creative and have more ideas because they're exchanging stuff with their coworkers and they're talking more about stuff at the campus and whatnot. And I think like that's not necessarily a bad thing, right? Because you're not forced to be there, right? Like, you don't have to eat there. You don't have to be there in your free time. You can just go home. So I do think it's not a bad thing that they have this ulterior motive of wanting people to spend more time there, right? I think so, at least. Like, I'm personally against this kind of mentality where people think it's really cool to work all day and just like be at the office all day. Like, that's not what I'm not somebody who think that's good. But you don't need to have this mentality and still like benefit from these bonuses, right? That you get from having like more amenities and whatever at your workplace. And to just have a better and spend more time with your coworkers and stuff. Because in the end, if you spend more time with your coworkers and you end up actually like having a good time with them and stuff, then I mean, just makes your workday nicer overall, I guess, right? shit. My response is still ooh people. Yeah, I mean if you don't want to spend more time there and you don't want to spend the time with other people, then I guess you don't have to, right? I personally probably also wouldn't do it. I think, I don't know, like it depends. I personally would probably have one of the meals at home and two at the meals at the campus. If I was them, if I could choose my working hours, like if I would continue to be a streamer and do everything that I do right now, but be at like the right campus, then I would probably have something like lunch and dinner there, or breakfast and lunch there, and then I would have dinner at home probably. I wouldn't have all 3 meals there, I think. But maybe sometimes I would, you know? Like, it's nice to have the option. Maybe sometimes you just like, I don't know, don't want to think about making food, or you don't have anything at home, or I don't know. Oh, really, Bentoku? Interesting. So Google does the same thing, huh? Yeah, I mean, I guess it makes sense. Yeah, I guess especially in California, working somewhere and not getting like benefits like this would mean, I guess generally so expensive in California, right? So if you have to like pay for all of your food as well and like commute more, then that would probably mean that you can't afford to live. Oh. It's funny because I was talking to like my Uber driver. He was from Armenia and he moved to California like 12 years ago. And he like just talked about, you know, how people are working 12 hours a day because he said they're not actually working 12 hours a day, but maybe you're working 9 hours. And then for 3 hours, you have to commute back and forth and stuff, right? And he said how people are like working all day and like they're doing nothing but work and everything is so expensive that they can't afford anything and blah, blah, blah. And at some point I was like, so why do you live here? Because, I mean, he's from Armenia, right? Like, I understand he moved here like a long time ago. Like, I understand that, right? But, like, if everything's so fucking shitty, why isn't so many people, like, move to California? If it's not, you know, if you're not born there and it's not your family that is there and stuff. And then he said something like, he said, well, there's no, like, other American cities where you could go other than maybe New York. And I was like, huh? What do you mean there's no one? He basically just said that LA is like the only nice city or whatever. I was like what? Like, I was so confused. Chasing the American dream? Honestly, I think it's that, right? It has to be. Unless you're actually born there or, you know, like you moved there a long time ago and now everything that you have is there, right? Like that makes sense. But other than that, it's just like seems like such a weird thing. Like, why live in a place that's so expensive and you can't make a living unless you're super rich? I don't know. Like, the worst things about it is like The worst thing that I thought about all of this is the fact that people actually have to spend hours upon hours every day in their car to commute. Like, what? That's crazy to me. Unless you're a really big podcast fan, then maybe, maybe it's good. I mean, if you really just love podcasts, right?
4, 3, 2, 1.
Then maybe you have a good time. Or audiobooks. My vortex didn't work. Did it run out? Oh, they put it in the wrong spot. They kind of like did the shortcut here over the stairs. It's possible they just fucking ran past it. Alright, we did it, guys. Incredible. +2? Nice. Ah, shit, I need a trinket. Any trinkets?
It is done. These zealots no longer steer our
Wait.
fate towards destruction.
It's this trinket, right? Yes! Guys, big upgrade! Oh my god, I don't have to wear the sapper anymore. Oh my god, this is so great. Not only am I gonna do more damage, I'm also not gonna randomly sap targets anymore and get aggro and die. Insane.
Always hiring temp workers to pick up.
Alright.
See if you can lend
Let me upgrade this trinket. Wait, wrong direction. Alright, so now that Krona is joining, I guess we want to do the last dungeon that I haven't done yet with a coach, which is workshop. And I guess maybe Matterlord again, because I did Matterlord a little bit yesterday, like, for me personally. Like I went through the, like, abilities and stuff, but I didn't really... Like, I don't have any high-end struts or information or anything about Matterlord properly, I guess. So maybe we do Matterlord as well.
I will do my duty.
Okay, and then what are we upgrading? I'm just winging it. This one.
Go.
Perfect. Is Growl here yet? Yeah. Eventually Growl will show up. Alright, let's sit down. We have to focus. Is Krona streaming? Think he's still asleep? Yeah, probably. Or still awake. Could be either, honestly, with Growl. Alright, nice. Krona's ready, let's go. Hello. What's up, what's up? I'm good as well. Let me see if you're loud enough for stream. Oh wait, I think a stream can't even hear you at all. One sec. Okay, can you say something, please?
1, 2, 3, testing.
How was that?
Can you guys hear me?
Perfect? Good. Okay, then I'm gonna turn down the music for me a little. Turn it up for you. Is the music too quiet now? Or is it good? There you go. Can you still hear the music a little in the background? Like, should be not too loud, I guess, but... We can hear the music? Perfect. Okay, good. All right, are you streaming? Or are you just hanging out, chilling?
I wasn't planning on streaming, but I guess I could start it.
If you want.
Nah, I think I'll just record and maybe I can do something with that later.
All right. Sounds good. I can share my screen on Discord, or you can watch my stream. Whatever you prefer. I guess stream is higher quality because I don't have Nitro. But stream is going to be delayed a little.
Yeah, I guess it's going to be delayed.
I'm just going to share screen and then you can just watch whatever you feel like.
Yeah, it looks fine on Discord.
All right, perfect. All right, so the way I've done this before, just to explain a little, like the first person I invited was Teddles. And Teddles just kind of like went through the dungeons with me as I was pugging, watched my key, and just explained some stuff, answered my questions if I had any about like mob mechanics or whatever. And then he like pointed out any kind of like tricks and tips and whatnot that people do on high keys that I maybe am not aware of. And I guess you can also like generally like include stuff that even if you think that I know, which I probably don't, but maybe like people that are watching don't know, so it's always like good to mention whatever kind of info you have that isn't like super obvious.
Yeah, sure.
Then I guess you can also like talk Moonkin stuff too if you wanna, because I haven't really looked too much into Moonkin like optimization and whatnot, because I was kind of like MIA this season and generally not super interested, so I was kind of just winging most of it. So if there's something that you see that I'm doing wrong or whatever, don't like don't think that you're like hurting me when you point it out or something. Like, yeah, I can take it. Just tell me if I'm
Yeah.
being bad.
Gonna be backseating.
Yeah, I love that. Perfect.
Yeah.
So yeah, before we start, do you want to quickly tell me everything about what you have accomplished in World of Warcraft so far, who you are, like what you do, and like your PvE experience and stuff, maybe a little bit?
Sure. I've been raiding in a top 10 guild for the past, I would say, 4 years. Before that, I was also raiding in other top 100 guilds. Been playing the game at a high level since BFA, Season 2. I've also participated in some MDIs, TGPs. Usually I got to global finals, but it was always at the low end. I ended up like 6th, 5th. That was like the peak, I would say. But yeah, this season I'm just chilling, streaming high keys, just taking it slow. Yep.
Right, so I think you do qualify for being a coach. I think those are
Yeah,
good
I
enough
would say so
credentials.
myself.
Just like a question that is not really related to anything, but why do you why did you not want to compete this time around? Just like because you don't really have a team or something, or because it didn't happen, or is there like another reason that you like don't like the dungeons, or do you hate Moonkin right now or whatever?
Well, the team from the last tournament I played fell apart a little bit, so I didn't really have the motivation to group up with new people and all that stuff. Then I also have some IRL stuff that I need to figure out, and I didn't really want TGP take time away from that.
All right, yeah, that makes sense.
But yeah, I think it's a good time to take a break from it just to see how the new format does as well, and then if
Yeah,
it
it's a
looks
big
good,
change,
maybe
yeah.
I can play the next one.
What do you generally think of the formats from like a player POV, like if you're participating?
I'm not a big fan of how many hours is actually like required to put in between like group stages and time trials. Because you're just sitting there playing 12 hours a day. And yeah, I mean, one guy has to make one mistake and all your practice is just wasted. If there was somehow a way to like play less hours in practice, I think that would be good for like everyone.
Yeah. Yeah, honestly, that's something that I always complain about too. Cause I mean, I'm not participating, but I understand that a tournament like this that doesn't have like the most insane prize pool, the biggest downside is the fact that you have to practice so much, right? So in my mind, the best way of stopping that from happening, like of lowering like the practice hours, would be to somehow make the tournament be as close as possible to like real like live keys, you know? Because then whatever you do on live keys kind of translates to the tournament, and then you don't have to practice so much on tournament realm, right? But I guess I don't really know how you would make a tournament like that that is like live keys.
Maybe somehow make the tournament like shorter, because it's time trial starts and then global finals is like a month and a half later, and you're kind of just practicing every day in those 1.5 months if you're really going for it.
Yeah, I guess that's
a
the
lot
thing,
of people
yeah.
get burned out from it.
Yeah, because if you really want to make it, like let's say you're, does the group matter though? Let's say you're in group A. Let's say you're Echo, and you're in group A, and you win your group, and then it's like 4 weekends till globals or 3. Do they actually like have to practice all the time, or do they just wait? Because they have practice for their weekend, right? And then do they just wait for other teams to show strategies like the weekend after and the weekend after, and then you go with that information? Or do you think it's actually super valuable to
Echo
practice?
would be the kind of team to just take the next day off after they played their group, and then they would just go straight back to practicing. Especially like you wait until the next weekend, and then you see new tech, and then you spend the entire week after that weekend just like incorporating new tech into your routes, just like min-maxing everything.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, I
'Cause
don't
there's
know.
always something to be improved.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I guess it sucks, and I guess that's also why there aren't really many super good teams competing, except like the ones that, you know, have the most experience that have been around forever.
Yeah.
But for a new
Like,
team
it's
to
so
come in is so
time-consuming.
hard.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, well, anyway, so I managed to get into Matterlot fast, actually, surprisingly. So I did do Matterlot a little bit with Lemike yesterday, but we didn't really like talk about struts. We talked about like TGP and MDI stuff. So I think I mostly know what mobs do, but I don't really know like routes and like smaller details about things. I literally just read the tooltips of abilities. That's what I did yesterday. So that's how far I am.
Yeah. I think most routes in here look pretty similar. You kind of skip everything at the start except for
5,
this first pull.
4,
That's pretty standard.
3, 2,
I think in
1.
hierarchies you would probably combine later pulls just to save time. That's like the main difference. But the route I looked at here that you're doing looks pretty standard, yeah.
Okay. Even like the last two war machines? Or is that
Yeah.
something? Okay.
At least my group plays those.
Yeah, I also sometimes see people like go to the left here at the very start and skip these like laborers somehow, or like the assassins, I guess is what people skip.
Yeah, you would skip assassins and laborers here. You would try to get the thugs from the next pull in.
Why is that? Because of like count reasons, or?
I mean, I'm not sure how you guys are gonna skip this next part now.
Oh. Maybe we play it? Then
Because
we're
you
not
kind of
playing
want
the
to
route
play
though.
the trash in front of the peacekeeper there, and then jump over the wall to the right of the peacekeeper. But now I think you have to do an extra pull or something, even though the route's at one pull here.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, I guess we're doing this right side skip, yeah. I saw this before. Wait, how do you do this jump here? Oh god.
I have no idea. I've never been in this place before.
I mean, I guess this is not that bad. Because you skipped a thug, which is a bit annoying.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is
So
pretty chill.
I don't know how to do this jump like 100% properly. And this time I got gripped, so I couldn't have you explain it. Do you know like a trick for it, or is it just you need to know where to jump?
There's like a little ledge that sticks out from the wall. You have to aim at like the right corner of it.
Oh, okay. So like this plate, that you mean that is like a thing
Yeah.
that is over it? Okay. And
Yeah.
where do you have to jump from the box? Does that matter?
Just like stand in front of the little plate thing to the right, I guess.
Okay.
Try to aim for the corner of it.
And then once you're there, you have to jump to the right again, right? A little bit.
Yeah. Or once you're on that little ledge, you can wild charge in travel form.
Oh,
That's what I do.
okay.
It's
Nice.
a lot easier.
In travel form, wild charge, yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you for your patronage. Please enjoy your purchase of the elite pummeling package.
If you stand really far away from this extractor, usually you don't have to dodge these circles on the ground.
Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, I might have died to that yesterday. So it would have been good to know. The healers also love you when you send max range to Moonkin.
Yep. Well, there shouldn't be too much damage on this pull at least.
Right, okay, I have to be even further. Also, one thing this Demon Hunter said, I guess the chat didn't see it, but the Demon Hunter at the start of the key said, by the way, guys, I haven't played Demon Hunter in a while, so far he's doing good for first time Demon Huntering.
Yep. 0 deaths.
So,
On this fight, I would just hold incarn for damage phases.
oh, okay,
Since
yeah.
it's such a flexible cooldown, you don't really lose anything by holding it.
Yeah, that makes sense. I just keep forgetting.
If you're
Other
Loon, you
than-
can just keep sending it. It should be up for damage phases.
Wait, if you have it on pull, and then for damage phase again?
Yeah, if you Fear of Loon on pull, it should be.
Oh.
I mean,
Fear
if
of
you
Loon,
guys are
okay.
delaying the sixth ball, then the damage phase is long enough to like have a Fear of Loon in it, anyways.
Okay. So who is doing the balls usually when you have like coordinated group? Is it just like everyone does it around them, and then the healer's doing the last, or?
Yeah, just every range should go kick one in, and whoever has the last one just holds it, I guess.
Okay.
It's a bit of just talking together on the fly.
But you do 5 fast
Although-
and then 1 delayed, or do you even delay more than
Yeah.
1? Okay.
Yeah, you just do 5 and then delay lesson. But there's a spot where Vengeance Demon Hunter can go. I don't know if they fixed it already, but all the bombs spawn right under the boss, and then the tank just kicks them
Oh.
on. That way you
That's
can
sick.
just fully AFK on this fight.
I love AFKing.
Pretty chill. Yeah. The less moving, the better.
Yep.
Wait, there's
missing a bomb.
A bomb somewhere. Oh. Wait, where's this evoker?
Yeah, that was
It was
very
like outside the
interesting.
boss room for a while.
Where did he go?
Did he kick the ball the wrong way or something?
Oh, maybe. Dude, why is this Augavoker doing so much damage? I just realized. Oh no, it's not an Augavoker. Wait a second. I was like, what the fuck?
I saw they were playing some Devastation on TR even.
Oh. Yeah, maybe with the new rule, we're gonna see some interesting comps.
Yeah, I think you just flex like the Lust classes. They kind of do the same thing, so just Mage, Evoker, Shaman. You can kind
you
of just
think
swap
Mage is gonna
between
be
those for
flexed?
free.
Yeah, I guess.
To be honest, I haven't read the format like fully. I just know you have to like swap specs. Is it like based on the day?
Yeah, so each group or each team plays on 2 days, right? Like either Friday, Sunday or Saturday, Sunday.
Yeah.
So whatever you play on the first day determines what you have to play on Sunday.
Okay.
So if you, I think it's the top 3 specs, yeah. So if you play like the oh fuck.
Wish you had lasted
If
a
you play the
little
meta comp on the first day, then you have to switch out 3 of the specs for Sunday.
Yeah.
Did it just die to a bunch of casts going through, or what happened there? Oh.
Yeah, it was just casts going through.
Double checking if I had solar beam ready. No, I did not, so it wasn't my fault.
Nope. Job done. One bear form though.
Yeah.
Do you have the weak aura that shows when a cast is on you?
No, like I only see it on the nameplates, which honestly they pull a lot. I guess it's kind of hard to see it.
Yeah, I would recommend getting the weak aura.
Does it just like make a sound and like do something like no matter which cast is on you, just like in a plus weaker basically?
Yeah, I just have it show me like right on my in the middle of my screen if the cast is on me.
Oh,
I
okay,
deleted the
nice.
sound, but you can add a sound to it as well.
Nice. Can you link that one to me if you find it?
Sure.
Nice, thank you, thank you. The amount of weak auras and UI changes I got from the coaches is the best thing about this whole thing.
Yeah, like a good weak aura can actually make the biggest difference in keys.
Yeah. For sure. I do think that because I changed all of my weaker S to like Mirror's weaker S, I am like slightly confused of what's going on because I'm not used to them just yet. So here when you pull this mini boss, and I guess we did a little bit of a smaller pull here where we only have Earth Shapers, but who do you soothe?
I would just try to soothe Earth Shapers.
Okay.
Because they just spam cast, meaning like one guy can't solo them, so just like soothing them means they're gonna be casting a bit less often.
And do you have the
But,
Quake boys, then you would soothe that guy, or still the Earth Shapers?
Still the Earth Shapers, I think, because
Okay.
you just have to kick the Quake once every 25 seconds.
Yeah, true.
The guys kicking it just have to react a bit faster.
True.
And like the only way to really die on this pull is like let's say there's no Stone Furies. The only way to die is an overlap of a cast with the mini boss charging you. So just making sure that the Earth Shapers cast a bit less makes the pull a lot safer.
So here on this boss, I guess it depends on your group, but do you like Starfall or do you focus the guy or what is it?
So
That
whenever this
works.
guy enrages, the Earth Rager, I Starfall.
Okay. And you also target it, or do you just target the boss in Starfall?
That depends on, like, let's say I'm on voice with my team and then the Arcane Mage says, okay, I'm sending my cooldowns here. That means I'm hitting the boss, because Arcane Mage cooldowns are massive and he's just gonna solo the dead. And then if DK, like if I'm the only one popping cooldowns, then yeah, I would main target it. Actually, like, make my Starfires prio it.
Okay.
If it's looking really sketchy, then you can Star Surge, but I would just Starfall, meaning you have a bit more boss damage as well.
Yeah. It's a very
Starfall
interesting
is not
comp. Like,
padding,
I don't
guys.
know. Yeah. I don't know, like how much there's a Orbs Warrior or or a Dev Evoker does on these ads, so I guess I'm just winging it.
Yeah.
And yeah, guys, not padding. It seems like they are doing a lot of damage though.
Yeah, the warrior just pop cooldowns.
Yeah. I guess we don't really have a slow for this ad, which makes this incredibly annoying.
Yeah. If my DK doesn't have Defile slow, I hate my life on this fight.
Yeah.
Also, the DK can rip it back into boss and stuff.
Oh yeah, true, yeah.
I guess you just have to keep your Typhoon and your Vortex on cooldown on this, in this comp.
But
In general, I would probably just always focus the ad in pugs.
yeah.
Just because it's also a bit rough on the healer if it lives for too long. Might as well just play it safe, lose the 20 seconds on the fight.
What if you don't care about healers generally though? What if their feelings don't matter to you?
Too, Naguura. They matter.
Alright,
Might
fine.
reward you with a PI if you're nice to them.
True, true. I do like their shields as well. They're nice.
Yeah. Less bear forming.
Yeah.
Big W.
If I want a pack healer to heal me more, I just give them Innervate randomly, even if they're like 90% mana. Because then they feel obligated to heal you more. And give you PI sometimes too.
You should add Innervate into your cooldowns.
Yeah. Actually, good points.
That's what I do.
As a Moonkin, are you immune to this transmute cast because it's a polymorph or no?
Yes.
Oh, you are.
Yes, sir.
Okay, that is very nice to know. So I guess people don't have to interrupt it if it's on you, or does it also do damage on top of the thing?
I think it does damage.
Okay,
So,
nice.
yeah, you can save a kick.
And this Echo Blade, does it do AoE damage? Or is it just like a single target nuke on you?
Yeah, it cleaves everyone in front of you as well.
Oh, so like in a
let's say
path
someone
from the
is
mob to me?
Yeah, exactly. It goes in a line.
Ah, okay.
And it's pretty fat as well. Like, I've seen it kill melees a bunch of times. They're like on the side of it.
Oh.
Yeah, I would probably avoid ever pulling like more than 2 testers in one pull, because people are just guaranteed gonna die to just being unlucky.
Okay, so I guess the most dangerous thing is like the disorient, like the transmute thing, and the Echo Blade just sniping people on top of other random damage like dots and whatnot.
Yeah, like as with this many alchemists in the pool, like look at your party frames. Everyone has this dot right now, so everyone's just dropping kind of low, and then they get finished off by the Echo Blades.
Yeah, help. Oh wait,
Speaking of getting
I can't believe we recovered that. I'm still dead though. Oh. I guess our healer's dead.
It's a bit spicy with this many alchemists and a mastermind.
Well, thankfully I'm immune to the transmute at least. There's a lot of casts that went through on me. Oh, no! I can't believe the bomb is what finished me off.
Of all things to die from.
Yeah. Oh, fuck.
Oh, okay, that's unlucky. Actually, you can go down on the side.
Yeah. Oh. Oh, God. I have to be slower, otherwise I'm gonna die to bomb. There we go. Well, somehow we're alive, guys. I don't know how, but...
Don't worry,
we
timer's
made it.
fine. Timer's fine.
Is it actually?
It depends if we're getting like ads into next boss. I think you can make up time with that.
Okay. Right, maybe he heard you.
Okay, this pull is crazy. Good luck.
Guess we're doing a lot of crazy pulls. Oh, that hurts.
Is that 3?
Hmm?
Wait, how many was on you there?
Echo Blades? I think just 2, and like the Mastermind
there's, like,
leash.
Way too much damage here. I guess it's fine, everyone had CDs.
I guess you also just want to disrupt as many as you can, right? From these Echo Blades?
Yeah. In theory, you can just stop it like forever if you have enough stops.
Yeah. There's no way there's a fucking sign in the middle of the path that blocks your movement. I just now noticed that. I will die to that sign once at least this season. Okay, we're pulling something in here. Oh, well... okay, that's problematic.
Oh.
I think that might be...
07.
Oh, goodbye. Help. Okay.
Oh no.
Well, we tried.
GG.
GG's. Okay, so let's take a look at his route. I don't know if we actually played the route that he posted or if it was something else. I guess it is kind of what he posted. Yeah.
The count looks good, but I would probably not do what he did in the area before third boss.
So this
There's a
this one
little-
here, yeah. So-
Yeah.
Why, or what do you think is bad about these pulls?
Well, pull 9 is a lot of damage, followed up by pull 10, which is also a lot of damage.
Because of the testers mainly?
Yeah.
Or
because
who's
of
doing the
testers.
poison?
The alchemist. Wait, what are they called?
Okay.
Yeah, alchemist.
Yeah. So what would you pull? Would you divide it more, or would you generally just pull more somewhere else?
I would probably just pull more somewhere else, or some of these different packs in this area. Because pull 10 with the double tester into double mastermind, where there's already a tester in the pack, it's a bit too deadly, I would say. If you can somehow combine 8 and 9 and Bloodlust, then you can probably get away with it. But yeah, it's
Seems
a very
spicy.
hard pull in a pug because yeah, you need to just be coordinated with stops at the end of the day.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's like the only hard part about this dungeon, in my opinion.
This phase 1 safe spot thing is not actually a thing anymore, right? On the
It
last
is.
boss. Oh, it is?
Yeah, there's a couple different safe spots on that fight.
Safe from just like the Boomba bots from the side that throw these missiles onto the platform, right?
Yeah.
Okay. But you still get the missile on you, like the honing missile.
Yep. But you can
And-
shadow meld it.
Yeah, and
you
you
see
shadow
it on
melt
you.
it while it's casting on you, right? Before it goes out?
Yes, before it goes out. If you do it after it goes out, it's gonna instantly explode on the group.
Okay. So very important to do it while it's casting.
Yeah.
Alright, good. Then, I guess for this last area, there's nothing special other than the war machines, just like doing AoE damage they have to take care of with defensives and whatnot. And then the crawler mines who just fixate random people, I guess. There's nothing like super... I guess there's something to it that you can somehow make sure that same person gets fixated, or is there something you can do about this?
Where, sorry?
The crawler mines, like the fixate bombs.
I guess the tank could go ahead and just get fixated by everything. But that's
So it's proximity
that just
based?
depends on that. Yeah.
Or can
I
you
don't-
just
I
outrange
think-
it?
Can you right click them? The crawler mines? So
100 yards.
Yeah, it has a 100-yard range. So if the whole group just stays where you kill third boss and then the tank goes ahead, he could technically just gather everything and also have all the crawler mines on him. That way everything is a lot more stacked.
Okay. Is there anything else in Motherload that, I don't know, that high key teams do that pucks don't do? Or like generally people don't know about maybe?
It's only about the route, I guess. I can't really think of anything, any like crazy spots or anything you can stand in other than like the safe spot on last boss.
Okay.
Just getting another war machine into third boss. Because there's not too much going on third boss.
Thank you so much, Potato K, for the prime. I appreciate that.
Yeah. Not too much to cover, I think.
All right. One more thing, I guess, about these like peacekeepers patrolling. Do they always run between their spots, or does something make them run? Is it like sprinting
They-
across every time?
Yeah. They just run on a timer, I'm pretty sure. Like, they just patrol.
Okay. Well, that's annoying. Is when a jockey activates a peacekeeper, do you get count from that?
I think you do. But it's
Okay.
really bad count
Yeah, it's back out. I guess you wouldn't want to do that.
It's
Yeah.
such a hard mob
Yeah.
with so much HP, and it just gives 1.75%.
Yeah.
It's such a bad mob.
I think I remember. When was this dungeon live in BFA? I think people actually let them activate peacekeepers on purpose because they were better count than. Maybe not about count, but like the trash after the first boss was just so bad.
Yeah, in BFA you played a lot of peacekeepers.
Do you prefer the current motherload or the old motherload?
I mean, the old motherload was so long ago,
Yeah.
but I guess the old motherload was kind of fun.
Yeah, I think I also preferred the old one more, but I don't know.
Now it's just, yeah, a lot of skipping.
Yeah.
But then again, I remember doing pugs on the old motherload, and it was always a fiesta doing the death skip. You would always do a death skip between third and last boss, and sometimes the groups would just fuck it up, and you would just deplete at the end of the queue, which
Yeah.
is pretty tragic.
I also remember when there's like an MDI where the healers started kiting like the awakened mobs at the end. So they ended up like clearing that whole area. And then people started killing the stuff on life keys too. And started kiting, and then they just wiped to the kiting.
Yeah.
Okay, I got into a workshop with a warlock. This is a good sign already.
Yeah.
I have not done workshop at all, and I also haven't like read anything about workshop. Like I don't really know mechanics and stuff, except the ones that I know from it being a dungeon previously, obviously. But anything that was changed or that you do differently now, I don't really know, other than from pugging and stuff that is just obvious.
I did the OG workshop back in BFA. I think that the meta back then was to like you mind control the squirrels, and then you got a lot of count with that.
Yeah,
which
true.
was kind of OP, so you can't really do that anymore.
Are they just
I
immune
guess
to
you
mind
trade
control
more
now?
count at the, I think so.
Okay.
Or either that, or they don't do damage when mind controlled, something like that.
Yeah, it could be
So
that
the route
too.
is different than it used to be. Then of course Cujo got reworked recently.
Oh,
You
what happened?
have to. They fixed the spot on the box, so now you actually have to LOS. There's no.
Really?
Yeah, there's no standing on the edge of the box and you can still cast on the boss or anything. Now you
Oh,
just
wow.
have to bite the bullet and AFK for 5 seconds every 20 seconds. Which is actually really bad for Moonkin. It's so annoying because it's all about uptime, like reducing the cooldown of your Fury of Loon.
Yeah.
But you just have to AFK. So you're just getting less Fury of Loons on that fight for no reason.
Well, that's fun.
Yeah, very fun.
And I assume they nerfed the HP to compensate for that, right?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, they did actually?
Yeah, they did.
Oh, okay.
10 or 15% HP.
All right. So, I mean, for route, I guess there's not much that people do. I know that there's a skip that people do at the end.
Yeah, everyone does that skip.
How do you have to do this
The only
skip?
difference, usually you would just do it with your tank, shadow melding it off.
So pulling both
So
packs and walking up.
Yeah, he would fear sigil the 5 mobs at the front, and then he would either drag back or walk into the boss room with the machines. And then the group would pass, he jumps, and then he melds.
Okay.
Or he can die and you mass res him.
Yeah, that'll work too.
Like the only difference in route I see is you can basically skip a couple of these drillers right after first boss. These units.
Okay.
Yeah.
How do you skip those? Is it
So
also just like a tank skip?
The first one would be a tank skip, but the third one just patrols and you can just walk past it. This one.
Okay.
And You would basically just play more dogs instead, which is a lot better count because the dogs have way less HP and they actually give good percent.
Okay.
Meanwhile, this processing unit is actually really hard for the tank and for the group.
Mm-hmm. And I guess this last group that we're playing with this pack here, like you can't really pull this into the boss, or can you?
No, you wouldn't play it on top of the boss. Because probably a bit too much damage.
Mm-hmm. So skipping this would always be the play, I guess. If you're gonna skip one group anyway, might as well skip both. Wait, but we have a
Yeah.
Warlock actually, so I guess the G24 skip is much easier for us.
Yeah, if the tank just pulls back the two machines, then you should be able to just gate up.
Yeah. Can't believe we have a Warlock and he doesn't want to summon.
Yes, so much.
Unbelievable.
One job.
Alright, so the first boss room, like, do the bombs still do like friendly fire damage, or like the swirlies on the ground?
You have to just dodge the fire swirls on the ground.
You just yeah, but
Dodge
do they still do
those.
damage to the? Because they used to do friendly fire damage like to the actual mobs. I
Oh.
guess they don't anymore.
I don't think they do. The saws on the ground, I think they do a bit of damage.
Mm-hmm.
But they also knock them away, which is
Oh.
sometimes really annoying and bad.
Yeah. So do you pull like
Yeah,
the whole room? Is that like a strategy, or do you divide it?
Yeah, you would always pull the whole room in Bloodlust
Okay.
on a high key.
So what's the strat for the whole room? Because I feel like we've done it so many times in pucks and we just end up dying.
Mm-hmm. Well, ideally, the tank would just solo it, kind of. He can mass grip into stun, and then he can silent sigil. That way he just gets
5,
every single interrupt,
4, 3,
and everything should
2,
die before they start
1.
casting the next. But if he doesn't land that sigil, then you probably have to like get ready with a beam. I would also try to put a vortex down when everything's stacked.
Yeah, okay, because of the saw things potentially like knocking them away, I guess.
We need to infiltrate the city itself. And that
These
means passing
these
through
tonks, they just jump out.
Oh, okay.
The Striders.
Do you moonfire all of these guys?
Just Moonfire until everything's stacked. And then
Okay.
just do a Sunfire and blast, I guess.
Ouch. I guess it's also bad to like I don't actually want to solar beam, right? Unless the demon hunter misses the sigil.
Only the strongest survive.
Well, we
Which
tried.
I guess he did. I'm not sure if your
I did
beam...
solar beam early, so I'm not sure if I
Yeah,
like fucked that up.
That might have messed it up. I'm not sure.
This warlock.
Was it his key?
I actually yeah, it was my key. His key. The warlock, in case you don't see it, but he wrote XD nice players and then he left. Well,
Classic.
Cast went through, so can't do much. Okay, yeah, because viewers explained this to me yesterday. Or was it I don't know. Like somebody explained to me that the sigil actually is an interrupt on each individual mob, rather than it just being a silence, right?
Yep, correct.
Okay, so if I silence it while he does the sigil, then I can fuck up the interrupt, basically.
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I guess I should track sigil.
I think you do.
None of my interrupts at least. Maybe somewhere. Oh, I'm probably tracking it under the players. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw his sigil was on CD.
Yeah, I guess I should just pay attention then to the group CD thing. Because usually when it comes to interrupts, I always just look at the interrupt thing, but I don't have sigil there, so. Alright, let me get your targeted Weaker. Nice. I hope this is not overlapping with my Moonkin Weaker. Oh yeah, it is. There you go. Alright, well, let's try this again.
Double bounce druid.
Yeah, 2 solar beams to fuck up the first pull interrupt.
Yeah.
So while we wait for me to find a group, maybe we can talk about Moonkin stuff a little bit, because like I don't know if whatever I'm doing is correct or not. I honestly don't even know what question to ask, because I'm just doing what I always do, what makes sense to me, but I haven't really, you know, looked into anything. So what I usually do is, like when we do an AoE pack, right? I just, as we're gathering, I moonfire everything. Once they stack the sunfire, then if I have cooldowns up, I just Fury of Elune first, then I incarn, and then I just spend Astral Power and Starfalls and Starfire. And if I don't have cooldowns, I do the same thing, but I go Lunar Eclipse first, then Fury of Elune, and then Starfall. Is that correct?
Yep, correct.
Okay, because sometimes I'm not sure, because Moonfiring would be a lot of arcane spells that lower my Fear of Elune cooldown, right? And sometimes I'm thinking, oh, should I just like Fear of Elune? Like if it's a really big pool where I Moonfire a lot, would it make sense for me to Fear of Elune first, then Moonfire, and then I probably have it back up again once I'm properly rolling my damage, I'm thinking? You know? I don't know.
Not really. Because like what's the Fear of Elune gonna do if you just send it outside an eclipse on targets with no dots?
Yeah.
All it's gonna do is it's gonna generate your AP when you're already 100 AP trying to dot everything. And it's not gonna do any damage because number one, you don't have dots, which means your mastery stat doesn't have any effect. You're not in eclipse, so you're also doing like 25% less damage there. So yeah, you just need to get your dots up first, and then you Fear of Elune into cooldowns. Because then your Fear of Elune actually does damage. It's gonna generate AP because you're spending AP. And yeah, it's just a win-win.
Okay. Alright, good. So I just also noticed that I have not used this trinket a single time. Which I should probably start doing that.
Yep.
I guess I just macro it into my CA, right?
Yeah, the awkward thing is that it's a 2-minute cooldown trinket, and your incarns are gonna be like usually 90-second cooldown.
True, yeah. So if you have like unaligned trinkets like that, do you hold one or the other sometimes, or do you send trinket with just a Fury of Elune sometimes, or what is it you do?
It depends on the pull, I would say. Like, let's say you have incarn ready, and your trinket comes up in 30 seconds. I would probably just send incarn if it's like at the start of a pull. And then, like, if you have your cooldown on your trinket ready, but your incarn is like a minute away, then I would probably just send the trinket as well. And just hope it lines up for the next one.
Yeah.
Holding one or the other for, I would say, over 30 seconds is pretty bad. You don't want to be in that situation. So just get it on cooldown. I was pretty lucky to get House of Cards early in the season, so I haven't even tried playing with a 2-minute trinket. But yeah, from what I've heard from friends, it's not a fun experience.
So what do you play actually? House of Cards and like the Maxi trinket, or what's the other one?
Yeah, House of Cards plus Jug. And then
Okay. What does the Jug
I
trinket
think
do?
it just gives you a stacking buff that gives you a lot of crit. And it actually
Okay.
has insane uptime, like 35% uptime in a key. And I'm pretty sure Moonkin Fear of Elune is just really broken with the trinket because it just stacks up the trinket really fast. And you can get like 12k crit from one trinket proc, which
Oh, so it
is...
goes on like damage events, I guess.
Yeah, it procs from... It says on the tooltip it procs... It stacks up from every like spell cast. And your Fear of Elune, I guess the ticks count as a spell cast, so you just stack it up really fucking fast.
Okay, that's sick.
Yeah, so it's just... Even though crit is not a good stat for Moonkin, it's just so much crit that it's the best trinket we can get.
Yeah, okay, that makes sense. So when I try to get my heroic trinkets, I should also kill Maxi, is what you're saying?
Yes, definitely. I think
Or I
at the
should
end of the
pay for a
season...
mythic boost.
Yeah, if you have 50 million gold.
You're rating right now, right?
Yes.
Are there any discounts for
I could
for
maybe
fellow
get you a
Moonkin
discount
enjoyers?
for some FSY boosts. Yeah.
That'd be nice.
But I think at the end of the season, we would actually play IF Kasan plus Jug and drop
In a
the
plus
House
two?
of Cards. In a coordinated group, I think you play IF Kasan, yeah.
Interesting.
In Pugs, I would probably stick to Jug plus House of Cards. Just because you can never really predict what's gonna happen in a Pug. Like maybe someone dies and they release and then you just stand there waiting for them to run back.
Do you think in TGP they'll play IF Kazan and just try to sustain combat?
100% yeah. They're
Oh,
gonna be
okay.
playing IF Kasan. But it also depends on the dungeon. Because let's say Theater of Pain, it doesn't matter how good you are at staying in combat, like you're gonna drop it between pulls just because of the dungeon. Like you have to
Yeah.
run from one side of the dungeon to the other. But
that
in
makes sense.
stuff like Priory and like Cinderbrew, it's really easy to keep it up.
I guess people like inviting warlocks just for the skip for this dungeon. Is that a thing?
They saw the raid logs and they were like, "Yep, what a pump."
Shama just said sorry and left, so unfortunate.
I guess you have to get a shaman healer to have a real BL in this comp.
Yeah. Not ideal. Okay, and for the other things for Moonkin, I mean, I guess the like a loon spec is not very like deep. Like you just want to make sure you improve a loon on cooldown, I guess, to make sure you make use of the cooldown reduction of it, and you want to make sure you're using the Fear of a Loon like damage buff too, and not just like randomly send it, right?
Yeah. It's just all about Fear of Elune with Elune's Chosen. There's one talent, Sundered Firmament, which you can like min-max a little bit with.
Okay.
Yeah. So it's a question I get pretty often. It's like, why do you enter Lunar Eclipse and then send Incarn? It's basically for this talent. Just like cycling through more Lunar Eclipses throughout a dungeon just means you get higher uptime on Fear of Elune.
But the standard Firmament Fear of a Loon does not actually give you all stuff that the main Fear of a Loon gives you, right?
It doesn't give you the damage, but it still gives you all this stuff in the tree.
Okay. Okay, interesting. Another thing I guess I wanted to ask is about like Nature's Grace, because like they nerfed Nature's Grace quite a lot, right? And it's only like right now it's only a cast time reduction, right? So
Yeah.
to me, doesn't seem as valuable to like really play around that much. But maybe I'm wrong.
It's still a gain to try to have 2 of these in your cooldowns, because it just means you get 1 or 2 more Starfires in your cooldowns.
But would you wait? Because you don't get Nature's Grace for casting Incarn, right? Or do you?
No, you don't.
So would you prefer, because when you enter Lunar Eclipse to get Sundered, then you don't have the Nature's Grace, right? So you have to choose one or the other?
No, you don't have to choose, because if
Unless you
Wrath,
Shadow Melt?
yeah, you can Shadow Melt. But if you Wrath before entering combat, you're gonna keep 1. If you're fast, you can keep 2 as well.
Oh, yeah,
But
true.
But you can usually just save 1, and it's worth.
But you would rather have 1 Dream State and 1 Sundered rather than 2 Dream State?
Yeah.
Okay.
If I have to use both Dream States to enter Lunar and then send cooldowns, then I'm not gonna enter Lunar.
Okay.
And I guess one other thing you can do as a slight min-max, if you haven't been doing it
5,
already, is
4,
Shadow
3,
Melt in your cooldowns.
2,
Yeah.
1.
Just because it gives you 2 Dream States, which is basically Bloodlust on your next 2 Starfires.
Yeah. It feels so bad to Shadow Melt for damage. But it does
Depends on
make
the
sense.
dungeon, I guess. Like here, you don't really need Shadow Melt for anything. So just Moonfire everything, Vortex when everything's stacked.
Some surface dwellers have unwittingly stumbled into the arena. A word of caution to anyone sitting in the splash zone.
Oh god.
Watch out for blood.
Okay, did he sigil? Okay, he did. Looks good to me.
Yeah, nothing's casting.
So here, this Fever Loon that I just sent, would you have done that? Or would you have saved it? Or
Yeah.
okay.
Always just send it.
Sometimes I also don't know, should I Fever Loon? Because sometimes it gets ready, but it's like at the end of my Eclipse. And sometimes I save it because obviously casting Wrath doesn't really... Like I'm not wasting CDR when I cast Wrath, since it's not an arcane spell, right? But sometimes when it's like 4 or 5 seconds left, I'm not sure if I should just send it or not.
Yeah, you should just send it.
Okay.
Unless you get it ready while you're like in your last second of your lunar eclipse or you're outside lunar eclipse. That's like the only time I wouldn't send it.
Okay. Okay, so this boss, I have no idea how it works. They changed it a lot, and I don't know what the fuck's going on.
Just don't get hit by these saws, and you know bombs are gonna drop on you. Don't stand in them.
But do you like? Does the guy take less damage? The Pamler?
Oh, only while he has the shield up, which the tank needs to break with the hammer on the sides.
So I'm just main focusing the other guy. They share HP, right?
No, they don't share.
Oh.
I would start on the pummeler. He also gets a damage increase taken.
I just saw that. The weaker, yeah.
And yeah, if you see like the card is dropping really low, then you can, of course, swap. You don't really lose anything from swapping main target.
Why is there
oh wait, you guys
a trash
spawned,
mob?
You spawned the achievement mob.
Oh my god. Perfect. I guess I just sent the trinket here, right?
Yeah, I would send it here for sure.
And when you get targeted by this knock, do you get always like knocked backwards or?
Yeah, backwards.
Okay.
You can shadow meld it as well.
Oh,
mid charge.
okay.
You have to be really fast though. like right after the cast goes off, you have to meld before it hits you.
Okay. I will give this a try with my boomer reaction time. We'll see if it works. And I guess you don't, because these bumps, they spawn on players, right?
Yeah, they're baited on ranged.
Okay. So you kind of want to make sure you don't spawn them in front of, like, the tank or whatever.
Yeah.
What does this achievement not do?
Doesn't do anything.
Okay, I'm doing it. Oh! Look at that.
Oh! Okay.
Holy shit, I didn't know
First
it's
try?
that fast, though. It's actually super fast.
Another thing you can do, let's say you don't have Shadow Meld, like someone in the chat said, you can go Bear Form here, and then you can wild charge the card.
Okay, yeah.
Holy.
So he gets a shield with the damage tank, and you have to hit him with a hammer for it to be removed?
Yeah. The tank just has
Okay.
to bring him under the hammer when he has the shield, and then
And
it
he can
breaks the
trigger it
shield,
by
it
himself?
stuns him. Yeah, all you have to do is go under the hammer, and then it starts the slam.
Okay.
And you just need to keep the boss in the slam.
And the hammers, I guess they get enabled again? At some point? Like they don't break from use from
I think they
slamming?
perma-break,
Oh,
but
so
they're
it is
like
like a
5
small
around
range?
the room, or 6. Yeah, I guess it's a soft range in that sense.
Okay.
Yeah, so here I would go Lunar first, and then send that through Lunar.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense.
I would probably also just not use an incarn on the boss to have it here.
Yeah.
Since this pull is
Yeah, I was thinking about that.
arguably the hardest pull.
So what do these units do? Like the AoE that is unavoidable with the Mega Drill? And that's it, I
So-
guess?
Yeah, the units, they do AoE to the group, and then they also puncture this cast. It's like a tank buster bleed.
Okay.
And yeah, the deadly thing is if these gunks get their cast go through, you get a healing absorb. And then if you have a healing absorb while the units are doing AoE, yeah, it's kind of doomed. You're just rotting to death.
Wait, what do the gangs do?
This cast, it gives the group a healing absorb.
Oh, okay.
It's like now you have 2 stacks of healing absorb.
Yeah, I see, okay. I totally could have interrupted it, but I wanted to see what it does.
Do you have incapable action? Oh yeah, you do.
I do, yeah. Oh, after this key, remind me that I want to talk a little bit about talents, because like I never change my class talents, but I feel like I should be changing it once in a while.
Oh, I don't change them either.
Okay.
I'm not.
Wait, I thought we wanted to
even in
oh.
19s. Even in 19s, I haven't really needed to spec into extra. Like I haven't needed Ursine Vigor for the extra bear HP.
Okay.
It's actually kind of weird. I feel like last season was a lot scarier with the one shots than this one. But maybe
Yeah, I do generally feel
honestly,
a bit
that's
tankier.
probably because of Oracle Disc. Now that I think about it.
Maybe. Yeah, I definitely feel a little bit safer. Like, I think maybe part of my, like, part of the reason why I wasn't as motivated to play was because Moonkin felt just so fucking squishy all the time, and it's just so annoying.
Yeah. Yeah, last season was rough.
I guess I'm saving my Incarn here for the boss.
Yeah, definitely save it. Also, because then you can use it with your trinket. Like if you would use your incarn right now, it would just make your trinket use very awkward.
True.
And like, you're not losing anything by sitting on this incarn because you're just, you know, 1 out of 2 charges anyways.
Yeah, and these dogs, I guess they're not very dangerous. Or...
They can be dangerous. Depends how many of them you pull.
So they leap on you and put this like magic debuff on you. That's a dot. And
Yeah.
that's it. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. With a Disc Priest, it's... I mean, they're kind of a joke, I guess, because you can mass dispel. I think Disc Priest also has a talent or something that just lets them dispel a lot of times in a row. And I'm not sure what Shaman has to counter that.
Shit. I get my Moonfire up. One more question I just had. Like, when you're in your cooldowns and you don't manage to get like everything out, I guess. It is more important to Star Search than to Starfire though, right? Like if I have... or is there like some situation where you would... your Starfire would do more damage? Like if you have some sort of like Frenzy proc or whatnot. Or whatever it's called.
Well, you would never overcap, but sometimes you might want to prio a Starfire over a Star Surge if you have like a Umbral Embrace proc. And you're not going to overcap from it. Like there's sometimes where I'm, let's say, 2 out of 3, or I'm just like 2 Starlord stacks. Technically, it would be better to Star Surge to just go to 3 Starlord stacks. But if I get an Umbral Embrace proc, I would probably just use that on a Starfire instead.
Mm-hmm. Can you still Shadow Melt? Sorry, I was asking a lot of questions. Can you still Shadow Melt the jump from Kuja? Because I just tried it and it didn't seem to work.
Yeah.
Okay.
I know mages can greater invis it, but I think that's because greater invis is kind of a better. It's like a true invis.
Okay. Sorry, what did you want to say about the Starfire versus Star Search still?
I forgot.
Shit.
It probably wasn't that important. Oh, he's behind the box, I think.
Oh. Maybe we don't have to rest the guy. Maybe I send Incarn? Or maybe not.
How much HP does it have? 100 mil?
100 million.
No, don't send. It's gonna die after next LOS. What is this explosion? Like when does it happen? It's the tank buster. When he gets dispelled, it does AoE damage.
Oh, okay. So the healer can kind of determine when it happens.
Yeah. Okay. But for the tank's sake, ideally it should be instantly dispelled. So the group should be topped, and then as soon as the dispel comes, you instant dispel. Because it's actually a lot of tank damage if he's sitting there taking ticks from it.
Okay.
So, like,
Raw, thank you so much for Prime. I appreciate that.
Oh. I was gonna talk about the wild charge skip here, but I guess you have a Warlock Gate.
How do you wild charge?
You just go up the ramp, and then you wild charge, like, under... I mean, I guess it's hard to explain.
Maybe I can just come back after and we can...
Yeah, maybe.
We can try it. Okay, guys, Twitch chat, you have to remind us. I will definitely forget. And Kuros, thank you so much for gifting us up to Jinx. Appreciate that very much. Thank you, thank you. And hey, Jinx, what's up? How are you doing?
So, I guess you did a Starfall there to not overcap, but I wouldn't really worry about overcapping before sending cooldowns. Like, if you're at 100 AP before sending cooldowns, it's whatever. Just save every AP for your Incarn.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. That's something I will have to get my brain used to, though. But it does make sense. I guess one thing I was thinking, like, maybe I save my cooldowns for this pack here, but I mean, I have another Incarn now, so...
Yeah, you can send this Incarn.
Yeah. When if your Loon is still on cooldown, do you still just send Incarn anyway? Because I mean, it's gonna get ready super soon. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, your Fear of Loon shouldn't really be. It shouldn't really be affecting your decisions like that, because it's just up all the time if you just do your rotation. And you anyways spawn a Fear Balloon when you pop Incarn, which is going to give you the damage increase.
Does it actually? Like the firmament thing gives you damage increase?
It does, yeah.
Oh, I didn't know that. And it doesn't stack with the normal Fury, I guess, then.
It will prove insufficient.
Or does it?
It stacks. Yeah, it does the damage.
Wait, I'm confused. Like, because there's a damage increase we get for having Fear Balloon used, no?
Mm-hmm.
And we get it from all Fear Balloons?
Yes.
Okay, and it does stack. So if you have multiple Fear Balloons up, you get the multiple damage increases.
No, not the damage increases.
Ah, okay. But like the damage itself.
The Fear Balloons
sucks.
yeah, they just do damage. And that stacks. But, I mean, it would be so OP if the damage increase stacked.
Yeah. Then I guess we would play completely different, yeah. And try to stack them all up for our cooldowns, I guess. For this guy, there's no like outranging or anything anymore, right? The guy, the mini boss we just played. Oh, you can still outrange?
Yeah, you can stand on the ramp where you came from.
Okay. I guess you do want to do that because it's just like a little bit of a damage increase.
Yeah. Usually I do that.
Mm-hmm.
But maybe it's bad with a Resto Shaman.
Oh, yeah.
Because there's still a bit of healing to do on that one. On this boss, you can actually just stay outside the room on the stairs and you don't have to dodge anything.
Oh, because the cogwheels don't go there, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's also a wall at the other side of the room from you. If you hug that wall, you're also in a safe spot.
Okay.
The cogs don't reach you.
I
Only
just
thing you
now
have to remember when you're in a safe spot is you still have to go inside the room when the laser.
Oh, when the beam happens. Yeah.
Yeah.
I just now realized that I'm doing something that is probably really bad. Like I just popped my cooldowns and I had 2 dream states, and then I used my War Balloon, which consumes my dream states. So I guess I want to use dream state first and then use War Balloon.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
Usually the rotation I do is use the 2 dream states, meld, use 2 dream states again, and then triple Warrior Balloon.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. Okay, we're doing that right now. I don't have Shadow Melt. Just kidding, we're not doing it right now.
It doesn't work on bosses. So that's
yeah, true, that makes sense. Yeah, sure.
So after these beams, you can just go to the stairs. And you don't have to play the fight.
I love not playing the fight. Just pressing my damage buttons. My very complicated rotation.
This is the peak Moonkin POV.
Yeah.
Good luck, team. Keep dodging.
And if you have to go in for the beams, I guess the one thing that you wanna... Like, you kind of want to make sure that you're not standing on the area where, like, the fire is spawning, right? Like the broken area, basically. Ah.
Yeah.
Yep, that was all intended.
Yep. Not even close. Okay, now you can use the other safe spot.
Where is it?
It's at the wall. Okay, but there's fire there, so maybe not actually.
Because I guess the fire still spawns there, or maybe not. I'm gonna give it a try. Here, right?
Yeah, just hug the wall right here, and you're safe.
Okay. So they go through, but they don't hit me. I'm not sure if I trust you.
They're not gonna hit you. They're not gonna hit
God.
you. Just trust.
Oh wait. Oh, I thought we had beams or what? It's just at that spawn. Oh, Jesus. And this boss is still as stressful as it used to be.
Yep.
Oh yeah, help! Bear form. Yeah, when in doubt, just bear form.
Yep. Bark skin is also enough usually.
Yeah. Or just yell for a grip or a heal or a pain stop. Just innervate the healer. They'll know what to do.
Yeah, it's a 1-for-1 trade. 1 innovate for 1 pain sub.
Oh.
Oh my god, a despawn in front of you.
Yeah, that was beautiful.
Intended.
Streamer privilege. Someone's watching. Despawning projectiles as they're about to hit me.
Here you want to kill Skull first, because that's the one that's going to spawn the taxi to the next area.
Yeah. So from the round we just played, is there like anything we did that on high keys you do differently? Like pulling stuff into bosses or like generally pulling stuff differently?
Yeah, on this boss we would pull the previous pack into it.
Okay, that seems spicy.
On pull there's not much going on that fight.
Can
There's
you
like
also
one
tank
cog
the
and
boss
then-
on the stairs a little, or does he reset?
I'm pretty sure he resets.
Okay.
But
so
you don't really want to go there anyways, because you want to tank the boss next to a plant. That
Yeah,
spawns.
true. Wait, but do you know where the plant is going to spawn?
Nah, I think it's just full RNG.
Okay.
It can spawn in any of the 4 corners.
And then once it did spawn, you know that it's not going to spawn there again, but it can still be the other 3, right?
I'm not sure actually. I think I remember it spawning in an area where there was a lot of fire.
Shit, I send my Fury again because I thought I'd income, but I don't. Okay, yeah, so I guess I should ask a player that actually has to play the fight for that kind of information, yeah?
Exactly. I'm busy reading Twitch chat on the fight, so.
So here, what I do, like I don't know if you also do this on high keys, or if it's possible to do on high keys, but if I have a double generator, I stand still for like everything. Like if a squirrel's on me, I'll just stand in it. Is that...
Yeah.
Okay, you can also do it on high keys, yeah? Okay.
Yep. Can you kill before next AoE? If not, this might be a bit spicy.
We
Okay,
will
nice.
see. The timer seems more than fine, I guess.
Yep. Last boss is a very long one though. It's usually like 5 to 6 minutes.
Oh, okay, that long.
Still more than enough time. Wait, are these pets? Okay, they're not full. That's good. I just saw a horde of imps running slowly.
Yeah.
Oh,
Oh,
Wish you had lasted
what?
a little longer.
that was so late.
Oh,
That's like
wait.
a minute into this pack.
The shaman is that there. What happened? Oh, the shaman
Wait.
didn't make the skip because he's a goblin and he didn't know how to do it. So I guess he was never here. And then
I
he
guess
decided
did
to just wipe us.
Rest me
Yeah, then he ran
a minute
in.
ago, but
No, like I think he
Oh,
literally just ran in
man.
to die and did not realize that I'm gonna get aggro because of Starfall.
oh man.
Fuck. Yes, but impossible. I don't think it's impossible.
Did he even try to jump and click it? I'm pretty sure
I
that's
don't
all he has
know.
to do. Just he needs to walk closer, like in the middle of it.
It's true. Like when like in Cat, I also had a hard time clicking it. I guess. Did he do it now? Is he here?
Yep, everyone's there. I think the Warlock swapped forms with him with the toy.
Also, weren't the mobs about to die? Like, you could have literally just, like, stayed there. Oh, well.
Yep. I guess he panicked.
It's okay, it happens. Still timeable, apparently. Jinx believes. I'm not sure if the rest of Twitch... we should do a poll. Guys, do you think we can time this?
Kill one and chain into boss.
I like it.
Winnable.
So
winnable.
here, would you have waited to leave Eclipse? Or would you have just sent your stuff? Because it was like, I think like 6 or 7 seconds to leave Eclipse.
Yeah, you can. There's no like loss in holding, so might as well hold to get 2 extra dream states, or 1 in case you wanna. I would probably also like enter lunar and then send. If
I would have had to hold my trinket for a bit longer, I guess, but not like just a couple of seconds, I guess, which is not the end of the world.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes I definitely have this thing sometimes still where I feel like, oh, cooldowns are ready, I have to use them, but obviously I don't really have to do that anymore.
Yeah. I mean, there's a bit of prep before your cooldowns that you have to do. Like you need to have dots up, you need to try to like enter lunar eclipse whenever it's good.
Yeah.
Ideally you want to have Fury of Loon ready, but if you don't, then that's also fine.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot elude my targeting system.
Okay, you're definitely timing this. This Warlock is a pumper as well.
Alright.
Demo Warlock.
I guess one thing they can do is boss damage.
Yep.
We're still canceling Star-Lord, right?
Yep.
Okay. So I guess for this boss, nothing much really changed from what I remember. Like phase 1 is that you just kite the guy, don't get hit by bombs. And phase 2 is, I guess, stand still if you have to fixate and use a defensive, and that's about it.
Yep.
Okay.
Don't get hit by balls, and...
Oh! Ooh, I almost walked into that. I had no idea where it's coming from.
I would probably meld if I get one of these.
Oh, you can melt
Yeah,
this?
you can shadow meld this.
Ah, okay. Nice.
It's really good to shadow meld, because number 1, it's probably not going to go on you again, and then number 2, you skip one completely by melding.
Oh, so he does
So it's
not
less group damage.
repeat it, okay.
Yeah. And then the next one you can bark skin.
Mm-hmm. And this one, like, the closer you are, the more damage you take, right? To this magnet.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh shit, I did the thing again. God damn it.
Yeah, you overlapped the
Yeah.
state and working.
Oh, that actually does do a lot of damage. I guess I want to bear from that if I don't have anything.
Yeah. Oh, the moment.
Oh, we don't have a res. It's not ideal. Oh no, we...
All good.
Okay, I guess yeah.
He used his personal.
Yeah. Oh no!
And
Oh god.
okay,
This
I
might
think
be
you
a
might
problem.
be dead. I'm not sure you can
Ugh.
sustain yourself. Do you have health pot? No, it's on
No.
TV.
Heal me! 30 seconds. I don't know if they can do it. Oh.
This guy has quite a bit of HP.
God. This would be tragic. Oh.
Execute. Yeah, they got it.
That's insane.
Not even close.
Oh shit. Beautiful. Well played,
Clean.
everybody.
The mech originator
Yep.
has been destroyed.
Don't worry about the
So
13
has
deaths.
my father.
Yeah, that's
gratitude,
crazy.
heroes.
Time you're 15 with
Know
13
that
deaths.
King Megalon's vision
Oh,
of the
man.
world is not one my people share. We
Wait.
must now focus on rebuilding.
How many people voted on yes, by the way? You were so lucky. 91%
Leaders.
voted yes. Dude, that's crazy. You almost all
This
lost
is
your
bad
points, you
odds.
gamblers.
Oh, don't forget to mention my technical prowess in dismantling those mechanical monstrosities.
Of course, sir.
Alright. I'm gonna go
Oh, yeah,
back so
I
we
guess
can do the skip
run
thing.
back.
Yeah. Wait. Oh yeah. How did you not manage to health pot? Your action bar set to 2 off CD. I'm sure it did not say that. Did it? I do know that my weaker is bugged. Like it literally says I don't have any.
At the weak aura.
I was maybe looking at the weaker too. It was ready? Oh god, seriously? You know what? I'm gonna fix this weaker right now. Where is this thing? Oh my god. Okay, so why is this not working? What are they called? Wait, that is the correct name. Huh.
What's the spell ID? Maybe the spell ID for rank 3 is different?
Oh, could be. 211880.
Oh yeah, it is different.
Makes sense. Wait, it was not that. Oh. Okay, now it should work then. It doesn't show stacks though,
Color.
but whatever. Oh. Oh well, that's actually faster to go back. I did that on purpose.
Yep. Okay. Stunned again.
What
Not
the
faster.
fuck? That's messed up. They already saw me. They don't have to punish me twice. There's no faster way to do this maze, by the way, right?
I don't think so. I mean, Vengeance DH can do some double jump shenanigans, parkour.
Okay. Alright, let's see if I can do this.
Yep,
Oh, wait, you
so
can't go,
run up the ramp,
Ah. Yeah?
and then you just wild charge in Moonkin form here,
Yeah?
just onto the, yeah, where your mouse is, where your cursor is aiming.
Oh,
pretty much.
here.
Like
Okay.
under the belt up there.
Oh, God. And, like, I guess I'm flapping? Oh, God.
Yeah.
I
And
did
then
not make it.
no, wait, stay there. Oh,
Oh, I'm staying there.
Yeah, you want to be, you hit the correct place.
Ah, and then you jump up somewhere.
Yeah, and then you can climb up on the, and then
Okay.
on the cog to your left. Yeah, right here.
Yeah.
Just
Ah.
look at the, yeah, and then jump towards it.
Oh,
Exactly.
okay. Oh, that's sick. I'm not sure if that's actually going to be faster, but if I do the first few times. Well, let's try this again. Okay, I'm going to have to... Wait, I need to not look. I need to just feel it out. Okay. I felt it. Perfect. All right. Easy. Okay, I'll one-shot this next time for sure.
Easy.
Nice. That's very cool. Bob, thank you so much for 43 months. And Chachi, thank you so much for 13 months to you as well. Thank you very much. All right. So I did all the dungeons now. Technically, I should be an expert in all of them, which obviously I'm not. But but if there's another dungeon where you either think that there's like a lot of like cool little tricks and info that you have, or if there's a dungeon where Moonkin in particular is like maybe like interesting to play, or like you can min-max a lot, then I can queue up for that, or I just queue up for a random dungeon.
Floodgate, maybe.
Okay.
Could be something to talk about there.
I kind of like floodgates. Even like when I didn't understand half the things that happened, it's kind of a fun dungeon. It's a lot of big pools, I guess.
Yeah, I like that dungeon as well. There's so many different things you can do in there, like route-wise and stuff. And then you're also pulling very big, which is very good for Moonkin.
Yeah, it feels like the cooldowns also line up pretty well. I guess it depends on the route. There's a lot of different routes that people are doing, but
Yeah.
so do you actually do more damage in an Unholy DK? Usually, or not really?
Some dungeons, yeah.
Okay.
But at the end of the day, it depends a lot on the DK, because, I mean, there's a lot of variance to DK's damage. Sometimes they just get Blood Beasts on every pull, and their Blood Beast is doing like 20% of their overall, and they're just gapping you completely. And then other times their pets bug out, they don't follow, or they fall through the floor or something, and they just lose all their damage. And then you can win
That
overall.
seems fun.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so annoying. So what does this Blood Beast do? Like, how does it work?
You get a Blood Beast proc, and then for the next 10 seconds, all the damage you do, it builds up, and then after 10 seconds, the Blood Beast explodes, and it does all the damage that you build up as an AoE burst.
Oh,
And
okay, that's
on a
sick.
really big pull, it scales. Like with a really big pull, you're just doing a lot of AoE, and then your Blood Beast proc is just gonna proc for like 25 million on 15 mobs, and it's just
Yeah.
gonna be your highest damage by far.
Okay, that seems sick. I guess I see why it's so RNG as well, because if it procs too late in a pack, then you also don't get the explosion on it, right? So you need to have it early,
Yeah.
as well as getting the proc generally.
But then if you
Okay.
get it early, then you do so much damage that you rip aggro, and then you die, and then
Oh.
your damage is bad anyways.
Oh, okay. Well, that's
That also
That's
happens a lot of the
unfortunate.
time.
Is it a little bit better now that they fixed Vengeance aggro a bit, I guess?
I guess it's a little better, but yeah, I still have a lot of teammates dying to aggro. But yeah, Moonkin is so relaxing this season.
Thank you
It's
so
like
much
you
for
have an
3 years,
Oracle
Paranoid.
Disc
Thank you,
Priest
thank you,
that
thank
just
you.
prevents any one-shots. You're just
Yeah.
chilling. You have cooldowns for every pack. If you die, you don't give a fuck. Like, you're not losing Spymaster stacks, you're not losing Pulsar stacks.
Yeah, it's actually
There's
really
nothing,
chill.
nothing to tilt you this season.
Yeah, you don't have
You're just vibing.
the dragons that pull literally everything.
Yeah. Okay, I guess the mushrooms. That's like the only annoying thing in keys.
Wait, why do they?
Because I mean, you're just moonfiring something while setting up a pack, and if you have to drag the pack and you proc a mushroom in the back, you're just slowing everything, which is annoying for the setup.
Yeah, and I guess sometimes
Like
you
in
get aggro too.
Yeah, in the past season, you could at least like not sunfire, because mushrooms only proc from sunfire.
Yeah.
But now your tier set spawns mushrooms as well, so any damage you do can spawn a mushroom and slow everything.
Yeah. Yeah, that is a bit annoying.
Sometimes you just have to not press any buttons, which is terrible.
Okay, so I guess this is the route where... Oh yeah, this is the route where we do Mama seconds for the Bloodlust thing. Like this new thing that everyone does now, I guess.
I think that's good. Big Mama is definitely the biggest deplete point in pugs.
Well, I think in a pug, literally everything before the third boss is a deplete point. I've seen it all.
Yeah. Like divers as well, I guess.
Yeah. Yeah, divers are actually interesting because they are pretty difficult to deal with for pugs. Like the amount of times one of those hooks goes through is crazy. On high keys, do you just assign... Do you need one person or is it two that interrupts the divers?
The pack is coded in a way that if you have 8 divers, only one diver casts at a time. So you just call one guy's kick, but then he actually has to like be aware and like, you know, be ready to kick the target. Can't just have one focused target and look at that. You actually need to like aim at your nameplates.
Which can be difficult.
Yep.
Here in this pool, do you always jump up on the box or do you...
Yeah, I usually, if my healer doesn't go up there to grip me, I just wild charge. Try to get dots.
Oh,
and
fuck.
Yeah, that was pretty clean.
And here, like, I guess I just bark skin on pool because, I don't know. Oh shit.
I mean, I would only bark skin if I see double bazooka on me.
Okay.
Because these surveyors, they just... Yeah, this cast right here.
Yeah.
Bang. If you get 2 of those on you, it's potentially a one-shot. If you don't have a shield.
And do you send your second incarn here or do you hold it?
That depends on the DK. If he gets good procs, I don't send it. If the pack takes a while to die, I'll just... Like, let's say my first incarn ends and I look at the HP of the pack and it's like 50, then I would definitely send again. But if it's like 20 or 30, I probably wouldn't send. So yeah, this is what I mean. Now you just slowed this caster in the back. Oh, well, at least you have grips with the DK.
Oh.
Rip.
I fucked up my dream state again. From now on, I will stop mentioning it, so maybe no one notices that I fuck up. That's the streamer trick, by the way. If you make a mistake, you just don't say anything. And then nobody will notice.
The dots to the side of the nameplate is actually a vibe. Maybe I should do that.
I like it a lot, yeah. You can have the nameplates a lot closer then.
Yeah.
Oh, that's a double? Okay, I guess.
That's a bear form.
That's a bear form indeed. My cooldowns were up though. I assumed the priest would just see that and pace up me. I guess I didn't innervate him. Of course he wouldn't pace up.
Yep.
My bad.
Pain subs are reserved for the tank in pugs.
That's true. The amount of times I see paints of just like
himself.
2 stacks being ready like for like the longest time. And the nail gun actually continues to do damage even if you shift the route, right?
Yeah, it's still you still have the bleed.
Okay. I just targeted DK at an accident. Oh god, there's just so many weak arrows in my screen. Ugh, I feel fluent again.
Just let your eclipse end here and then send cooldowns, I think, with your trinket. And you could even like pre-wrath before that eclipse ends, or like enter eclipse and then send, just to optimize your sundered firmament talent.
You mean just to like get the extra wrath out? Or
Yeah, just like enter lunar eclipse, then send cooldowns. So
oh,
still have, like,
you mean
one dream
okay.
state.
So you do that like one dream state thing. Okay.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Wait, how did he that? What is going on? Did he just jump into the bombs or something?
Did they just stay too close to a bomb?
What?
Because when the bomb goes off... Wait, someone rage quit.
Yeah, the tank, I guess. Unlucky. What even was that? Oh, let me see.
Yeah, when the bombs expire, they do a bit of a bigger explosion, I guess, which is what they died to.
Okay, I actually didn't know that. That's good to know. Nice try, GG's. I guess we do this again, because I could have done more damage, so next time I'll do more. Good reset, good reset.
And I guess, in general, just try to moonfire, like, as soon as something gets pulled. Because, like, the earlier you start dotting, the earlier you can also get your damage out.
Yeah, I'm just like sometimes I'm really worried. Like when he pulled the divers here, for example, I did want to moonfire because I knew that he walks really far to pull like the whole thing. Like if I get aggro from the divers, I felt like it's gonna be really difficult for me to get to the pool and for the tank to get it back. I did have Shadow Melt, I guess, so maybe if I have Shadow Melt, I can just do it.
I mean, surely the glaive is enough threat after they fixed it.
Surely, yeah. Well, 17 would be big.
Bear back for a minute.
More damage better than less damage. Paradise, thank you so much for the 3 years again. I appreciate that. You have the 3-year anniversary and the 2-year like streak as well. It's a double year anniversary. Thank you so much. It is so nice of you. And Chachi and Bob, thanks again for 13 months and the 43 months. I hope you're all doing well. Hope you had a good week so far. And learning, I got a lot of Moonkin stuff. I'm sorry, I'm being a little bit selfish here. I'm asking a lot of Moonkin stuff instead of dungeon stuff. Because I know that Krona is obviously really good at Moonkin and he knows a bunch of min-maxy stuff that I don't know this time around. So, sorry, I know I'm being very selfish. But maybe there's a bunch of Moonkin people in the chat that will learn what to do as well. But soon I'm all out of Moonkin questions, guys, so we'll be focusing on the dungeons again. I'm Moonkin people? Good. The more Moonkin people we have, the better. Also, now that Krona is going to teach all of us how to play Moonkin, no one is going to make a single mistake ever again as a Moonkin player, right? It's interesting to hear his thoughts, even though I don't play Munkin. Yeah, it is very interesting, right? What I think is really cool sometimes when I do these kind of coaching sessions is that, like, sometimes hearing the thought process of some of the like high-end PvE players is really like interesting. Just generally, like, even if it's something that I either already knew or something that doesn't really concern me because it's like a tank thing or a healer thing or whatnot, sometimes it's really cool to hear them explain like why they do this or why they do that, or how they're like really min-maxing their stuff. One thing that I'm taking away from all of this, though, I think like one of the biggest things is that
I'm back.
like I think UI stuff is just making things so much easier. Welcome back.
Thank you.
I just told my chat that I'm being a bit selfish to ask you a bunch of Moonkin questions rather than like general questions. But I said that all the Moonkins that are watching right now, that are listening, they will never make a mistake again in the future from now on, and therefore we are doing the whole community a service.
Yeah, true.
This is an interesting group. I want to see that.
A melee comp.
Yeah. What do you think? Wait, we already talked about this. You said that they would probably switch the mage for another bloodlust DPS, right? For like with the new like class changing comp in the TGP. Okay. It's interesting because like, I think all of the people asked so far, they all said something different. So I think Mira said that he thinks that people will play a comfort pick as like their off spec or their off meta. Because he did say that most of the things are somewhat close together, so you would rather just want to play the thing that you know more, and then he switched to the like really good comp on Sunday. But maybe that's more of a like rank 1 team mentality kind of thing, where he thinks, oh, as long as they're good at it, they're gonna be able to beat like the mid tier and the last tier teams.
Yeah. At least for the less specs, I would imagine you would just replace mage for a shaman, or mage for evoker or something. I guess you could have evoker and shaman in the same comp.
You think they would play Dev Evoker and like Elemental Shaman or something?
Or enhance.
Oh yeah.
Because enhance seems pretty good after the latest buffs. They actually do really good prior damage and everything.
Yeah, that's when there was this one season where Enhancement Shaman was really good. I guess that was a big thing that they had. Their like prior damage. It was pretty sick.
Yeah. Yeah, Sky Fury is huge for Unholy DK.
Wait, Sky Fury is just like the, what is it called? That like buff that shamans got when they were pitting them because they didn't have a buff, right?
Yeah.
What does
I think
it do
I got
again?
it in Dragonflight. Or
Yeah.
wait. Was it
It
the
might
war
have been
with them they got it?
Dragonflight.
But yeah, it's like 2% mastery and then what is it? 20% more melee swing something? Like
Oh.
melee's just melee attack more. They can proc. Which is
So it's Wind
pretty
Fury that is now turned into Sky Fury, or does Windwalker still have Wind Fury and Elemental Shamans have Sky Fury?
Yeah, it's basically Wind Fury Totem that became the group
Oh.
buff, I think.
Okay. Do you macro Dream State into your Wrath? Wait. I'm confused. I assume you mean something other than Dream State? Dream State is not something you
Yeah.
can macro?
I think it means cancel Aura Dream State.
Oh. Wait, why would I cancel that?
It was more for last season. I don't think you need to do it now. Because now if you recast Like the way you would do it before is you would cancel our dream state and then cast, because then it would give you the dream state while you were casting and it wouldn't take one away, but now it does that by itself.
Oh, yeah. Okay. That makes sense.
Because try going to a mob right now and then wrath it. You'll notice that you'll be like 1 out of 2 going into Eclipse, but you'll still have 2 dream states.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Okay. That's actually a nice thing for them to fix. Like, usually you would think that's something they would never fix.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. So, about talents. So, you're saying that you never change your druid talents, your class talents. What is it you play? Like, do you play something similar than I do, or do you have something else?
Same as you, but you're missing the beam cooldown reduction.
Oh, you actually play that?
So, yeah. So I would drop the regrowth thingy on the bottom right. Yeah, this one.
Okay.
And I would just take...
Do you play fluid form?
Yeah. Wait, what do you have here?
I think improved stampeding roar, but I feel like that's so good.
Yeah, it's good. Oh, you can just take out... Yeah, this one, I guess.
Okay. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm just not very used to fluid form, so I'd like never use it because I keep forgetting about it. When would you use it again? When you go bear form to survive something, you just wrath out of it, or?
Yeah, just bear form.
I guess you can starfire out of it too.
Yeah. If you're outside an eclipse, you would wrath. If you're inside lunar and you have to bear, then you would just starfire.
Mm-hmm. How's Nature's Vigil now? Because I do use it like it's just with my cooldowns, and then sometimes when I see my cooldowns are on a long CD and it's ready, I just like randomly use it. It doesn't seem like it's healing like a lot.
It heals a lot on big AoE pulls in your CDs.
Okay.
But yeah, other than that, it's kind of a joke. I would never use it outside cooldowns. If it's up outside of cooldowns, I would just hold it for next cooldowns or something. Because it's gonna heal 2k HPS if you're using it outside cooldowns. At least on single target.
Yeah, maybe I stop using that then when I don't have stuff ready, or if it's not like a trash pull or something.
Yeah.
So for the route here, do you like? Is there something here that you say is stupid, or that you would change, or that people in high keys don't do?
I think I have 150 different routes in this dungeon, and I still don't know what the best is.
Okay, that's interesting.
Every time we go into Floodgate, we're spending 20 minutes before starting the key just cooking a new route.
I like it.
There's just endless possibilities. Like, look at how much trash is untagged, and you're still at 100%.
Yeah, that's true. But I guess it's pretty common to just skip bubbles, right?
Yeah. Like, this end part looks pretty standard for pugs. In a high key, I would probably skip these jump starters at the end.
Just with Shadow Melt tank skip?
Yeah. Same where you skip bubbles, mini boss.
Yeah.
Just drag back, group goes past, jump melt.
Thank you so much for 9 months. I've kind of appreciate that. Thank you. Welcome back. I guess this is going to be an interesting dungeon for TGP this weekend as well, to see what the teams are doing. I assume even the TGP teams are going to be doing different stuff here.
Yeah. I think the biggest time saver in this dungeon is probably like going for a fast Big Mama kill. Because if you can kill it in, let's say, 2 instead of 3 damage phases, that would be crazy.
Yeah.
Or 3 instead of 4, whatever.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, do you always send your cooldowns on the ads on that boss, or does it depend on like your team's cooldowns or whatever?
Yeah, I think as a Moonkin, you just have to always hold your cooldowns for the ads.
Yeah, that's what I've been doing, because it feels like it's always really close. Or, like, many times the boss just shields themselves anyway, even if I do use my cooldowns.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think that Mage is the only one that can maybe hold for damage phase, because he's gonna have the least damage for the drones anyways.
Do mages play Arcane here?
I've seen all specs played here. I think the most popular though is like Arcane and Fire.
Man, must be nice to have all 3 specs be playable in high keys. The mage privilege. Okay, so this is... Wait, he just linked 3 routes. I don't know.
Yeah, pick one.
Are we just rolling? Or
Wait, the Yoda fought him Route 2. What's that one about?
Yeah, I don't get it, because there's like all kinds of like drawings in here, but I don't know what that means. Just that you're skipping it? And what is this here?
It's just a blue line right there.
Last we're doing the Pixel Terror route.
Oh no.
We're skipping... How
it.
do you skip the... Oh, we play bubbles. And somehow we skip the jump starter? Is he not connected to this stuff?
He's sleeping on the side, so...
Oh.
As long as someone doesn't ninja pull him, he should be easy to avoid.
Okay. So we're also doing Big Mama first, it seems. But we are doing a bunch of other trash pulls first. I still don't think Bloodlust is going to be ready, right? I don't think.
No. No, it's probably not going to be ready.
And I guess we're doing this pull 9. Like, I do see teams sometimes just skipping this pull as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's not the most efficient, but it's a good pull still. Because if you want to skip it, then you have to like spend a bit of time going on the 2-seater mount, and then the priest has to go first, then grip.
Oh, yeah.
So might as well just play it.
So the pixel skip that they're talking about is clicking this stockpile without aggroing the pack, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I don't know how to do that, but I guess usually that's just a Vengeance Demon Hunter thing. Because they can jump up, right?
It's usually the healer or the druid.
Oh, okay.
Because they can stealth or fade past.
So this guy does not have a stealth detection, or do you just go up the other side?
You go up the other side, but you can also wild charge up.
Ah, okay. Moonkin form wild charge?
Trial form.
Okay. And then what do? You just RP walk and you just like slowly like move towards it until you can click it or something?
Yeah, you have to aim. There's like a little ledge. You need to stay on the left side of the ledge and then just inch forward a little bit until you're in range. And that's when you click it.
Okay, maybe that's another thing we're going to try after the key.
In a real key sounds a bit sketchy.
Yeah. It doesn't look like anyone can do the skip. What is it we changed now? So we are pulling the soldiers because we can't do the skip. And what are we pulling instead? Or what are we skipping instead, I guess? Oh no, wait, now we're pulling the Blood Warper too.
Yeah. Not ideal. What race is the tank? Well, the tank is a Night Elf.
Night Elf.
So, I mean, technically he could do the bubble skip.
Yeah.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Surely we won't die on pull 6 to the Blood Warper or bubbles.
Surely not.
I bet this healer's a beast. He can handle it.
Yep, I believe.
5, 4, 3, 2.
If we make it to Big Mama at least, I can try the skip thing.
Yep.
That'd be great. You have to raid today, right?
Yeah, I
Or-
have raid
yeah.
in an hour.
Okay. Do you still need stuff from the raid?
I
Are you
need
decked out?
instant slots.
Oh.
And I need both trinkets on Mythic still. So I know what to use my cartel chips on when they come out
Oh yeah.
next reset.
Those goddamn cartel chips that I can't use.
Or is it in 2 weeks it comes out? To reset?
I have no idea. Anyone in chat knows? Probably. When do the fake dinars come out? 2 weeks. Okay.
Who cares? They're useless. I guess they are useless for 90% of people.
I mean, I guess you can buy the heroic trinket if you need
Yeah.
one. That's something. I would probably. I guess boost price has probably got up, like got increased now, right? Or is it still the same?
I have a feeling they're gonna go down because the demand is gonna go up. Also, it's getting easier and easier to boost with the damage buff each week.
Yeah, I guess so. How much gold is it right now to do Maxi and One Arm Bandit?
I think we had a buyer buy the first 6 on Mythic, like up to Bandit, for I can't even remember. Maybe it was like 50 mil gold or something.
Holy shit! Okay, yeah, I'm not that rich. Oh,
It's a couple gold caps.
yeah. Yeah, I'm not gonna be able to afford that one.
Someone in chat says, I think you can get 8 out of 8 for 80 million.
80
I guess
million.
that sounds about right.
Yeah, I guess that's not happening.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure prices are going down. Now someone says, isn't it 60? Echo sells it for 40.
I could sell 8 out of 8 for 40. I mean,
That's a good price.
it sounds good, but it doesn't sound good if you have 4 million gold. Can I get a big discount? I will, like, just make sure you tell the Echo people that I will be super biased towards them this weekend when I'm casting, in return for a boost. I will just gas them up all weekend long, saying how good they are.
Very ethical.
Yep. But sometimes I'm doing a dungeon and they're like pinging things, and it like gives me anxiety because I have so much like knowledge that I'm lacking still. I feel like on hierarchies, right? And then people are like pinging something. I'm like, oh my god, what is it they're pinging? Like I have no idea what the fuck's happening. Like why did they just ping this thing? I don't know what that meant. Was it just like where he's stacking the mobs or?
Yeah, I think it's just
maybe
it's pinging what he's about to pull or something.
Okay, that would make sense.
What's this? We're pulling this into boss, or is this the pull?
This looks like
surely
the pull.
This isn't the pull.
With these soldiers, maybe?
I guess just hold everything.
Yeah.
It's not really worth popping trinket on, I guess. Man, where's the mage? Where's the vengeance demon hunter?
Yeah.
No buffs.
It sucks when people play off meta comps. Unbelievable. Oh. I did the thing again. Oh, it's too ingrained in my brain. I can't do it. Do you like use a certain spot here to bait the mecha drones? Like, do you somehow move the boss in a certain spot and then kind of abuse that, or not really?
I think the only thing you can do really is tank the boss close to an edge and then try to somehow get the second baits towards the edge. That way, when they land, they're stacked.
Yeah, that makes sense. Ah, one heal. I didn't innovate the priest, my bad.
I would just hold bark skin for only for the damage phases on the
Yeah,
side.
I guess that makes sense. Yeah.
The shoots don't hurt that much on a moonkin.
Okay, I didn't realize that this guy recasts Sonic Boom. I thought he doesn't. I just griefed the DK. Oh, we don't have RS. Well, that's not so good. I guess I didn't manage to try this game.
You can stealth there now. Give it a go.
Oh, but can you, like, do you see the cogwheel on your mouse if the thing is not clickable?
Yeah, it's gonna light up if it's in range.
Nice.
And it's gonna be grayed out if you're not in range.
Hey, where's this boss even? Here, yeah.
Just go from the left side up, since the Blood Warper has stuff detect. The problem is also that the soldiers are there right now.
Oh, would you skip
but you
them
can
usually?
Still... you would pull them on the boss.
Oh. Ah, yeah.
But I guess you can still go to the spot and stealth. So yeah, it's on this little ledge.
So where I'm right now, or on a...
How do I explain it? So it's on the left of this like shield thingy.
Yeah?
Yeah, and then it's on this line you're standing on right now. You want to be on the left side a bit.
Wait, where's my RP walk?
Yeah, it's about here. And then a bit more to the left, you want to kind of slide down.
Sliding down.
Yeah,
I don't know where my RP
here,
walk
and then
is. Shit. I haven't pulled anything yet, though. Oh, I did now.
yeah, it's because you need to kill the boss to get this
Yeah,
barrier
yeah,
away.
yeah.
I simply wish you had lasted a little longer.
Okay, I think the group's not disbanding, so.
We're still in 15.
Okay, they are fighting though, so I'm not sure if this group is gonna stay intact. The healer and the tank are yelling at each other right now. Okay, let me read this to you guys, so you can be part of this as well. Okay, the tank said, HCG, what you running? I don't know, priest. Mass barrier only. CD he used. Cringe. We're playing 15, man. Do you even track my CDs? And then the priest said, you had safe. I check. Oh, this is good. And then the tank goes, lol, when? Link me. What you did? CD on me. Something. I don't even understand what they're saying, honestly. Is this English? This is so good. Okay, the priest says, you had your save ability. You didn't press it. And he goes, man, you're trolling me right now. I don't know. I'm not leader. Oh, beautiful.
Good
Everyone
content in pugs.
Yeah. Yes. Honestly, I should show chats on my stream. They're missing out on so much content. It's very sad. I'm depriving you of great content, guys. I'm sorry.
One more try. Go, go.
Looks like
The
we're still
defensive
going, guys. Wait, I need to figure out my RP walk. Where's my RP walk? I thought it was this button. Oh no, wait. This is auto run. I don't think I have RP walk bound, actually. Sure, I don't have that bound. Why would I ever want that bound, actually? This is the first time I used that for something efficient.
I have mine bound on 9.
Maybe I'll do 9 too. Let's see movement keys.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Shit, I didn't see it.
Toggle run, toggle walk. The second from the bottom.
Walk. Oh yeah, 9. There you go. Yeah. Oh shit.
Look at the moves.
Oh my god, I did the same thing again. I will never learn this actually.
The muscle memory is too strong.
Yes. Oh, am I getting hit by the wound up here? Yeah, I guess so. Ooh, that's a double fixate.
It's fine. The fixate can't reach you here.
No, it was like the double cast on the hunter, like the beam channel, whatever.
Oh, yeah, that is a bigger problem.
Yeah. Okay, I'm not doing it this time. Yes! I guess I should probably like remove a bunch of stuff from Mirror's Weakera, because I don't think I care about stuff like these enrage things. Yeah. I feel like there's so many Weakeras I have, I don't see the ones that are important because my UI is just full of icons.
Yeah, also this Weaker that tracks like every cast, like on the right.
Yeah. That's also
a little
very
overkill
useful.
in my opinion. Because all you really need to worry about is like the cast you can kick, which is usually your focus target anyways. On other specs than Moonkin.
I guess Moonkins in general don't need to know as much if you can't do anything about it anyway.
You just wait for your vengeance to call a beam.
Exactly.
Because he's either gonna do a mass grip, a silence, a stun, or a fear sigil into a beam. Like to sync everything.
I remember there was this, like when I played with Shalla, this is like a while ago, I did some like puck keys with him. And he would try to not call my beam so much. Like he would do everything he could to not have to call my beam. Because beam was always like a backup. And I swear, like sometimes I would use it like twice a dungeon. And I was like, I like this.
Oh.
That was before you did the whole Demon Hunter thing.
Oh yeah. I mean, my theory is always like, I want to press beam early in the pack so other people don't have to use globals on stopping, like AoE stopping.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, what is this thing? Oh wait, that did nothing. I guess trick shot is not that bad of a ability. Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it would be really bad because it's such a long cast.
There isn't really any damage. Trick shot going through on a Blood Warper pack though, that would be an issue because everyone's dropping low from the
that makes sense.
Suck. So I guess you send all your cooldowns on this.
Sure.
Oh, there we go.
Oh, we're pulling more. Okay.
I think that was the pull he meant to do last time as well.
Yeah.
Maybe the patrol was bad or something.
Yeah.
Well, this time the run is a lot cleaner. Hopefully no incident on next boss.
Yeah, we're learning. And the priest and the tank are getting along so far.
I would just main target the boss here.
Okay.
If you see that the ad damage is really low, then you can probably hard swap a bit more, but it kind of sucks starfiring and not cleaving, because that also means you're just getting less AP.
Yeah, that makes sense. Did I have Did I have a bark skin ready and just didn't use it? Or was it in cooldown? I'm sure it was in cooldown.
Your bark skin?
Yeah.
I think it was in cooldown.
Oh, fuck. Wait, I'm, oh my god, I'm alive. Yep, that's how you play that fixate. Yeah, I guess I thought, for some reason I thought he could just like sub this fixate with Shadow Melt. But I already learned the key before, so I shouldn't have tried again. Help! Oh my god.
Oh, that's the worst. Having to sit and bear for him while there's a damage amp. So in general, I would never really Starfall outside an Eclipse.
Okay. Like even like the
also there's a talent that basically increases your damage each time you spend AP inside an Eclipse. So you just want to have as much AP in, you know, in that Eclipse you're about to go into as possible.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Overcapping AP isn't really something you want to think about when you're not inside an Eclipse. It's only something you think about once you got your like rotational roll.
Yeah. Oh god. Please heal me. I don't want to go bear form.
Trinket coming up.
Oh, sure. I guess I could have sent it there.
Yeah, I would definitely send it because now you're in the situation where you probably just have to send it outside. I would just press it now. Try to finish off the boss.
Alright, I'm trying this now.
I guess this is in the route.
Yeah, we're playing it now. Oh shit. Do you have to be close for this wild charge?
Yeah, you have to be close. You see the squares on the floor? You kind of want to be inside the second one from the wall.
Second one from the wall. Like this one or this one?
Yeah, this one.
Oh, okay, okay. Okay, let me see where I have to be here. Oh, here already. Okay. Oh, you can already press it here too. Wait. Oh, tank that. That's not ideal. Oh. Well, shit.
This pack is people skip this pack for a reason, I think.
Only the strongest survive.
Well, shit. Well, we killed Big Mama though, so I can try to skip now.
Yeah.
Once this group dispense. Alright, alright, alright. I'm gonna one-shot it. I have to be nice to my group and say GG's first. Okay. Oh, we still have the soldiers. I guess I have to just stealth up then, right?
Yeah. And you can practice lineup and stuff. So it's right here on this ledge that you're on. That's good.
Mm-hmm.
And then just try to go back to the left until your max range, basically.
You mean?
Just hover over the box and just keep edging back. Yeah, like this. And it
Wait,
should
but
be
why
like,
do you want to do it? Or is it because I'm in stealth and I would pull the soldier? Or what?
no, you need to have like max distance so the blood warper doesn't pull. Because once you activate it, this pack is kind of weird. It's like halfway through the cast. If you're too close, it's gonna pull the blood warper.
Oh, okay.
So you need to be.
So I'm like halfway in the floor like this. It works.
Try to align your body like straight with the line. That way it's easier. Yeah.
Okay.
And then go back a bit. Yeah. Right here. This should be the spot.
Ah, okay.
But yeah, you're gonna pull the soldiers now because they haven't been pulled.
Yeah.
Or you could do this with Mind Soothe on the soldiers as well.
Okay, so I'll touch from here, I guess.
Yeah, run a bit and then wild charge. So go over the line in front of you and then the wild charge.
Okay.
And don't aim for the high point on the wall.
Yeah, that makes sense. Oh, nice. Okay, so I don't know if this is a spot, but it looks good. Oh, it's not good.
Yeah. And then
I can
RP
still
walk
click
forward.
it from here? No. Oh, I see. Okay. Here.
Yep.
So if I try this now, if I just vortex these guys. Oh, I can't click in combat. That makes sense.
Only the strongest survive.
Wait, I can kill these soldiers. Certainly, right?
Solo them on a plus 15?
Do they cast anything? What do they do again?
If you can keep kiting them, they're not gonna kill you.
Yeah, I'm
it's
sure
probably gonna take you a while.
And this is the final test. Oh wait, this group keeps going, oh god. Okay, maybe they will body pull these guys though.
What if you tag them?
Yeah?
You tag them, they run to the left, down the stairs, you vortex them, you do the wild charge jump into meld, and then you click the box.
I like it. Or, what if one of these guys is a leader and I can root them and they just stay there for the whole route?
You can root them, but you'll still be in combat with them, and then you can't click the box.
Yeah. Wait, but if I shadow melt, the root is not going to keep me in combat, right? Or?
Yeah, if you root them to the side. But I don't know if one of them is a leader.
I don't know either. I can do both. I can put a vortex on. Okay, let's try this. I have to be super fast though. This is certainly gonna work. Oh, they might body pull this? No, okay. Okay, I have to somehow do this so I can get back up. Let's see if one is the leader. Oh wait, I can't figure that out like this. Okay, this is bad. This is very bad. I also just wild charged. Okay, this might be a problem, guys. Okay, I'm gonna have to root the other guy. Okay, now it's happening.
Okay.
Okay.
Ah, he's fast.
Oh, he's really fast. Okay, this is the wrong spot anyway, though. Like, I'm too close, right? I have to be further to the right.
Yeah, this is the spot.
Oh, at least the other guy didn't move back. So we figured out that this guy's not the leader. Maybe he just doesn't see me. Okay, he does see me.
Your survival wasn't necessary.
But it's fine. The spot you were in, that should be the spot for the real thing.
So when do you do this? Like after right after the boss? What does your team do while you're doing this click?
They just go set up the next pool.
Okay. So I guess it would be a healer thing to do. The only reason they're not always doing it is because they have to walk up, right? And you can just wild charge, so you would be a bit faster.
I think they want to drink after Big Mama.
Oh. Mm-hmm. I had the very same situation with Tettles, by the way, where we did floodgates, and we just kept wiping like in that first area, and like we just did not manage to get any further, so he couldn't explain like the rest of the dungeon to me. It's like a typical pug experience for this dungeon in particular, I guess.
Yep.
Well, to be fair, this route is really like asking for it.
Yeah, hopefully this tank has a better idea than the previous one.
Yeah.
'Cause playing that Blood Warper is not really that great.
Yeah. So somebody asked the tank if we're doing the skips, and they didn't answer, so we'll see what happens. What do these crocodiles do? I've never seen them pulled, I don't think. Oh.
The only reason to pull them would be like for funnel on a boss.
And they don't give a lot of counts.
Yeah, they give very, very bad count.
Yeah, I'm super interested to see what TGP teams are doing, because I think there's so much... Like, you can pull so much trash onto bosses, I think, if you're being, like, super creative. I guess.
Yeah, if people are actually playing Arcane Mage on TR, we're definitely gonna see, like, funnel on every single boss possible.
Yeah.
Because Arcane Mage with funnel just gains, like, infinite damage.
So, what is it that gives you the extra damage for... Like, is it true funnel or is it fake funnel?
No, it's true funnel.
Okay, how does it work?
Your barrages just do... Like, I think they just do, like, 50% more damage or something on 5 mobs.
Oh, so you need 5 mobs to get, like, the extra single target. Okay. 5 mobs in total, or 5 mobs that you're cleaving on?
5, like, the boss plus 4 mobs.
Oh, okay.
So you just need 4 mobs for funnel.
Okay, yeah, that does seem sick. That's why Arcane is really good for big mammoths. Well, actually, I guess one of the mobs is always kind of out.
You want to pull mobs on the sides into the damage phase with BL.
True,
and then
yeah.
the Arcane Mage can carry that.
True, yeah, you don't have the ads on the face, yeah. Okay, so this is the route that the Demon Hunter linked. Let's see. So we're playing Bubbles. Wait, this is the same route? It is. So, wait, is this just the warrior just locked on a Demon Hunter, or?
Is this the Dreadnought's weekly route?
Yes. So we're playing the Shreddinator pack, we're playing Bubbles, and we're playing the second Blood Warper here. Uh-oh.
No skips, no nothing, just
And
W.
the jump starters. His name is Clown Demon Hunter. Oh, this is perfect.
Okay, skipping Bubbles now.
Nice.
Getting better.
Oh, but now we're doing the electricians onto the jump starter.
4 electricians in one pull.
That seems...
That's a go out angle.
Yeah, I don't think that's a pull.
That's
It
definitely
might
not a
look
pull.
like a pull, but I don't think it's a pull.
Maybe if you have Bloodlust somehow, but I'm not even sure how you would stack that pull without getting 3 casts going through in the back.
Just line the electricians here first, then go on the other side once you pull this one, and line them there.
Yeah, have Abolim ready and double grip.
Yep. Okay, you know, should I tell this hunter that I'm doing this now?
Yeah.
I believe.
You're gonna click the box.
Okay, guys, I've committed. I said I can click the box. So if I...
Does that mean he's gonna change the route?
I don't know.
Route?
This is so funny. Like, I think on EU, if you're pugging keys on this like 15, 16 key level, you can get like the newest routes straight cooked out of like, I don't know, like a TGP group or China or whatever. Or you could get this like random W Dreadnought route that has like 0 skips and nothing in it. Like, it's crazy.
I'm still not sure what the best way to go is, because this W route is just so much harder for the whole group to live.
Yeah.
But if one guy doesn't know what they're supposed to do on a skip, then you're also a bit fucked.
Yeah. Yeah, it happens so much that you wipe on a skip. Even the easy skips can wipe you.
Yeah.
Like, even I fuck up skips a lot. Like at the start when I had no idea about skips and I was kind of just like chilling and not really paying attention fully. I see the tank walk into a pack, I start damaging the pack, you know? Like, I'm not looking at the route beforehand and like seeing all of the skips, so I just kind of moonfire everything. Thankfully, I have Shadow Melt, so sometimes I can still save it if I do that, but yeah.
That's probably one reason pugs don't like this dungeon, but in high key groups, this dungeon is really fun.
Maybe. Yeah, I hear that a lot, that people hate this dungeon. Yeah, people say that a lot in chat. Okay, this looks better. Okay, but the Demon Hunter doesn't want to do it.
This is just like my group. we want to start a floodgate key, and we're posting 5 different routes.
I don't think one of the routes you're posting is this one, though. I should probably talk about this pull 14.
Yeah, that's not a real pull. I mean, he could just take out the 2 electricians and just add some bombs.
Yeah.
To one of the pulls.
Or is this jump starter enough? Because, I mean...
Yeah,
that doesn't hurt to pull, right? If you're gonna do the pull anyway. I mean, if you can pull 4 electricians and a jump starter, I think we can also do 2 electricians and a jump starter.
Yeah, you can just send him this one. This makes way more sense.
Oh. We posted 3 routes again. What did he do? Oh, he did this instead. I think mine makes more sense. Oh yeah, the Hunter also did the same. Oh wait, no, the Hunter also skipped the Blood Warper. This is complicated. I like how the chat is helping Natsu. Can I link my route? Yeah, let's have everyone in Twitch chat link a route, please, for Floodgates.
But it doesn't really help if the tank isn't comfortable doing these skips.
Yeah. Okay, we're doing my route. Perfect. Route, it's okay. Perfect. Who hates this dungeon? It's the best dungeon this season. It's harder than others, but it's fun to play. Well, I do think that a lot of the times, the general opinion of dungeons is lower if it's harder, right? Like, I think harder dungeons are generally less liked by people. And easier dungeons are always liked more, even if they're shit. Like, I remember Shadow Moon Burial Grounds. Like, that dungeon was just fucking horrible. And people loved it. I don't know why. It's like, oh, it's easy. I love this dungeon.
Yeah, I remember pushing keys that season. You would just always do Shadow Moon for homework to push up the other keys.
God, that was such a bad dungeon.
Yeah, people would randomly get meleeed to death because the mobs were just bugging out.
Yeah. And the worm boss. Ugh.
Oh, yeah.
Everything about that boss was bad. Wakecrest, man. Did you like Wakecrest, Krona?
Definitely not.
Yeah, me neither.
I didn't like it in BFA. I didn't like it in Dragonflight.
Huh, now I'm wondering if it's a Moonkin thing, because a lot of people said they absolutely love Wakecrest in BFA, and then when the new one came out, I felt like it was worse than the BFA one even, if that was even possible. And then I asked people if they still liked that version too, and most of them also said yes. So I don't know if Moonkins generally just hated that dungeon, or if people are just cooked, or I don't know why they liked the dungeon. To me, everything about it was bad.
Yeah, like the bosses were bad, and the trash pulls were bad, especially for Moonkin because there were just so many smallies. It's always so annoying.
Yeah, true. The smally thing is always super annoying. Yeah.
Yeah, they just make it way harder to moonfire the pack for no reason.
Yep.
And then by the time you have everything dotted, all the smallies have been one shot by an eye beam, and
whoa,
you're not just doing.
Why is this? Why is this?
The tank just aimed the flamethrower right at you.
Yes. Cool. But yeah, maybe there's like a general dislike towards smallies from Moonkin players.
If you didn't use Nature's Vigil, you were dead there. Shout out Nature's Vigil.
Yep. Goated ability.
Yep. I'm pretty sure if you hover over it, it was like all the healing done to yourself.
Yeah.
Yeah, 15 million to yourself.
Actually true.
Also, all the big witches in Wakecrest, they would like give a DR to the pack around them and stuff.
Yeah.
Or was it the Guardians? I don't know. That key was just so bad.
I mean, the witches were just generally bad because, like, also if somebody pulled a witch, like, first of all, they're invisible and you didn't know where the fuck they are. And then some guy pulls a witch and they are global combat. So you were just like running back to the group because you died or something. Some other guy pulls a witch, you're in combat, it chases you down. Like, it's so bad.
But the dungeon was definitely better in Dragonflight, because in BFA you could get the top right and stuff. Like if you got top right door at the start of the dungeon, you would just go out.
Yeah, I remember that. Oh my god, my candle is all the way back here.
Oh, you have to stand in the candle?
Yes.
I have never even played this trinket.
Yeah, it gives you burst, and if you stand close to it, it gives you more burst.
Great.
Yeah.
We love burst. unfortunately, the raid trinkets are just 10 times better than M plus trinkets.
Yeah, it really sucks
So-
this season to be an only M plus player. It's like
I've just
especially
been
bad
using
this time
normal raid
around.
trinkets for the past like 8 weeks.
Wait, do you have normal ones? Not even heroic?
Yeah,
Oh shit.
they don't drop on mythic in our guild. I don't know what it is.
Fuck.
Okay, good vortex.
Yeah, right? So after this we do this big pull. Actually, no, wait. We have a different tank now. I forgot.
Yeah, I think it's boss.
Yeah, it could be.
Get this into boss.
I think we might just solo play this, honestly. Do I just save everything? I guess I do.
Yeah.
We could at least pull the other soldiers onto it, I guess. Oh wait, we're gonna pull the Blood Warper later, true. We're not doing the whole skip thing.
I guess you can target the drone a little bit, the one that jumped out on pull, because it's a lot higher. Yeah, this one. It's the highest HP one that is in the stack, because single target starfiring kind of sucks.
Yeah, that makes sense. I guess I could have saved my second Incarn for the face.
Yeah, either the phase or just the next
Or that,
ad
yeah.
spawns. But it's kind of crazy that you used both and you guys still got a barrier for a couple seconds.
Yeah.
Surely the hunter that can carry this one? He's getting true shot ready.
They really seem to be dying super slow.
Yeah, I think he's holding for the damage phase, which is definitely not right. It's gonna be a long barrier, I think.
Yeah.
Actually, he's centered here. Maybe he's
You
watching
good?
the stream. Yeah, I would just send Fear of Loon in the damage phase here, and then
Whoa.
try to hold Incarn for the ad spawns.
Yeah. Oof. And this is very scary.
Yeah. Does the DK have AM set ready?
Oh, I guess I'm not tracking that anywhere, I guess.
I paid 400k for a Muxi Heroic yesterday. That is a good price.
400k?
That is a steal.
Wait,
I paid
seriously?
700k for mine.
What the hell? Wait, 700k for the boost or for the like trinkets?
I think he bought it from a random. in the pub, probably.
Oh, I see. Man, I missed out on a trinket once, like on House of Cards. Some guy got it, and I didn't know that it's like super common to actually bid for it for like things. So I offered 250k, and some guy offered 300k, and they got it for 300. And I easily could have paid that. But I just had no idea that people are actually doing that very commonly. Oh wait,
I feel like that's just pugging nowadays. Everyone just needs on everything they can need on, and then they just sell it for gold. It's just every man for himself.
That's actually so fucked up too.
Yeah.
Alright, success. Let's see if we can do this pull. No. We don't have lust.
Okay, here I would have for sure held the incarn for 10 seconds because your trinket is coming up.
Oh, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I did not look at that trinket.
So could have done like one lunar eclipse and then on the next you let it drop off and incarn. But it's fine. Just hold the trinket for your next incarn and then BO next pull.
When you enter Eclipse, wait, we still get the crit thing when we enter Eclipse, right? Or are we not playing that anymore? Okay. Do you use that like on Starfire and AoE and like even if you're capping or something, or not really? If you have like a big Starfire or something?
Nah, not really.
Okay.
Especially with the tier set that we have this season. If you get a lot of mushroom procs, you're just spamming Starfall a lot more.
Mm-hmm. Oh. This Blood Blast, this is important to interrupt actually?
It hurts the tank.
Oh, so I guess not.
But the more important cast is the trick shot to kick.
Oh yeah, that was on me. Oh, I forgot that when I play this talent, I also have to actually interrupt the target that is casting, right? To get the reduction. Yeah, okay, true. I need to remember that. Oh wait, the hunter bloodlusted and then died. Oh, poor guy. Oh, are we doing this though?
Oh no, harpoon.
Oh.
It's fine, it's on the DK. You can't die.
Oh, Starfall again. Uh-oh. All of these scripts going through. Fuck. Other priest, oh god. If I interrupt it like with Inkabor, it will just recast, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Holy, that was close.
That's a lot of damage
You still have a
too.
big bleed on you.
Oh!
Only the strong.
Oh my god, I know there's a fucking patrol or something behind me too. Also, I recently changed my colors, like nameplate colors. I just imported Mirrors' colors because I never used colors at all. And my neutral mobs were yellow. And now it's just like some random color that mobs have. So whenever I see a yellow mob, I just think I'm not going to pull it because it's a neutral mob.
Yeah.
I guess I should just change that to something else.
Yeah, I never really got used to coloring different mobs. Because I'm just used to looking at, yeah, same as you, like yellow is neutral, red is enemy, and then
Yeah,
there's like different colors for threat.
I didn't even have different colors for threats either. Because wait, where's this guy? Oh, he released now. Because I figured, you know, I'm standing on range most of the time anyway, and if I get aggro, I see it because the mob walks towards me. And if I'm in melee, I either understand because I get a melee hit, or it's too late anyway. That was my thought process. But now that I play with the different colors, I do think that it helps sometimes, like when you do bigger pulls and you kind of see the important mobs a little bit easier, I guess.
Yeah.
If there's a guy that needs to be interrupted or does something like special. But I don't think it's like really needed. It can help.
Yeah, I don't think it's too needed either. I think the main reason I would do it is just to have an easier time targeting like the highest HP mob or something.
Yeah.
For example, this pack, like the shredders, the 3000 guys, they like you kind of want to starfire from those. Also, like first pull Cinderbrew, I always struggle finding the highest HP targets. So
Yeah.
what
Yeah,
I've
for
started
sure.
doing is just set it as focus because I don't really need to beam anyways on that pull.
Yeah, I guess that works too. Yeah, focus is something that I never really got used to that much either, because focus target, I guess, is something that people use when they have interrupts. And Mookie never really had that, so I guess focus is something that for other classes is really normal, but for me it was never something that I really got used to or used.
I didn't use it either before doing MDI, but after having to play other classes like Mage and stuff in MDI, then I got used to playing with set focus. I also think it's pretty good to have set focus this season because, as we talked about, we have the solar beam talent. Like you want to interrupt your target to get the CDR.
Yeah, that makes sense.
But this fight is really annoying because you kind of want to hit this guy that moves around a lot because he's the highest HP.
Yeah.
But he's charging away from your Fury of Loons, which
Yeah.
is losing you a lot of damage.
Sure.
So like I usually just swap targets whenever I get Fury of Loon up. Just Fury of Loon the little one and then main target the guy again.
Oh, I like that. Oh. So the last charge on this guy always goes in a tank?
Yeah.
Okay. But other than that, it's random.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think he charges 4 times. So this one's on the DK. And the priest. No, it's 3.
Okay.
Like, as long as you get everything except 1, then you can get the last one with the debuff on this boss. With the dispel.
Do I just save my incarn here, or?
Yeah, I would say that.
Stand still! I ain't done with you.
Are there any bombs up? I don't think so.
This was just a random shot, right? From the boss that did so much damage?
Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's about the only way you can die in this fight. Unless you get hit by something avoidable. It's like you get the debuff and then you get shot at the same time.
Yeah. Do you have to aim this swing, by the way? Or just click it?
Nah.
Okay.
Just click it.
Because I had packs before where nobody pressed this and we had to play the next boss with the circles. And I had no idea that... yeah, nobody knew that you have to click this. So we just played this boss with the circles on the ground. On a 15 or a 16 or something.
Yeah, that boss is hard already.
Yeah.
With the circles, sounds like hell.
Yeah. Wait, did I just beam the sigil? No.
On this pull, I would try to use like Vortex into Typhoon.
Yeah.
I'll probably do it now. And then Incabror maybe? Yeah. Usually in high keys, I go ahead and I stealth over and click this before we start this pack as well.
Oh.
Just so you save like 15 seconds of the... Oh no, finish it. Oh.
Should I have clicked it? I don't know.
Yeah, you should finish it.
I was scared. Can you click it in combat
you have
or
meld
no?
ready? No, you
yeah.
can't. But now you have dots up, so I'm pretty sure you're gonna get combat again. Okay, it's fine. You outranged it.
Beautiful.
Yeah, I think ideally you kill these off and then go boss, because you don't want to have the dots on the boss.
And what do these crabs do?
When they die, they give a dot. So now it's gonna stack to 4.
I see.
Maybe delay killing this last one.
It's like a bursting thing. Okay.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, it's basically bursting.
I guess I could have waited for my trinket here.
Peru. Also, Bloodlust is coming up. I'm not sure if he's slamming it instantly or not. But you do have another incursion coming up.
Yeah.
Saving 2 incarns for BL is pretty good though in general. If it's
Yeah,
like
that's
a hard
not really
boss.
something I think about, but yeah, I should do that for sure. Maybe we're just not using it though.
I mean, I don't think you would usually have it here anyways, because you want to CD the pack before. Like the kelps are actually hard.
Yeah.
But on certain bosses, like third boss Dark Flame, you can pretty easily have 2 charges coming in, and then BL on pull, and you're gonna be blasting that boss.
Mm-hmm. Oh.
Oh, that's a good bait from the healer.
On high keys, does the healer also stay like away from the group?
Barkskin bear form.
Yeah.
This slam here is like the hardest part of the fight. That's where you take the most damage.
Mm-hmm.
And you can only barkskin every second one. Sorry, what were you asking?
If the healer also stands away on hierarchies, or if he still stacks with the group.
That, I think they should always be away from the group. Try to bait it. That way it's only one guy that has to move instead of 4. But they want to stack up with the group in this phase usually to stay in like aim set or barrier.
Mm-hmm.
But in general, it's good to stay on that side like you just did, because if it goes on him, then we don't have to move, and if it goes on us, then he doesn't have to move. You would think that the boss slamming the ground would be physical, but of course it's nature damage. That's like such a weird
There's
change.
actually a lot of damage this season that I felt is physical though. I mean, obviously this is kind of dumb, but I don't know. I felt like there's a lot of mobs that do physical damage, like a lot of trash mobs.
There is, but there's also a lot of times where you have to double check in MDT if it's like, okay, this guy's doing a shout. Is that nature or is it physical?
Yeah, sometimes a
this guy
spell
is
that seems to be obviously physical is not.
Yeah, a lot of times it's nature, and then your Moonkin armor doesn't work on that, and you actually have to bear form more. And
Yeah. Like one of the
Wait,
one of
let's
the
see if he
worst
does the skip
abilities.
correctly.
Yeah.
I think he fucked it up.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Well, what does he have to do?
He needs to jump now and melt.
Ah, it's too close.
Cast? No, it's casting.
Uh-oh. Well, this is bad.
I think I wish you had lasted a
Oh,
little
no.
longer.
Yeah.
So, I guess you have to be faster, or what is it that he did wrong?
No, he was actually too fast.
Oh?
He tagged the mini boss too early. It needs to
Okay.
finish its landing animation, and then he tags it. But he tagged it right as it landed, so it was finishing its animation and then moving, instead of moving instantly.
Oh, he left. Shit. Oh, okay. So you pull him too early. Because he's still in his animation, he doesn't immediately move, but already start his like casting timers, basically. Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, that's good to know. For anyone that's gonna do the skip, I won't. I guess technically as a Mookin, no, you can't, right? Because you need to be able to jump through the boss somehow.
Yeah, you need to be able to leap away in time.
Okay. Well, at least we did see most of the dungeon. I mean, I guess the end of this dungeon is not like there's nothing super special going on, right? Let me think.
I think if you get past that skip, as long as the kicks are decent, this part is fine.
Yeah, so it's mainly the electricians who have to worry about like the lightning bolt, I guess,
Yeah.
right? And
especially
the
because there's
overcharge.
jump starters. Overcharge is just a dispel. Like usually the healer can just dispel both,
Okay.
or maybe pain sub a guy if he doesn't have dispel ready for him. But yeah, a cast going through while there's a jump starter in is usually the scary part, because jump starter is doing AoE damage, and then a cast can like finish you off because you're 70% HP.
Yeah. And then I guess you almost always want to skip these electricians because they're just annoying to play. And you
Yeah.
also want to skip these last jump starters if you can.
It depends a bit. If you can somehow make a good pull earlier in the dungeon, then it's worth skipping. It's decent count, this pack. The main issue is that you don't want to use too many defensives before going into the boss. So if you can skip these two, then you can recharge some defensives, go into the boss, and then you're chilling.
Okay, yeah. Is the last boss actually like difficult on the high keys? Like, do you wipe to that sometimes or no?
I haven't wiped to it. I think the only time I wiped to it was my tank getting like stunned or something. But as long as the healer has like a plan, it's fine. The main issue is when someone gets like a Giga Sap and they don't have a defensive. Then you need to like health pot or stay in bear form and stuff like that.
Okay. All right. Well, whew. I mean, there's just so much to remember about this dungeon, though. Like, I think this dungeon has a lot of stuff going on. It's nice, though.
Every
Like, I really
pack
like the
is
fact that it's
just-
so open, that you can kind of do so many different things.
Yeah.
Okay, this DK's queuing again, but I think I'm good. I think at some point he's just gonna give
He
up.
really wants to time that key.
That's one of the things. How when you do high keys, actually. Oh my god, I should have asked more questions about this, but I have to leave soon. But I did want to know, like, if you're doing high keys, how did the resilient change affect everything? Like, are you doing a lot more of this like kind of TGP style tournament realm reset? Or is that not really a thing because of the way resilient works, that you need all keys on the same level?
I think it's a pretty good change overall.
Mm-hmm.
So earlier this week we had a 18 Priory that we really wanted to time. So we had Resilient 17 and we were just testing a lot of different stuff for like 5 hours in the 17. Just like going in, doing something, and then resetting and going in, doing it again. So that was very much like TGP, what we did that day. But yeah, I think it's good because we learned Infinite by just testing like all these different pulls on a 17 Resilient.
It's interesting because, like, the fact that you can do this, like that you can do reset, that you can like do a key for hours and learn so many things, I think on one hand it's like a good thing for two reasons. Like, number one, like some people just like doing that, right? And I guess number two, I feel like it also makes maybe TGP a little bit more relatable, like the actual tournament, because people can do similar things. But
except that they have 25% avoidance for some reason now.
Yes. But I guess like for the more casual, like normal player, for them it's kind of like a downside. And I had this feeling too, because I was playing a lot less this season, right? And it felt like everyone else gained knowledge much quicker because they could just do keys over and over. So if I play a little bit less, it felt like I'm more behind in experience and knowledge than other people are. And I generally just don't like resetting keys a million times. Like, that's not actually a gameplay that I really like doing. So I guess it's another thing.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Yeah. Also from your pugs today, if something failed, only one group I think stayed together.
Yeah.
All the other groups, they just disbanded anyways, even though it's resilient keys.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. I guess a lot of people think
it's definitely more of a benefit for like groups, like high key groups,
coordinated groups. Yeah.
Yeah,
because I guess the issue with pug groups is that usually the person that has the resilient key, if they deplete the key, like a lot of people's mentality is that it was someone's fault. So they want to like form a new group anyway because they feel like, oh, we wiped here because, either it's a bad route or the tank did this wrong or this damage dealer is bad or whatever. And then they just want to form a new group anyway, I guess.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah, it doesn't help pugs that much.
Well, okay, so I gotta go. Thank you so much for hanging out today for so long. That actually helped a lot. Not only did I learn a lot about dungeons, but I also learned a lot about Moonkins. Now I just have to actually do the things that I learned. Just give me a year. No, but that was very, very helpful. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. You're welcome.
So have a good raid, and I hope you get all of your loot. Do you want me to link your Twitch or your YouTube or both to my stream?
Yeah, you can link.
Is your YouTube called Krona as well?
It's Krona WoW, I think.
Krona WoW. Okay, so if you want to follow Krona, the goat that taught me a bunch of things today, and you too, make sure you give his stream a follow and also his YouTube. Of course, linked it in the chat as well and give him a shout out, so you can just click the heart at the top of the chat. And yeah, thank you very much, Krona, and maybe we can do this another time if you're down at some point.
Yeah, sounds good.
All right,
I'd be down.
Thank you. Have a good one.
Right. You too. Bye bye.
Bye bye. And that discount, I still need it, yeah, for the boost.
All right, I'll hook you up.
Perfect. Bye bye. Hey guys, we get a discount on the FSY boost. Hashtag blood in the water, guys. Hashtag blood in the water. Man, I can't believe that. Wait, there's no FSY team that is competing in TGP and MDI, right? Fuck. We need the hashtag Blood in the Water back. It was great content. Wait, what's the time? Oh, okay. Alright guys, so I have to leave. I know that there's something actually very interesting happening. Oh, I almost forgot about that. There's some big news actually coming up. Shit. Should I stay online for the news? It's possible that they delay it again, because sometimes they say, oh, there's big news, and then they delay it by 3 hours and they don't post it. Wait, where did I see this? Did they have a time? At 7 p.m. they said. It's in 10 minutes. Fuck, I'm gonna have to stay around. Okay, guys, there's some big news in 10 minutes. Yeah, sometimes they say, oh, 7 p.m. and then it's, oh, wrong time zone. Sorry, guys. It's actually 9 p.m. Okay, yeah, I'm waiting around for it before I leave. News, yeah, there's some big news. Okay, so, is this NDA? I don't think this is NDA. Or, I mean, it's not NDA anyway, because I didn't sign anything, but I don't think it's a secret, is what I'm trying to say. I think it's pretty public info. Alright, so there's a video. So I think I can share this. I mean, it's in 10 minutes, whatever. So apparently there was an interview with Ian, Max and Dratnos. I think they went to the Blizzard campus in real life, and they interviewed Ian, I think. And I think they're talking about the future of add-ons. And it's gonna drop in 10 minutes. So I'm really excited for this. I don't know what they're gonna talk about. Like the future of add-ons, like what does it mean? Does it mean they're gonna like remove add-ons, or like right? Like well, they invited Max and Dratnos for the interview, which makes me believe it's definitely like something. I mean, I don't want to say something bad, but like they wouldn't have invited Max and Dratnos if they just say we're removing all add-ons, right? Like then they wouldn't have done that. But it must be some sort of like maybe something about private auras. I don't know. Yeah, this is gonna be interesting. What do you guys think it's gonna be about? What do you think they'll do with add-ons? Okay, I have 2 questions. What do you think they'll do with add-ons? And the other question is, would you want them to remove add-ons? Like, would you actually like it if Blizzard would remove add-ons? Calandra. Okay, so it looks like a lot of people don't want add-ons to be removed. Full removal of add-ons is crazy. I mean, yeah, that would be crazy. I always say this, like whenever people ask me about the add-on thing, I always say this. If I could live in a parallel universe where add-ons were never introduced to the game, then I think I would prefer living in that universe. But now that like we cannot turn back time, you know, like we cannot undo the fact that add-ons were added. I think now I don't want them to be removed, right? Because we already have them, and the game kind of evolved around add-ons this whole time, and we're so used to add-ons, and it's just Like, it just has been a thing this whole time. So I think removing them now is bad. But I do think that if we could turn back time and never add them to the game, then I would prefer it that way, I think. I don't play with them. Yeah, but just because you don't play with add-ons doesn't mean that the game isn't shaped around add-ons. Like, if you play without add-ons, you're actively hurting yourself and your gameplay, which is fine. Like, if you prefer that way, right? Like, if you prefer to have a little bit more of a challenge, play without add-ons, that's totally fine, right? But if you want to be a high-end PvE player and do first rating, you can't just walk up to Max and be like, "Hey Max, I decided to play without add-ons for the next race, guys. This week are you want me to install? Nah. Sorry, I'm not gonna do that." Like, you know, like, you literally can't play without add-ons if you want to be a competitive PvE player and the highest end. You just cannot. And even just mid-tier mythic guilds require you to use add-ons. Unless you find a specific guild that allows you to play without add-ons, I think you're gonna have a hard time finding like a high-end mythic guild, like a top 100 guild or whatever, that allows you to not play add-ons. So I'm super interested to see what this is all gonna be about. They are going to launch no add-on realms. Oh, that's an interesting point. No add-on realms. I mean, okay, I don't think that's actually going to happen, but I think it would be interesting as like a like kind of like a trial, you know? Like, if there would be enough people willing to join a no add-on server and just see what happens, I guess. I don't know. But I feel like that would be interesting. I don't think they would do that, though. Well, hello, Mike. What's up? SMH, elitist streamer. I don't play game for you. I learn to play. Hey, Biz. Thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you had a nice stream. No add-on server before global release would be criminal. No, I mean, that would not be criminal. It's not related to each other, yeah? Global release and add-ons have nothing to do with one another. So to say that one would be criminal towards the others, I don't think that makes sense, right? It's like saying, oh my god, I can't believe they buffed this underperforming class before they give us global release. Like it's not really the same thing, yeah. I think that some add-ons should be in the game as default, but really I think that Virtual Verse should be without add-ons, and then when the boss is down, then add-ons should be allowed. Okay, that's a very interesting take. I've never heard of that before. So you're saying only the Racewell First should be without add-ons? Okay, first of all, the Racewell First is not an official tournament, so that's actually just impossible to implement, right? Because Blizzard can't tell them what to do if it's not an official tournament. They can't just like call them up and be like, hey guys, so actually you're not allowed to play with add-ons. They'd be like, I don't give a shit what you say. How do you even police that? Yeah, you can't police it either. I mean, you would be able to police it if it was an official tournament, right? We used to have that, I think, for PvP. I think add-ons were not allowed in PvP for a while, like in arena tournaments. I think that was a rule when it was actually LANs. But obviously we don't have LANs anymore, and I guess now they can't really check the NPCs anymore. So I guess we just don't have it. All right, how much longer? 4 minutes. I assume they're posting it on their YouTube channel. It was only possible to use macros. Yeah, true. Yeah. Yeah, there was a time where you could not use add-ons. In 2019, they allowed specific add-ons only for that BlizzCon. True. Yeah. There was only specific add-ons that were allowed as well, and not all of them. The thing with weaker is 99% of them are quality of life changes, making abilities and procs easier to track and whatnot. They're not all game-breaking. Oh, I heavily disagree. It really depends on what your definition of quality of life is. But to say that 99% of all weakers are not something that would actually like really help you out, I think that's a great exaggeration. Like, just look at the amount of weakers I have. Like, if I open up my weakers, the only weakers that I personally would consider not super, like... I guess the weakers that I would consider something that are not necessarily, like, super important, or that's something that does not change the way I play a boss fight or whatever, is just my own weakers, right? Like, all of these weakers here around my character, these are my spells, cooldowns, my astral power, my buffs, you know, stuff like that. I think is not... Like, it doesn't change that much, because you can look at your stuff by moving your action bars closer to the middle, by using the new, like, cooldown tracker manager, whatever it is that they added. Stuff like that you can do. It's not the end of the world. But all of this other thing on my screen, like all of the bars, all of the timers, all of the debuffs that are like big on my screen with sound effects and whatnot, like that is for sure something that is not just like quality of life. That's literally this weaker tells you that there's an ability on you by only making a sound that obviously would not happen otherwise, you know, unless Blizzard decides it should have a sound, right? So, and don't get me wrong, like, I'm not advocating for weakers to be removed. I'm just saying that weakers definitely have a big impact on, like, our gameplay and how much harder or easier it is, right? Like, to say that it would make the game easier, that is definitely a lot of cope. Like I think you're definitely coping really hard if you think that weakers don't make it easier. A lot easier. If you have them set up properly, I guess. What's the time? Oh, it's 7. I don't see anything. Hello? Guys, look at your clock. Your wrist clock. Oh, it's actually posted. All right, okay.
Welcome to a special edition of WoWcast, where we're going to talk about a patch 11.1.7 feature, and then a broader discussion about add-ons in World of Warcraft in general. I'm Dratnos, World of Warcraft content creator.
I'm Max. I'm the raid leader of Team Liquid, the WoW Guild, and a content creator as well.
And I'm Ian Hazekostas, game director on WoW.
Dude, Dratnos is so professional. Look at him go.
To be here. So what are we doing in 11.1.7?
A whole bunch of fun stuff, but one of the features that we're extra excited about is a new UI option that we're adding called Rotation Assist, which is really designed to help players who are maybe picking up a new spec or want some guidance on what abilities they should be using when, without having to turn to third-party add-ons for it. So we've seen that, there's an add-on called Hekili that is very popular with a lot of players. We're basically building in a very similar version of that into the base UI that you can opt into. That will, no matter what DPS spec you're playing, highlight the recommended next ability given your current energy, what's going on around you, and so forth. One extra thing that we're also going to do, which maybe goes a bit beyond what the add-ons can do, is also have a one-button version of that, where there'll be like a keybind that if you just want almost an auto rotation, you can opt into that, and it will just automatically cast the next recommended ability in the sequence.
No, this is like... No, I'm being... No, wait, this is not real, right? Like, we're being trolled right now, I think. This is April Fool's, I think. Yeah. Wait. No, I think this is not real, is it?
A small GCD penalty associated with that, but we want to make sure that this is for accessibility purposes.
Oh, wait, did you say? Wait.
Associated with that, but we want to make recommended ability in the sequence. There'll be a small GCD penalty associated with that, but we want to make sure that this is for accessibility purposes, that it's there for people who maybe just honestly aren't interested in the gameplay of like mastering their spec. They want to explore Azeroth and experience the story, and the mechanics kind of get in the way of that sometimes. This should be for them. Ideally, this is not a tool where someone is like being told by their raid leader to stop trying to DPS manually and just turn on the one button mode to meet some DPS check. That we want to give you the tools to kind of go through that organic progression naturally.
Great. But so the rotation assist doesn't come with a penalty or anything like that. That's just we're going to show you what your next button is.
Exactly.
Right.
It's very similar to the Hakili add-on. It's kind of reflecting, just the latest kind of established theory crafting, and it's something that we would continue to update, with spec changes and class changes over time. Ideally, it all's born out of the idea that we've seen a valuable tool that players feel like they should be looking outside the game to download, and we'd rather just reduce the barriers to that and make it available to everyone.
Okay, yeah, because there's two parts, right? Like.
Okay. Let me just try to. Okay. Let's just assume this is real and not an April Fool's joke. So, this, I think it does make a little bit of sense. Like, before we jump to like, what the hell, irrational, like emotional responses to this. Let's think about this. So basically, he's saying it's for like this kind of like one button rotation thing. It's supposed to be like an accessibility thing, and it's not like the most optimal thing to do, right? Like, I do think this makes sense because I really, like, if you want to be a good player in World of Warcraft, like, you're not going to be playing with this rotation button thing. Like, you're never going to be able to do the most damage if you do this one button thing, right? Like, this is not, it's not like the perfect rotation. It's basically, you're going to do decent damage, but you're definitely not going to do the best damage, right? Kind of thing. So I guess it's mainly for people that are, as Ian is saying, I guess, it's people that want to kind of play the game, but the game is obviously like super complex and overwhelming for a lot of like new players and whatnot. And maybe those players only want to farm some achievements and do some like casual stuff, and they are not interested in really like mastering their class. And then they have this one button rotation. One thing that I do want to say though, is that I do think that sometimes a person might not feel like they want to master a class, but if they have to, they might end up liking it. And don't get me wrong, like, I'm not a person that wants to force other people to do a certain thing if they say they don't like it, right? Like, I'm the opposite of that even. I kind of think if a person doesn't like a certain aspect of the game, they shouldn't be forced to do it, right? Even if they might end up liking it eventually, I'm not somebody that thinks that you should just kind of like push people into that content because it's a game, right? If your first instinct is, I don't like this, then let them focus on the other stuff, right? But yeah, sometimes I think that if you're going to take the easy route out because it's available to you, then I guess you're never really going to learn it. And then you're just always going to be in this situation, which might be fine for some people. Like, some people might actually be okay with only pressing a button all the time and never learning the rotation. But I don't know. Like, I do think there's a little bit of a downside to it, potentially, that certain people will opt into this thing and they might have actually liked learning the game otherwise. I don't know. But I'm not, like, I don't think this is like a super negative thing. I don't think this impacts high-end gameplay at all. This whole thing. There's a different portion to this though. Like, I focused on this one button rotation now. But there's like a different aspect to this addition. So it's not just this one button rotation. There's also a separate thing that basically, if you enable it, it's like an assisted rotation thing where your abilities light up to kind of tell you, oh, this is like the best next thing that you should be pressing. And I assume that it's the same thing as the one button rotation, except that it's just lighting up what you're supposed to do according to this computer-generated rotation, and it's not pressing it for you, right? So either you have the computer-generated rotation show up for you, like Hakili does, the add-on, or you have a single target button that actually presses it. So this is actually Hakili, which, I don't know. I think I'm generally okay with this. I don't think it really affects high-end gameplay. I think if people want to opt into this to, I don't know, learn, like maybe this is going to help people to learn another spec, learn another class, use it when they switch to another character initially, and before, you know, they learn it properly, they maybe want to just have the assistant thing for a while, which I guess a lot of people use Hakili for this too, right? If you switch to a new class that you never played before, then it was so overwhelming and there was so much information that you would have to like do the research on, that instead of doing all of this like homework, a lot of people just installed Hakili. I kind of looked at what the robot is telling them to do, and then through that they understood the class better, because I guess, let's say you think the best thing to do now is press X, but Hakili tells you press Y. Well, then you're probably like, okay, why did the robot tell me to press Y? And then maybe you're going to read up the abilities again afterwards and be like, oh, that makes sense. Y might have actually been better in this case. Or it could also be the other way around. It could say, like, you could figure out that it was indeed better to press Y in this situation, but the robot didn't know because it's a fucking robot that doesn't, that can't have the perfect rotation for a complex AoE fight or whatever, right? So, yeah. I don't know. I don't think it's bad. What do you generally think? I think it's good for new players of WoW to get into the rotation and understand it. Yeah, I think it's just for stuff like that, I guess. I'm for it. Honestly, it's not like someone is going to push rank 1 IO using it. Yeah, I also don't think it's going to affect high-end gameplay at all. Hakili is different because rotation models are based off the SimCraft profiles for each class. That's true. I guess this rotation add-on is going to be based off something that Blizzard has, like an internal kind of thing. But I assume it's going to be very similar to the APL that theory crafters are writing for each class. So in case some people don't understand what an APL is, by the way, an APL is an action priority list that theory crafters are working out for each spec. And obviously you constantly have to update it for each change that gets made to your class, like new trinkets, new stat bonus, new talents, new whatever, right? And it's possible that the APL is not optimal. Like there's a possibility that the theory crafters that wrote the priority list, that they made a mistake. Like they just didn't figure out that using this ability instead of this other ability in this case would have been better, or using X instead of Y first and then using B. I don't know. Usually these APLs are really good, but sometimes it happens that they miss out on something, right? And then I guess the question is, would Blizzard's APL have the actual perfect rotation or not? I assume not, because they're also just players, right? Like Blizzard doesn't actually 100% know what the perfect rotation is for each class. I don't think so, at least. Like, yeah. Otherwise, everything would always be perfectly balanced, right? So anyway, let's continue. This is a long video.
The advanced is, I want to really go into this, is the one button thing, but that's not necessarily everyone that's going to use this. Like, I think this game, especially new players getting into it, it can be, there's a lot going on within a particular class, and you can be a little lost trying to figure out exactly what I should be pressing. So even just using it as like a guide to start learning your class and move off of it eventually, but just having a base understanding of what actually should I be doing at a base level of this.
That's really exactly the motivation on our end. I mean, especially with warbands and War Within, we see lots and lots more alts, and leveling is pretty quick. You got a bunch of warbound until equipped gear that you're passing over to a new character, and just jumping into their full rotation. We've never played the spec seriously before, can be a pretty serious undertaking. And for some people, this may be enough for them, and that's fine too. But we recognize that there's so much, WoW has such a high skill ceiling that just recommending what the next ability isn't going to really remove that or fully solve that. There's still the muscle memory that you need to form, and then all of the nuances of like, we might have a recommendation for a rotation that makes sense if you're fighting a target demi, you're fighting patchwork, but when you need to plan around the fact that you're gonna have to move in 4 seconds, that's a whole different like layer of skill that still rests with players.
Yeah, exactly.
I know when I'm trying to play a new spec for the first time or haven't played it in years, it often feels like I've got like a 30-minute checklist of, okay, I got to set up my key.
Are there timestamps in here? Okay, so since I have to leave, I really have to leave. I'm gonna quickly go through this and I'm gonna watch like the whole thing another time. If you guys want to watch the whole thing, obviously, I mean, go ahead, but I'm just gonna skip through it a little bit. So, can rotation assist, blah, blah, blah. Is it objectively better to get combat information from the native UI? Is the goal to not be forced to use external add-ons?
Have a native way to the game that you don't have to get an add-on.
That is pretty much exactly our long-term philosophical goal here, right?
Okay.
Like, add-ons are amazing. The things that the community has done over the last 20 years to allow people to experience different aesthetics, different functionality, have information available at their fingertips, like that is a huge part of WoW's success, and we don't question or want to undermine that for a moment. At the same time, like as you said, ideally it is about what do you want? How do you prefer to have things presented to you, and not what do you have to do? What is a group mate or raid leader or whatever telling you must download? Or if you ask people, hey, how can I get better? I'm really struggling at this. The first answer shouldn't be, well, download this add-on, this add-on, and this add-on, otherwise you're doing it wrong. Because that's starting to get into that mandatory place, whether we like it or not. So yeah, I think, longer term, these initiatives kind of fit into part of how we're thinking about the role of add-ons in WoW. As we can probably all agree, today there is a sense that if you want to really be the best you can, if you want to play competitive content, there are certain add-ons that are required, that are simply going to improve your success over not having them, period. We would like to get away from that being the case. I think I'd love to see a WoW one day where you can still customize the aesthetic look of your UI, you can have information and quest helpers and all the other things that you might want to have to make your experience a bit more seamless. But that at the end of the day, when you're in competitive content, when you're queuing up for a rated PvP match, when you're going into a high key, when you're trying to get a first kill on a raid boss, there isn't the sense that you are, just holding yourself back if you're not using specific tools. We know that there's a lot of work to do to get to a place where that could be the reality. The first steps really are going to be continuing to build up the just right out of the box functionality that World of Warcraft offers to shrink that gap. But at the same time, I think we're aware that at the very end of this process, we probably are going to have to rein in some of the functionality that add-ons currently have to do like real-time in-combat problem solving specifically, where it's like automating coordination, communication in ways that are always going to be better than anything the UI can natively provide you as long as they remain possible.
Yeah, so that moves us in.
All right, so very interesting. So, okay, I generally agree with his, so he basically is saying they want to have a future where add-ons are not a requirement. Basically, add-ons are not gonna make it easier for you in competitive content, right? They want add-ons to not be removed, but they want to live in a world where add-ons exist for kind of like quality of life changes, like quest helper, transmog add-on, whatever, like UI, like the way things look and stuff like that. But they want to live in a future where if you want to do a boss for the first time and you don't have weak auras for it, I don't have a boss mod for it, then you're not at a disadvantage, which is a huge thing. Like that basically means they don't want big wigs. They don't want weak auras that can interact with any kind of like boss ability. Maybe even also nameplates stuff that you can see. Because honestly, nameplates, in my opinion, are helping quite a lot with the right. Like, so I think, like, to me, that means that there's a lot of add-ons that they want to be gone or like reined in. There's one. Okay, so this is like a very scary thing for him to say, and I don't know. I mean, I'm gonna watch the rest of it, but I don't know when they want to do this and how they want to do this and how they want to implement this. But yeah, that would be a huge change to add-ons. One thing I do want to say, about add-ons. Like a really smart person said this to me once, and they said it in a much smarter way than I'm about to say it. Unfortunately, I didn't remember the exact wording that they used. But a very smart person once said to me that add-ons, the biggest problem with add-ons in World of Warcraft specifically, is that it makes good players better. And it does not help the average player that would actually be the one that needs add-ons the most. So the people that need add-ons the most, that would be helped the most, they are not using it to the full potential. So all it does at the moment is it makes the best players even better. And I think this is very true. And we're talking about these kind of add-ons that help you out, right? Because really good players will have a really perfectly set up UI, right? They like a new raid comes out, a new patch comes out, a new season starts. They will already have like perfect weakara setups that they know exactly where they proc, which weakers they want, what sound they make. Like it will help them out so much. They will have a perfect setup big wigs. They will have their nameplate set up with all the colors and all the correct positions for their dots and the way they're stacking and whatnot, right? So a really good player will have this like really nice UI that is tailor-made to them, that they will know perfectly how to use and will help them out a ton. Then you take an average player. What do they do? Like an average player does not have the time or the desire to sit there for hours and hours and hours and set up their UI properly, right? So what are they doing? The average player imports the UI of someone else because they know they need it because it's going to make them better, but they don't have the time or the will to set everything up, right? So, or even the knowledge. Sometimes it's difficult to set up add-ons. Like weakeras are super complicated, right? So what are you doing? You install someone else's UI. The problem though is if you install someone else's UI, you're not going to be able to use that UI to its full potential because you're not the one that made it. So it's as simple as that. You don't know why a certain weakara was put in a certain position. You don't know why this weakara makes this sound instead of the other sound. You don't know why this nameplate has this color or the dot is in this position. Like you just import something that I'm sure it's better than having no add-ins at all, probably. But you still don't get the full potential out of the information that is being provided by this UI because it's not made by you for you, right? So I do think it's true that these kind of add-ons that help you out, they make really good players even better and kind of like increase the gap, the skill gap between, or skill is the wrong word, but they increase like let's just call it skill, the skill gap between like the best players and the average player, right? So yeah, I think technically it's a good thing that they want to move away from this. I'm just very worried about how they're going to do this. Because we all know what happened with private auras, and we all know that Blizzard sometimes has a good idea. Like Blizzard sometimes has this like really good idea where I'm like, I agree, you should do this. This is a good philosophy to have. Great, right? But then the way they implement it, the way they do it, it's just like, it's like, what the fuck? Like, so, yeah, we'll see.
Like raid bosses where I don't want to name any names, but there are people who have optimized a little bit of their own fun out of the game sometimes. I don't know where any of them might be sitting. They could be anywhere. They could be in this room with us.
Hey man, I am the like number one. Let's just YOLO this. Let's just do the fight. Let's make it work. And then sometimes it gets to let's try to make something that could be 95% successful, 100 or 99, right? And there's a lot of frustration with the tech involved.
Good adiabatics using the Blizzard Classic.
I think a lot of the
unfortunately sometimes
would be
true, yeah.
pretty for that. You know, I think a well-designed mechanic that the game giving you enough information to solve this on your own realistically. A lot of the times the community will just use one because it's like what everyone else uses, it gets you in the same place. But if that doesn't exist and the game is giving you that information, it's objectively better, right?
And even if you are doing it very well, you know, manually, it's always going to be better to do it perfectly in a competitive situation. I mean, having watched, you know, your raid leading, for example, over many, many years over the race to World First, like years ago, you would call much more stuff verbally.
Very
like
true.
Going back to, you know, Legion, BFA era, whereas nowadays it seems like if there is something you're calling repeatedly on attempts, the first thing you're doing is asking if, hey, can we automate this and get me out of the business of talking, which seems like it might be less enjoyable for you as a raid leader.
Yeah, I mean, if we're talking about that, I could talk all day about that. Yeah, no, I mean, I mean, I felt like you certainly had more of an impact when you had the ability to, you know, influence the fight more. But the reality is just getting some way to automate it for your players is just better. You know, it is funny. Like when I do that now, I think, you know, what else can I be doing with my time? I could be like looking at other ways to optimize, and it's purely for the sake of getting better. So yeah, for my own enjoyment, yeah, that's sweet. Let's do that. I'm trying to wonder also about those kind of mechanics. So like what bosses have existed in my head, I think in the past couple of years, there's not many, but have been defined by when we're progressing this boss, we feel like maybe we're progressing a weak aura. Something like Brood Twister or Echo of Neltharion or Jailer maybe was one of the first
Echo
ones,
of
right?
Neltharion for sure,
And
yeah.
those mechanics, I feel like, could not have been done or probably would have been nerfed without weak auras or having that effectiveness of that reduced. What do you do as a fight designer now? Do you I know you're obviously like really passionate about raiding. You've raided for a really long time. What do you have to avoid those kind of assignment mechanics? Are there things in game you can use to like naturally sort out those things? Like, do you give more time for the mechanics? Like do you have to stray away from assignments in general because the community has just, whether you like it or not, has like trained themselves to have something solve that for them? Do you have to like go back?
Okay, this is too long. I have to leave. Fuck. But can somebody tell me what's the TLDR? What are they doing? I know this is a really good interview. I would love to watch this whole thing, but I really just have to leave. What are they actually implementing into the game? Oh, WoW had with the TLDR. Okay. Rotation assist. There will be rotation assist in the base UI that can light up the next button you should press, or have an add-on, have a one-button keybind for your rotation at a cost of a slightly longer GCD. Oh, so you do have a longer GCD if you use the one-button rotation thing. Okay, so these are downsides to use it on top of it also generally just being worse. Okay. Add-ons in competitive content. We all agree that if you want to be the best you can, if you want to participate in competitive content, there are certain add-ons that are required, yes. One day there's a hope that you can customize your UI and quest helpers and more seamless. But when you're going into competitive content, there's no sense that you're holding yourself back if you're not... Okay, we already heard that. So that's their goal, yeah. How are they doing that? There's a lot of steps to get there, and the next steps are continue to build up the base UI functionality to shrink the gap. Okay? At the end, they're probably going to have to rein in some of the functionality of add-ons to real-time and combat problem solving. So they're not doing that yet, though. Like, because they're saying they're probably going to have to rein in. So that there's nothing announced that they're going to, like, stop some of these add-ons immediately or like soon. Complexity of raid encounters are definitely affected by add-ons. They used to do coordination mechanics more, but haven't recently. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. The goal is disarmament. Down the line, broader restrictions on what information add-ons can access to combat events in real time, but they can't do it now on the UI front, but also how they're designing encounters. Okay, well, okay, that's interesting. So there are no changes. So they're not doing any immediate changes to the add-ons, except implementing Hakili and just like add-on rotation helper, which doesn't really affect high-end gameplay at all. They basically just announcing the fact that they will do this in the future. I guess they haven't really talked about when or how. They are saying here, which is very true, right? They're saying right now they can't do it because of the UI just not being like the UI that we have right now is not capable of making up for the add-ons that we would lose, right? So they need to build up the UI first, they are saying, before they can take away add-ons, which makes sense, right? But they're also saying the way they're designing boss encounters right now is very kind of like, I guess what they mean is that currently they're designing boss encounters with add-ons in mind, and if they want to change that, if they want to stop add-ons, or if they want to like rein in the functionality of add-ons, then they would have to change the way they create bosses, right? Not only the mechanics of the bosses, but also the way they're telegraphed and the way they're being shown to the player, right? Which makes a lot of sense. Because right now they don't have to worry about certain debuffs being very obvious to you because, they know, oh, people are just going to have a weak aura, so it doesn't have to be like visually super obvious, right? But of course, if they rein in the functionality of add-ons eventually down the line, then they will have to pay a lot more attention to how add-ons are, how abilities, mechanics from bosses are being displayed to the player, right? Which makes a lot of sense. I think they've already gotten a little bit better at this actually lately. I feel like they, for quite a while, Blizzard didn't really pay attention to how a player sees an ability. Like, they're like, oh, whatever, just slap this, like, animation on it. Whatever, they're gonna have an add-on anyway. Like, I do think that they definitely improved the visual effects of abilities a lot lately. Like, the lines are clearer, where you can see the outline of it more. Things are telegraphed better, right? So I do think that a lot of stuff has been improving, and I guess they maybe had already thought about this, I don't think, for a while. They obviously didn't think about this yesterday, right? And then invited Max and Dreadnoughts and just like, oh, guys, we thought about this a week ago, so here's the thing. So they probably were already thinking about this for a while now, and that's why we got some of these like improvements in telegraphs and whatnot, I guess. But yeah, if they're actually doing that, if they are increasing the visibility of certain abilities and making sure that people can figure out mechanics by just looking rather than being reliant on some sort of weaker us, then I think that would be, I personally think that would be a very good change to the game. I think it would make the game more enjoyable. I think so. I think it will be tough for them to implement it the correct way. I think the biggest issue here that I can see is how they do this process, like how this process goes down. Because I think it's a very tough process. I think it's very difficult and complicated for them to get to the point that they want to get to. And I think there's many like things on the way that they could stumble on and make the game actively worse for us and like less enjoyable. So I hope that they do achieve this goal of kind of like not having add-ons for boss encounters and stuff anymore, because I honestly think that would be better. But I hope that there's not going to be too many problems along the way that basically makes the game less enjoyable for us players. Because I'm sure they will make mistakes. Like, I'm sure there's going to be things where they stop a certain interaction from working with an add-on too early, and all of a sudden the game breaks, or the game is less enjoyable, whatever. I'm sure it happens. It will happen sometime on the way, but I just hope it doesn't happen too often, and I hope it doesn't. I hope it goes as smoothly as it can go. Because, yeah, I generally like it, though. What do you think? I guess I didn't read the rest of this. Improvements to the base UI. They want to build their own features of popular things down the line. DBM, bigwigs, details, nameplate improvements. Details as well. That's interesting. That makes sense, I guess. Oh, nameplate improvements. Ooh. All right. Yeah, that's something I was worried about, because I think nameplates right now are very powerful. A lot of people are underestimating the power of nameplate functionality that you can use. There's actually also a lot of settings that nameplates have that are actually just standard Blizzard settings that a lot of people don't know. Like, a lot of people think that you can only change certain add-on nameplate settings with an add-on, but it's actually not true. There's a lot of hidden settings that you can use with the scripts only. Like, World of Warcraft has a lot of settings that are not visible in their standard interface, that you cannot change through like a slider or through something in the interface, but you can change it with a script. And there's many changes like these, or many options like these for nameplates, which add-ons implement into their interface, so it's easier for you to see. So if you open up Plater, you get a bunch of options, and you have like, you know, sliders and whatnot, and you can change it. So a lot of people think, oh, this is only like a Plater thing, and I can't do this without, but you can. Like, it's just a lot more annoying to change it without something like Plater, because if you want to change, for example, the distance between the vertical distance between your nameplates, or the horizontal distance between your nameplates, or how much space there is between the top of your screen and the nameplates. Like all of these changes you can do with base UI, but you have to do them with scripts. And who wants to sit there and type a bunch of scripts into their chat box to fix their UI, right? Like no one wants to do that, right? So I'm assuming that they would be implementing sliders and stuff like that for nameplates as well in the future. If there's a mechanic that requires you to do something between 4 to 7 stacks only, that's not a reasonable ask with this base UI. Huh? I'm not getting that. Like debuff stacks? I'm not sure what they mean with this one. I guess if they mean debuffs, then I assume what they mean is that if you only have base UI, then a mechanic that, let's say there's a mechanic that stacks up on you, like a debuff that stacks up. And once you have between 4 and 7, you have to go to some other place, right? But there's no other mechanic that gets added to you. It's just that same debuff that stacks up. I guess there wouldn't be an easy way for a base UI to show you this properly without you having like a weaker that changes color or changes like sound or like whatever, right? Right now, that would be a very simple thing for us to deal with, because we would just have a weak or a yellow dust when it's more than 4, right? But if they would remove weak auras and we would have like a base UI only, then that mechanic would be a bad mechanic, right? Because it's not clear to the player when you have between 4 and 7 unless you constantly look at your debuffs, right? Maybe that's what they mean. I'm not really sure. I don't know. I do think it would be somewhat reasonable because you can see your debuffs, right? But I don't know. I'm going to have to watch the rest of this at some point. But yeah, I have to leave, guys. Sorry. I have to leave because tomorrow I'm doing a bike tracking IRL stream. Completely different to what we did today. Today was like the absolute nerdiest stream ever, where first we were talking about high-end plus and high-end Moon King gameplay, and then we're talking about goddamn add-ons in World of Warcraft. Tomorrow I'm going to do a bike packing stream. So tomorrow I'm going to be cycling to a lake. So I'm going to be cycling around 60 kilometers to a lake. It's going to be really beautiful weather. I'm super lucky with the weather. It's going to be almost, I think, 30 degrees even. It's going to be very warm and very nice. And we're going to cycle to the lake. And then we're going to sit at the lake a little bit and hang out there and enjoy the beautiful views, since we're going to be in the Alps, which is going to be really cool. Love seeing the Alps and the mountains, right? It's going to be nice. And then I'm going to sleep there in a bed and breakfast around the lake. And then the next day I'm going to stream how I'm cycling home. So it's going to be a 2-day kind of backpacking adventure that I'm going to be real life streaming. It's going to be a little bit of a test to see if these backpacking streams work out, because I would love to do more streams like that. That would be super, super cool. So yeah, it's going to be a little bit of a tech test and to see if people enjoy watching that kind of stuff, like multiple day kind of cycling content, if that's something that people are interested in. So yeah, I'm going to do a little bit of a bikepacking stream. I'm super excited for it. I think it's going to be very, very fun. I hope you guys enjoy it as well. And then on the weekend, on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, I'm casting a TGP that is coming up as well. So lots and lots of stuff that is coming up. Tomorrow, I'm going to start really early at 9 a.m. already, because I'm also going to be on front page, on Twitch front page. So that's exciting. And yeah, I hope I'm going to be around fresh and early at 9 a.m. CET or CEST because it's summertime. So yeah, make sure you join me tomorrow if you're interested in that. If you want to watch my bikepacking adventure. And yeah, remember to follow my stream if you haven't yet for more WoW content, but also obviously the IRL content that is coming up. I'm doing a lot of those IRL streams lately and also in the future. So definitely check that out. You can check out my YouTube channel where I post all of these coaching and plus bootcamp videos. So if you liked the bootcamp earlier with Krona or with any of the previous coaches, definitely check out my YouTube channel. I'm posting everything there. I posted the first coaching session with Teddles already, and the next session with Mires is going to be coming up very soon as well. So definitely subscribe to my YouTube channel to get notified when one of those videos is being posted, if you like watching them. I definitely try to make them a little bit more podcast style because they're very long coaching sessions. So I'm trying to make sure that people can kind of listen to it as you go and learn a thing or two in the background, right? So I hope you enjoy that stuff. But yeah, also make sure you follow my Instagram and my TikTok and stuff. It's all in the description below and also in the chat because I am posting there what I'm up to with my stream. So if you're somebody that only likes watching WoW stuff or you only like watching IRL stuff, then I'm going to keep you up to date on what my schedule is going to be like for the stream. And also what I'm doing in real life. If you care about what I do in real life outside of streaming, then I mainly post stuff like that on my Instagram. All right, let's host somebody that's watching this. Because Krona is not streaming, right? Oh, no, Krona is streaming. Let's go ahead and watch Krona. He's gonna raid. And then he's gonna do some other stuff. So let's give Krona a raid since he did do this amazing coaching session earlier. And he was hanging out for quite a long time. I learned a lot. That was very cool. Thank you so much for 63 months, Casti. What's up? Oh, and it would also be really interesting to know what Krona thinks about the add-on thing. Petition for Wildy Bootcamp? Oh, I would love a Wildy Bootcamp. Yeah, that'd be amazing. Yeah. Yeah, I would love Krona's opinion on this. All right, have a nice rest of the evening, guys. Thank you so much for hanging out. I appreciate you, as always, very, very much. And I see you tomorrow, fresh and early, for the bike tracking stream. I'm super excited. Hope everything goes well. Fingers crossed. And enjoy watching Krona. Thank you so much for watching, and have a good one. Bye.